is clear. Like I say, full order with 3 down, 2 to go. Andreas, Mark, Gary, Lars, Richard, Matthew, Adrian, Paul. And we'll try and pick up our leader. Sorry guys, that's only 3-minute practices. There's me getting all carried away. So guys, it's pick your cars up. Cars on the table at the far end and straight out to Marshall. So none of you have seen me go live last night. So next time, pull them over by point number 3. Chuck them straight on the table there, straight out to Marshall. No outlaps. Cars over here, please. No outlaps. Red car, please pull it back over there. And listen for your numbers. One job, Paul. And heat 2, or practice 2, all up and running. These are only 3-minute runs. So it's just a quick one. Get yourselves all bedded in and get ready for the day. It looks like we've got no Jiffy and no Max up there. As I say, guys, it's only a quick 3-minute practice just to settle yourselves in.
Okay, guys, you've got 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go in practice 2. Practice 3, you are up next. So in terms of practice 2, we've got Duncan Wood from Rich Isherwood. Scott Smith slotted into P3 at the moment.
So everybody but Jiffy is here. And I'm told he is in bed, sleeping off his clubbing head. You guys, 1:45 down, 1:15 to go. Oh! It's all right, nobody saw it, don't worry. You had one job, one job. So, Steve Davis, you are required with wheel nuts. Precious ones. So, some absolutely stunning cars out here this week. And Euromasters, as I say, is a go today. So, a whole day of practice for some yesterday. And a quick run today, just to let anybody else get quickly settled into the track.
Final 10 seconds.
So you guys, into your closing stages, listen for your numbers, pull them up round by the other end of the rostrum. So when you hear your numbers, pull them up by the far end of the rostrum. And then, guys, cars on the table at the end of the rostrum and straight out to Marshall, please. I need to adjust on for. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. So practice 3. Danny Conway is car 1. Steve Lander is 2. Chris Wilkinson, your car 3. Luke is car 4. Andy Bulmer, car 5. Terry Cresswell, car 6. Rich Culver is car 7. Andy Halliwell, you are 8. Mike Bradbury, 9. And Robert is 10.
And we'll see how that goes. Is that any better?
Okay, so we seem to be devoid of a couple of drivers in this one. I don't know if they've got 1 or 2 at home. Not quite made it in with us yet.
So Luke Dinnan, you should be racing Terry Creswell, Mike Bradby and Rob Rand. If you are here, you should be on track already. Again, this is only a 3-minute practice. You're already 1 minute into it, drivers. So heat number 4 needs to be round there and ready.
Right then, I've got 1 car not counting, 1 car not counting. We'll just identify who that is. Okay, final 5 seconds. Okay, 45 seconds. So Mike Bradley, after you've marshalled, come and see us because you didn't count there. Okay. Okay, 25 seconds. Ed is 1, Ian is 2, Peter is 3, Ben is 4, Chris is 5, Nathan is 6, Paul is 7, Hattie is 8, Rich is 9, and Dan is car 10. So Hattie should be in this practice, not up there at the moment. Have we got a broken car or something?
And if you are available, can I have Matthew Tunks over to race control, please? Matthew Tunks to race control, if you are available. So practice 4, 1 minute down, 2 to go.
Okay, so 1 minute gone, just over. Paul Gary leads from Ed and Chris.
Fast laps of practice. Paul Gary, 17.9, fastest lap I've seen so far. Everybody else 19s or slower, so Paul is on it. Looks like a Top Cat or Cougar he's running. I think that's Top Cat. Oh no, Cougar, my bad. So one of the quicker cars out there at the moment, the only person going sub 19. He's done a 17.94, so you guys got 30 seconds left. Heat 5 should be over there and queued up. Remember guys, only 1 minute between races, no outlaps. And for those coming off the rostrum in a minute, the car's straight on the white table down there and straight out to Marshall. So when you finish, pull it over by Marshall Point 2. Down in the far corner. Straight off the one-way rostrum, pick the car up, straight on that table that's beside you, and straight out to Marshall. Don't want to see anybody walking back to the pits. And Dan Reed, I need you to cover point number 2 for me, please. Just give me a thumbs up on that. Dan Reed, thank you. Point number 2. That will help out Ian Greenfield. If you can cover that for me for the day, that will be very much appreciated.
Okay, 25 seconds. Jazz is 1, JJ is 2, John is 3, Mark is 4, Pete is 5, Scott Carr 6, Simon 7, Stephen Davis is 8, Wayne is 9, and Chris, you are car 10. 10 seconds.
Steve Davis, do not crack. Steve Davis, your transponder is not counting. I can see you circulating, just to let you know. So you've probably left it in your four-wheel drive. Is it in there? Right, I will come over to the tabletop and check it for you. Sorry, Steve, that PT is not coming alive, so just carry on for now and we'll sort it out at the end, mate. Get your practice in. We know your circumstances. So this is heat number 5, up and running. You guys have got 30 seconds left. You've got 30 seconds left. So heat number 6 needs to be over there, queued and ready. And when you guys finish, remember, pull it over by point number 2, please. Straight onto the white table or in that area. And straight out to Marshall. Nobody coming back to their cars. And message heat number 6. No outlaps. No outlaps. 5 seconds left, drivers. Listen for your numbers. Say drivers, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall. Heat number 6, no outlaps, please. You'll be starting from there. Please put it on the other side of the white hose. Guys, other side of the white, please. This side. There are no outlaps, no driving to the line, no nothing. Thank you very much. Somebody put that blue and white one over this side, please. Thank you very much, Chris. So guys, straight to your marshal points, please. We've had a dog bone drive shaft handed into race control, so if you've lost one, looks like a Kyosho. Car on the straight, car on the straight. Do not be leaving it there. Ben Henderson, can you nod your head for me, please? Thank you. Far end of the rostrum. So we're just going to pick your car up. Are you white and yellow? Yeah, thank you. So white, yellow, pink wheels, guys. Coming over the doubles. Coming round, starting the lap now. And everybody's seeing, counting fast laps so far. Ben Henderson, 17.3. Philip doing an 18.8. Everybody else 20s and slower. You guys got 1.5 minutes to go. 1.5 minutes to go. If you're looking at your times at the moment from this morning, look at the practice heats, look at the practice list from yesterday. That will top up, okay? When we get into qualifying, it will be on today's sheet. One minute to go, drivers. So heat number 7 needs to be queued up and ready. Like Graham Stocks joining the 18-second lap club, 18.8. Everybody else 19s and slower. So you're into your final 10 seconds, drivers. Please pull it over by point number 2 when you hear your number. So cars on the table, please. Straight out to Marshall. So you two pull it over by point 2 in future. Down at the far end. Then straight out to Marshall, please, guys. It should be heat number 7, I believe. Getting ready. No outlaps.
Okay, so just a reminder, Andy, you're 1, Brendan 2, Dan car 3, Greg 4, James 5, Jimmy 6, Johnny 7, Paul 8, that's Edwards, Paul Kirkham car 9, Richard is 10 and Dave Bell is 11 for this practice.
Anybody lost a dog bone style drive shaft? We have one here in race control. That car's popped a ball joint. James Hodgson, you should be on track. So the only person not running around at the moment is James Hodgson. So this is your practice, James, if you are about. I have seen you. So, Greg Gillingham, come and see us after you've marshalled, please. We need to tweak how your transponder is. It's not counting very well at all. Poor signal, I am told. Well, look at me getting all technical. So, quick laps of this is Jimmy Drennan, 17.3. Dave Bell, 17.9. Everybody else 18s and slower.
So 30 seconds drivers. Quick reminder, Mike, car 1. I think car 2's not here today, so we probably have a read on that. Chris is 3. That's Ely. Chris Mitchell is 4. Craig Mawson 5. Michael Vormer 6. Mickey Weybrook is 7. Mitch Fidden 8. Sven is 9. And Alex is car 10.
Okay, so a minute 20 into practice 8. Craig Mawson, 5:15.7. We've got Mitch Fidling, 16.7. Mike, 17.0 there. Sven putting in a 16.6. 16.3 there from Sven. Okay, guys, so your order is going to be Craig, Danny, Jamie, Lee, Nathan, Philip, Stuart, Carl, Marcus, and Matthew. Marshals, can I hurry you guys out a bit? So, just over a minute in, having a look at some of these laps. We've seen a 15.5 from Craig, 16.2 from Nathan, 16.2 from Jamie. So, Carl with a 16.8, Danny with a 16.5, everyone else sitting in the 17s. Oh, Nathan just sticking in a 15.9 there. Bill Barlow down into the 16s now. Okay, so practice 10. Sven, you'll lead away. Then it's David, Martin, Rick, Rob, Ross, Alan, Tom, Mike, and Clay. Marshals.
Heat 10 up and running. So heat 11, you need to be getting ready.
So, having a look at some of these fastest laps. It was 16.9 from Sven, 16.7 from Martin. We've seen 17.3 from Ross. Ooh, Rick Greenwood put in a 16.9 there.
His name and cracked. So let's pick up on the Greenwood mobile. Pink and yellow coming round past race control now, going down the main straight. Currently running in about 4th in the heat with 30 seconds to go, drivers. Car there, Rick. So heat 11 should be round there and queued. Ready? Car's just over the white piece. Listen for your numbers, pull them over by .2, please. Exit the rostrum on the far end. Cars on the table down there. And straight out to Marshall, please, drivers. Heat 11, where are you? Remember, guys, no outlaps. That's no outlaps. The big dogs of the 98 class here. I see Manny Panesar, Richmond Rogers, Nick Goodall, even Rob Fox.
Okay, so Lee, you're going to lead away. It's going to be Chris, Nick, Richmond, James, Malcolm, Manny, Nathan, Richard, and Rob.
So practice 11 up and running. So we're just assigning all our last couple of transponders. Only Chris Slater not on the rostrum, and I do know that he's sleeping off ahead, like what Jiffy is. Enjoying the is Chris a little bit delicate? Is he? I've heard Jiffy is as well. So one job, boys, one job. So fast laps, 15.8, Richmond Rogers, Manny Panesar, 16.1, Richard Sharp, 16.5, everybody, oh, sorry, Rob Fox, 16.1 as well. Manny Panesar drops down to 15.9 or 15.85. So Richmond not going to have it all his own way. Everybody else 17s or slower, apart from Nick Goodall, 16-1 suddenly pops up. You guys got 1 minute left. 1 minute left, so heat 12 needs to be over there and ready. Manny, you need to back that slipper up a bit, mate. You guys got 15 seconds left, so when you hear your number, please pull up by the far end of the rostrum. Marshall in the middle, please. When you hear your number, far end of the rostrum. So guys, cards on the table down at the bottom there, please, and straight out to Marshall. That's cards on the table down at the bottom there, please. Straight out to Marshall. No outlaps. And this is heat number 12. So after this heat, we'll be having driver's briefing and the Buckley's Concours. Guys, straight on your marshal points, please. Do need a bib. I don't know, Manny. Rick Greenwood, can you sort out Manny's bib, please? Thank you, guys. Thank you, Manny. And again, Manny. Oh no, you're good. Those impacts aren't good. I might have just done a ball joint or something, Manny. We've got a couple of random transponders here, so we're just going to try and ID you guys as we go on. So I know Thomas Peter is now out. So, Andreas, can you nod your head for me, please? Okay, I'm told you are the pink car. cars apart from Thomas seen, and I think I've seen Thomas pull out. Ben Henderson, fastest car out there at the moment. And you guys are into finishing times. Listen for your numbers and pull them over by 0.2, please. So pull them over by 0.2, please. Far end of the rostrum. So guys, so can I have you all out, please, with your two-wheel drive cars out to the track? We are going to do driver's briefing and the Buckley's Concours. So that's all drivers with your two-wheel drive cars, please, out onto the track. We're about to do the concourse and driver's briefing, please.
Can we have the winning cars just in front of the camera for anybody watching from home? So can we just present the winning cars to the camera, please? Okay, so we're just going to present the winning cars to the cameras. Well done. Just so anybody watching at home can see. It's Michael Holmer's Kayo show there. Okay, anybody watching from home, that was your Concours winners. This, apparently I'm told that was runner-up, anybody watching from home. He won the prize, it wasn't there to win. Okay, good morning everybody. So just to let you know, we are looking to resume round one of qualifying, round of qualifying at 9:45. 9:45, please. So that gives us about 6 or 7 minutes. So anybody in heat 12, you'll be required for marshalling. Drivers for heat number 1. Okay, there have been 1 or 2 very minor changes in the middle of the heats. So please do just double check that you remain in the same heat and that you remain on the same number as practice. The vast majority of people will be the same. However, 1 or 2 small changes. Okay, so particular heat 7, you have different race numbers to practice. Jimmy Drennan, you have moved heats, so please do check where you've moved to. And we are on 5 minutes countdown now, guys. Please, 5 minutes, please, if we will. Just a reminder about transponders. Obviously, we allocated everything during the practice heats. So if you do happen to change cars or transponders during the meeting, please do come and let us know.
Three and a half minutes to the start, drivers. 3.5 minutes. I'm going to need AD Parks, Mark Maney, Richard Culverts, Andreas Elsborn, Kerry Goddenham, Lars Wang, Martin June, Matthew Richardson, Paul Ruckledge, and Peter Lewis. And then Elton Marshall, Luke Drennan, Alex Tudor Hart, Stu Carlin, Tommy Peter, Ben Henderson, Ross Bartlett, Jake Burr, Stu Lees, and Chris Wilkinson. And once again, I need Chris Wilkinson to cover point number 4, please. Point number 4 for you, please, Chris. As Andreas is in this heat. 2.5 minutes, drivers. No outlaps. Remember the magic words? No outlaps. And what we did in practice is what you'll be doing for the whole of racing. So straight off cars on the table, straight out to Marshall each time. So the computer will be set to auto. We'll be running through all day. No breaks. So I'm missing somebody up there. I should have see AD Parks, I can see Mark Maney. So they're all right, Jack. So I should have AD Parks, Mark Maney, Richard Culver, Andreas, Gary, Lars, Martin June, Matthew Richardson, Paul Ruckledge, and Peter Lewis. I can see you, Paul. Wait, I can see the crack. Yeah. The only person I know that has an empty cream egg to start. There's Andy. He is coming. Straight over to the line, please. You got 1 minute, Andy. Get the race shades on. Get the race shades. Straight to the line, please, Andy. Straight to the line. 45 seconds to the start, drivers. Your start order. Adrian Parks, Mark Maney, Richard Culver on the 3, Andreas on the 4, Gary on the 5, Lars on the 6, Martin on the 7, Matthew on the 8, Paul Rutledge on the 9, and Peter Lewis on the 10. It's 20 seconds, drivers. I will hand over to race control. All cars away, seen and counting. AD Parks has the honour, Mr. Racecraft RC, of starting qualification at the Euromasters 2023 at the amazing MB Models Raceway. So thank you very much to Michael Ball for this fantastic facility for us to play with. And it is all on to go for. Qualifying is a go. We'll let these guys all filter through for 1 or 2 laps, and then we'll see what sort of lap times we are getting. Approaching 150 down. Looks like Mark Maney to the point from Andreas. So we'll pick up Mark next time he comes past race control. Got about a 1.5 second or 1.9 second lead. Thank you very much to John in race control for that little button. Next up, after Andreas, be Gary Goodenham. So there goes Mark Maney. I'm assuming he's blue and white. Start to come up behind back markers. So green and white, that's your race leader. Thank you very much. And orange. Sorry for the late call, guys. Work together, please. And Mark Maney now off into clear-ish traffic. I'm going to be trying to pick up on Andreas as well when he comes through in second place and call him as he goes. There he is, going down the straight as well. So, blue and rainbow. Well, no, second place is over. He's going to need a marshal. So, white car, that's your leader with you. Thank you. And then black and white coming onto the main straight. Your leader is approaching. Great job, guys. We'll work together. Thank you. Second place coming onto the main straight. So, blue and rainbow, that's second. Thank you. Some of these guys are a lot quicker than others as they're running round. We'll be doing our best to call you through, guys, but please be patient. So, orange and yellow, you have the leaders coming. So your lead car is blue and white. Second place is white, bright pink and green going down the main straight now. Blue and white on the slippery. You guys have got 1 minute 40 to go. So we'll pick up our leader as he comes over the doubles. Thinks a bowling digger, I'm told. Coming onto the main straight to overtake that blue and green. Or black and green, thank you very much. And Mark Maney leading us round. Got about a 6-second lead at the moment. And dropping nicely into cruise mode. So these are the oldest group on track. Mark Maney rattling round in 19-second laps. Fastest out there is Andreas, but he isn't quite as consistent. Gap, though, is dropping. So when Andreas gets it clean, he is the fastest car out there by about a second a lap, but he is not as consistent as the Maney Mobile going down the main straight. Green and white, that's second place with you. Thank you, sorry for the late call. And blue and rainbow, that's your leader with you. Thank you. So white with orange stickers. Thank you, guys. Next up for the truck. God, Maney's going through these quicker than I can call them out, so well done, guys. So your leader is on the main straight now. Oh, car on the straight, car on the straight. Sorry for the late call. Go wide on the straight. Go wide. Ooh. So our leader in clear track. Second place getting called out there with a back mark. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to call you through as best as I can. So we'll pick up Andreas. I need that body shell refitted, please. Thank you very much. You guys are into finishing time, so listen for your numbers. So race over drivers off the end of the rostrum. Cars on that table again, please. And straight out to Marshall. Heat 2 should be there. And Heat 3 should think about getting ready. 45 seconds to the start. No outlaps, guys. No outlaps.
Okay, guys, so leading the way will be Duncan. Number 2 is Richard. 3, Jiffy, I believe's not here. Then it's Max, Tommy Carl, Lance Scott, David and John. So, down the straight, white, red and blue is your leader. Caught with another car there.
Pick up with your race leader, Richard Isherwood, going down the main straight, round the hump. Going to be closing down on the blue frog, so please be aware. Nice and wide, please. Thank you. Next up for him will be the red Kyoto. Caution on the straight. Go wide at the start. Wide at the start. Yeah, that one, Richard. So Richard using the aerodynamics of the RC10 to cleave him out of the way. So red car, that is your race leader, please. Yeah, that one. Thank you very much. And you guys will have second place coming through soon in a bit as well. So first and second are close together on track. Marshall in the middle, please. Come on, guys. That is your race leader over. So that's going to hand over to Duncan Wood, who's red and white Marlborough colours, I believe, coming past us now. Yes, indeed it is. There goes Isherwood. So Isherwood going to continue in the 2. So red car, that's your second place coming. Thank you very much. And looks like most of these guys now in clear track. So next for our race leader when he gets there. Yep. So Duncan is still leading us. Got a 3-second lead over Ishii. And Duncan coming up on the green frog. Thank you very much. Car on the straight, track is clear. Our leader getting caught up in the slippery section. That's going to allow Ishii to close him down. Might have got him already on the stagger. And indeed he has by 0.015. So car being marshalled. You have your race leader coming. You're inside the battle of second and first. And these two are going to be nip and tuck So is she coming up towards back marker? So Green Frog, be aware, your race leader's coming. Great driving, sir. Great driving. Orange RC10, you'll be next for your race leader. Already through. So first and second in clear track. Hardly anything between them. Only 0.3 of a second last time. What is it this time? 0.6 in Duncan Wood's favour. So red car off the slippery. That's your leader with you. As I say that, the leader hangs it up. Manages to flirt with the hoses and get away with it. But I think that might hand the lead back to Ishii. Thank you very much, red car. And you'll have second place coming as well. So Scott Smith, you are running in third, but the other two are a lap up on you. You guys have got 1 minute 15 to go. Our leader is over, so that's going to hand it on position and stagger to Richard Isherwood with 1 minute on the clock. So our lead car coming onto the straight. White, red and blue is our leader. So red car, thank you, and secondary red car. Great job, guys. Fantastic job. And you guys got second place coming through. It's the white and red. Brilliant job, red car. And red car coming onto the straight. That is second place coming when he gets there. So Scott, you'll have him with you soon. Thank you very much, guys. Brilliant driving by you lot. Doing our best to call you guys through as we can and give you as much warning as possible. But we've got a couple of really quick guys in here. Thank you, Orange. And second place as well, please. Brilliant driving. So this heat doing a fantastic job with 20 seconds on the clock. I am going to hand over to the computer to call you in. So same as before, listen for your numbers and then cars on the table and straight out to Marshall, please.
Okay, that was Heat 2. Gonna have you guys cars on the table and then straight out to Marshall. Heat 3, you guys are up next. And just a reminder, guys, no out laps, please. Straight on the line. So, Danny, you're going to lead away from Stephen. Then it's going to be Chris, Stuart, Andy, Terry, Richard, Andy Helliwell, Mike Bradley, and then Robert Brandt. Marshals. Thank you. So, catching up a minute in, Danny Conway is leading away from Chris Wilkinson, then it's Andy Bulmer. Having a look at the gap, Danny, last time round you led by half a second, this time round it's 1.5 seconds. Andy Bulmer, another 2 seconds back from Chris. So, your top three guys split by maybe 3.5 seconds this last time round. So, Andy Bulmer pulling up into second there. Danny Conway leading away with a 4.5-second lead. Chris and Andy Bulmer both split, fighting for second. 0.1 of a second in it last lap.
And now jumping up into the second, or very, very close to, you've got Steve Lander now joining the party. One of the Chimera drivers, running a very, very pretty Ultima. It looks like a shovel. As he comes out and onto the main straight, sitting there about a second off of Andy Bulmer on the stagger. So Landers with some work to do, catching up with that white Ultima there, and then tags him going through the jumps. No harm, no foul. But nobody's catching Danny Conway, starting to stretch his legs at the front. We'll pick him up. The bright pink and yellow signature colours of the Conway Mobile. Out onto the main straight to start lap number 11 with 2 minutes just under on the clock. Coming round through the slippery section. Got a Cat XL 2-wheel drive, so a nice mid-motor for carpet. Kinda helps a bit. Out onto the main straight. Starts lap number 12. Last time by was his best lap of the race so far, 17.01. And he's closing down on the yellow cat, which I believe is Chris Wilkinson. So Chris, feel free to be a factor. And these guys are closing down on the rest of the field. So here comes your leader through, please, guys. Thank you very much. Next person he will see will be the Masami coloured RC10. So be aware your leader is coming onto the main straight now. Let's pick up second, which is Andy Bulmer and Steve Lander. There goes Landers. Where's Bulmer? Here he comes. I can hear that typical Ultima sound, so I know it's Bulmer. One of my picks for prettiest car in Concours, but unfortunately that all went to Michael Bulmer, I say unfortunately, because we didn't win it. So we pick up on Bulmer in the 2 spot, coming round onto the main straight. And as I say that, there is only 0.016 of a second between Bulmer and Landers. Currently in Landers' favour. In fact, as I say that, it's less than a second between first, second and third. So obviously Conway's had a bit of a moment. So that's going to allow Landers to close him right down. And in fact, Landers is now latched onto the back of the Conway Mobile. So we'll see what that does on the stagger as they come through. There goes Conway. That is Landers now to the point by 0.32, with Bulmer only about another half a second back. And you guys are into finishing time. So listen for your numbers. It's all about that in-lap. And Landers cracks. He's going to need marshalling. I can see the head shake and the frustration. We've all done it. As they all come through. Remember, guys, when you hear your numbers, pull it over by point number 2, please. And Landers hangs his head. One job. One job. So, after all of that, Danny Conway going to pick it up from Andy Bulmer. Steve Lander managing to recover to third. Then Wilkinson, Stu Carlin, Rob Rand, Rich Colbert, Mike Bradley. Or Bradley even, sorry. Andy Halliwell. And you guys, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall, please. Cars on the table there, straight out to Marshall. 47 seconds to the start of heat number 4. Fifteen seconds, so Edward, Ian, Peter on the 3, Ben Riley, Chris, Nathan, Paul, Hattie, Richard and Dan. All cars away, seen and counting. That's heat number 4 starting, so 5 needs to be getting ready. Marshall in the middle, please. And we'll let these guys settle in for a couple of laps. But fastest out lap so far, Edward Healy on the 1. And let's pick up Ed as he's running round on track, although he's now no longer leading. So it is Paul Gary coming from the back of the field. So we try and pick him up. So pick up our leader, I believe. He's either coming over the jump or he's just got it wrong on the jump. And go. I think he is the Black Cougar. Should be there. Yes, he is. So your lead car on the main straight, Black Schumacher. Catching up now with the person who went off first. So you guys on the tabletop, that's your leader with you. So black, white and yellow next, please. Thank you, guys. And our leader now into clear track, coming out onto the main straight. Last time by was one of his better laps, 18.01. And as the heats go on, time's getting faster and faster as we go up and through the year groups. These guys now start to use a lot more turbo and boost. And pushing these old 30-year-old cars to their limits. Our leader over the tabletop flirts with the track markers but gets away with it. Into the doubles, so he's closing down on Blakey. You got the leader coming, buddy. As I say, that leader is over. Gets the champion's roll. Loses nothing but time. Thank you, Blakey. Although Richard Blake looks to have a problem. So your full order as we approach 2.5 minutes is Paul Gary, Nathan Wilson, Ben Reddy, and then Edward, Chris, Dan, Ian, Richard, Peter and Hattie. So looking out for our leader because I believe he started to come into traffic. So the Tudor heart-coloured car on the straight. Your leader is approaching when he gets to you. So you too, thank you very much. So yellow, orange and black, please. Yeah, that one. That is your race leader, guys. Come on. Thank you very much. You guys have got second place coming through as well. So that is going to allow, as I say, I think it's Ben to start to close down on him, but you gap at the moment about 6.5 seconds. And our leader's over. So he's going to lose some time here. Marshall's quite quick on it though, so not too bad. Probably lost about 3 or 4 seconds of the 6 he had in hand. And we'll see as he comes across the line, there goes our leader. And Ben closing him down, but Nathan Wilson now only about 3 seconds back. But our leader now in clear track. Can't quite get on the downslope of that big tabletop. Losing a little bit of time there, so she needs to push it a little bit more on that. And out onto the main straight with 1 minute to go. The full order is Paul Gary, Nathan Wilson, Ben, Edward Healy, Chris Packer, Ian Greenfield, Dan Reed, Richard Blake, Pete and Hattie. Pick up our leader again as he comes past us in race control down the main straight. Cougar looking nicely set up. Past the crashing car, so on the tabletop, thank you very much. And next person he'll be catching will be white, pink and blue. I think it's going to be a couple of laps before he gets there. I think time might run out before he does. As I say that though, he's already there. So white, pink and blue, that's your race leader. Thank you very much. And yellow and white car, both work together, please, guys. You're both fast. Car on the straight, go tight, go tight. Track is clear. So Richard Blake, you got the leader coming when he gets to you. Blake, you having 7 shades of trouble there. That car is down. So, race over drivers, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall, please. That should be heat number 5 there. Steve Davis, we will assign your transponder as you are running, okay? So do not worry. No outlaps, drivers, no outlaps. Pete Roofer, have you got your Nana on it? I'm kind of disappointed. You've got 2 Nanas on it. One job. All cars away, seen and counting. So my 2 Slough racers, Jazz and JJ, going to lead us off on the battle of the SEMCC, boys. Jazz going to be taking that one up after one lap with his awesome Cobra. And Jazz doing very well on these outlaps. We'll pick up with him for a little bit. Red and white coming round on race control. I know Sam McGall will be impressed to see some of his lads driving so well and representing his club so well. These guys already doing great. So we're going to have a look. And we've got some quick guys coming through from the back. So please be aware. Car 9, Wayne, is leading us. Coming down the main straight now. Just going to try and pick him up. Next time he comes past race control. There we go. So he's on the main straight at the moment. I'm trying to work out which one he is, but I can also see Steve Davis in that area as well. So let's see if we can pick him up. So I'm told he's pink and purple. Cougar 2 works. So silver and blue, thank you very much. And he's now in clear track. So Steve Davis, that is the race leader with you, the purple car. So either work with him, or that's nice, and follow him round, Steve. Just tack on. So our leader going clean down the main straight. Gets a wobble on. Car on the straight, car on the straight. Track is clear. Gets away with it this time. But I know he's now definitely clenched for the next 30 seconds. Over the tabletop. So blue car, that's your race leader. Guys, tidy it up, please. Wow. So, race leader trying to get through the traffic and onto the main straight. And all that going on is going to hand it back to Jazz now. So, we'll look for Jazz. I know he's white and red. Going through the tricky, slippy centre section. Coming over the doubles and round past race control. Looks like a Mardave Cobra. There he goes. Up into second place, Steve Davis. So I'm going to leave you to your own devices, Jazz, for a minute, because I've got to call Steve through when he gets up to them. So you 2 on the straight, that's your race leader approaching. He's blue and yellow. So Blue Cougar, you are next for our second placer. So when he gets there, nice and wide, please. And Steve Davis trying to put in a clean run as well. So our leaders coming through the double. So Blue Cougar, please, when you can. On the main straight is second place. Thank you very much. Oh, and as he does it, Steve then makes a mistake. Guys, tidy it up, please. When somebody's got past you, you do not then try and nail them on the next section. Give them the respect they deserve and that you would want. So Steve Davis now in clear track, currently running in the 2 spot. Marshall on the slippery, please. Come on, guys, watch your points. And Blue Cougar on the straight, that is your race leader coming. Thank you very much. for second place. And as I say that, Steve Davis going to take it up by 0.8 of a second over Jazz. So we'll stay with our leader for the moment. Jazz is on the straight, going to be closing down on the Cougar with the yellow wheels. And Steve Davis should be coming past us now. There he is. I know he's running an Ultima, and it's a Nathan Rule spec, and he's just lost his wings, so no going big. That's it, Steve. It should still be fine. Just work with it. Keep your throttle in when you take off. And Steve going to continue to lead us around. Comes past me again. Going to drop just to the 2 spot by 0.3 of a second. So very, very close. Pick up our leader. So silver and blue, that's your leader. Next up will be, I think that's JJ on the main straight. So yellow and orange and checkers. Sorry, orange and checkers. That's your race leader. Yeah, that one. Orange and checkers, please. That is your race leader. Thank you. Race leader now in clear track. And you guys, so white and blue Top Cat or Cougar, that is your race leader coming. And I think that's Chris Wiz as well for the leader. Thank you, Chris. You guys are into your finishing time, so listen for your numbers. Just waiting on Jazz. Here he comes, and there we go. So, race over, drivers. Cars on the table, straight out to Marshall, please. That is heat number 5, done and dusted. 6 going up, and 7 to be getting ready. Steve Davis going to pinch that at the line. Take that with a 17 in 3:13. The best lap of 17:47, Steve. Fastest last lap with no wing on it. Fair play. Shows how much you're sandbagging. So guys, straight on your marshal points, please. Straight on your marshal points. 30 seconds to the start. Your start order is Ben Henderson, Gulliam, Philip, Rich Morris on the 4, Arian on the 5, Barry on the 6, Darren on the 7, Gary Godnam on the 8, Graham Stocks on the 9, and Jamie on the 10. 10 seconds to the start, drivers. Listen for your numbers. All cars seen and counting. And we're going to let you guys settle down for a minute. Get a couple of laps under your belt, unless there's any quick guys coming through from the back. At the moment, all regulation order though. So, white, pink and black, that's your leader with you. Thank you very much. And Henderson off and running. A little bit of a slow lap there, getting caught up. My bad, I'm trying to eat a sausage sandwich as well. And our leader now in clearish track. Next person he will see will be the red and white Cobra going down the main straight. You have your leader approaching. A walk back to Henderson. Thank you very much. And our leader, again, over the tabletop, gets tagged up on the track markers. Marshals are running. So it all starts again. Apologies, but white, pink and black. That's your leader coming when he gets there. We'll see. Hang on, I've lost my gaps. So last time by a 2-second lead for Ben over Philip. Then Gulliam in the 3, Rich Morris in the 4, Darren in the 5, and Aaron, Graham, Barry, Gary, and Jamie. Just on 2 minutes down. And our leader definitely making hard work of it. And I think that's going to be a change of lead now as he needs marshalling second time. And again, please. Come on, guys. One of you run. Wow. I'll use the magic word. Stop pointing, start running. Car on the straights. Track is clear. So with all that going on, it's now going to be Philippe Chola to the lead. Going to pick him up on track as soon as we comes past race control and then start helping him through the traffic. So you guys work together. So your two lead cars are together, which makes my job a lot easier. So your lead car is white and orange. So Ben, work with him. He's got you now on position and stagger. And our leader is out onto the main straight. If Philip wants to let you go, he can do, but that is up to him. We know you've got pace, but he is now the lead car. There you go. So good job, Philip. Tag onto the back of him and don't try to get called up. So Philip now in nice clear track. There goes Ben. Ben now got to get a deficit of about 3/4 of a second. Philip, they're going to have a little bit of a champion's bounce. But getting away with it this time. So white, pink and black, just be aware that is your race leader ahead of you, okay? And our leader still in clear track. So car on the slippery. I think it's a black Cougar or blue Cougar. That's your race leader. Thank you very much. Great driving, guys. I will call you by colour. It's easier for me than by name. And out onto the main straight. With all that going on, Ben Henderson now going to pick it up by .006. And upon hearing his name, exit stage left. So we're all back to status quo of Philip leading it from Ben. You guys got 30 seconds on the clock. Oh, Philip there going to have a little moment. And that is going to hand it over to Ben by about 0.3 of a second. So Ben, you've just got to stay clean. You've got 20 seconds on the clock. And Philip can have another moment. So white, pink and black when he gets to you. That's one of your leaders. And our main leader now on the main straight. Thank you very much. Cheers, white and black. Much appreciated. Our leader over the tabletop. Going to be coming in probably on his in-lap as time's expired. So listen for your numbers, drivers.
Okay, so that was Heat 6. Can we have you guys cars on the table and out to Marshall, please? Heat 7, you guys are up next. No in-laps though, please, guys. Stick them straight on the line. Let's get ready to go. Okay, so leading away in this one will be Andy, followed by Brendan, Dan, Greg, James John, Paul Edwards, Paul Kirkham, Richard Lowe and Dave Bell.
Heat 7 approaching the 2-minute mark. Got a little bit of fun and games with the computer on the start times. But just be careful, guys, to listen for your numbers at the end and keep going until you are called. Paul Edwards, according to my computer, is leading us round and also has fastest lap of the heat with a 17.6. As I say that, it's all changed. So coming through from the back, Dave Bell. So we're going to start to pick them up as they come through next time. There goes John Crone, there goes Dave Bell. So I believe Dave may be the red, white and blue, but I will double check this time through. These guys are in clear track. Yes, so Dave is the Schumacher car coming off the first roller round onto the slippery section. White, red, white and blue. And looking absolutely immaculate. I saw that car in the concourse. It was one of my favourite ones. They're all my favourites. Comes out onto the main straight, slowly closing down on John Crone, who's running into 2. So you guys are 1 and 2 in the heat. As I say that, John going to get it 7 shades of wrong. His Top Cat. And going to drop a bunch of time, but might hold on to his 2. We'll see as he comes through. Yes, he does. John Crone still in the 2. So James Hodgson, that's your leader coming when he gets to you. And I think that might be Lowy as well. So James, please. Thank you very much. And you'll have second place as well shortly, James. I'll let you work that one out. And our leader on the main straight, closing in on Richard Lowe's car. Brilliant job, Rich. And you'll have second place with you shortly. And I'm saying that these 2 are just being pipped. Caution after the doubles. Caution after the doubles. Go wide, go wide. Yep, that one, John. So Marshall got it. Track is clear. And there's been a lead change, I was told. But no, it's now back. But it's nip and tuck now between Dave Bell and Paul Edwards. 0.15 in it with 1 minute to go. So we're going to pick up on Paul Edwards. Make sure he's in clear track. So end of the main straight, that's your leader. There, so second place down the main straight. I believe red wing. And double-sided colours just to make it really easy for me. So he is closing down on Richard Lowe. So just be aware, Lowy, that's second place coming. There it is, that gap, 0.6 of a second, so nothing in it. 25 seconds on the clock of heat number 7. So 8 need to be over there and queued up. 9 need to be thinking about it. You guys, 10 seconds on the clock, so I'm going to hand over to the computer and listen for your numbers. Some of you may be getting through for extra laps, so please be careful to listen for them.
Okay, guys, no in-laps, please. Just line them straight up. Marshall's cars on the table and straight out for me. Thank you. So, Mike, you're going to be leading the way, and it's Jimmy, Chris Eli, Chris Mitchell, Craig Mawson, Michael, Mickey, Mitch, Sven, and then Alex.
Right, so heat 8 off and running. Nathan is in the queue for heat 9. So thank you to Nathan for his efforts so far. And we'll just give him a little bit of time to settle in. We've got 30 seconds in. And initially it's Chris Ely in the lead, but it's all changing. Mitch Fidlin's up there as well. So it's all changing on a regular basis. Chris Ely's up there, Craig's up there. Changing every lap, it's just over 1 minute drivers. 4 to go. It's changing between Mitch, Craig. Mitch is on just under 15, they had the first lap that lap. It's all changing between 3 drivers. So Mitch, Sven and Chris changing hands regular. Mike Penfold's in this one as well. Approaching the 2 minute mark drivers. So your race leader is car 8. 9-3 is your top 3, so look out for those numbers. Drivers. See if we can pick up our lead driver. We've got 2 minutes into this one, 3 to go. Mitch easing away from Sven now. It's a 2 second gap. Chris Ely in third. Mike Penfold's up to 4th. So 8, 9, 3 and 1 are your top 4 cars. That's Mitch, Sven, Chris and Mike Penfold. Just over half race distance now, drivers. Eight, 9, 3 and 1 is your top 4. Jimmy Car2's number is in 5th place. Mitch just did a 15.7 there. Fastest lap we've seen in this heat. Mitch just did a 15.9, so lap time's coming down, consistency going up. Just under 2 minutes to go, drivers. 8, 9, 3 and 1 is your top 4 with 1.5 minutes to go. There goes Chris. 15.8 from Mitch. 6 seconds is the gap now between first and second. That's 8, 9, 3 and 1. 1.25 minutes to go, drivers. So, approaching the 1 minute mark. Mitch continues to lead, continues to be putting in the 15-second laps. 15.9 last time around. So it's Mitch, Sven, Chris, Craig, Mike, Jimmy, Michael, Alex, Christopher and Mickey is your race order, and you're inside your final minute. There's a broken car on the track, please remove that. Take that off the track, please. That car's going no further unless you... Marshall, behind you, behind you. Should be marshalling, not mechanicking, please. So 30 seconds to go, drivers. Mitch continues to lead, continues to be bagging in the 15-second laps. Mitch, Sven, Chris, Craig is your top 4. You've got 15 seconds to go, drivers. 10 seconds to go, drivers. So I'll be handing over to the timing system. Listen up for your number. Okay, drivers, race over. Cars to the table, straight out to Marshall, please. Don't forget 1 minute between heats. Cars to the table, straight out to your Marshall points. Quick as you can, please. Very fast turnaround. As we approach heat 9, which is the top heat of this age group. So 45 seconds to go, drivers. You should be approaching your Marshall points now, please. Straight out to Marshall. 30 seconds to go, drivers. To your Marshall points, please. To your Marshall points. Marshall number 1 from the previous heat. To your point, please. Over in this corner.
So, Craig, you're going to lead away from Danny. Then it's Jamie, Lee, Nathan, Philip, Stuart, Carl, Marcus, and Matthew.
So all cars off and counting. Top heat of this age group. And some very familiar names to many of us in this heat. We have Craig Drescher, we have Jamie Booth, we have Nathan Rorks, Carl Marsden, Lee Broadhurst, Danny Conway's in this one. So this is going to be fast and furious. 30 seconds in and Craig leads from Jamie. So it's Craig, Jamie, Nathan, Lee. 1, 3, 5 and 4 is your race order. The distinctive red, white and blue RC10 of Craig goes down the straight over the hump, onto the slippery section and over the big jump. That is your initial race leader. Jamie's car, the orange and white, over the 2 humps and in front of race control as we speak. 1 minute in, drivers. Craig continues to lead. Now Lee Broadhurst is up to second. May have been Lee's car, my mistake, but Craig continues to lead. So it's Craig, Lee, Jamie, Carl, Danny. Nathan's dropped off the pace. Relatively speaking, a slower lap from Craig there. Lee's second, Jamie third, Carl's up to fourth. Danny's making a move up to fifth. Race leader over the hump at the end of the straight, onto the slippery section, into the big tabletop. Into the centre of the track comes the red, white and blue RC10. Up the main straight is your race leader. Lee Broadhurst, car 4, is second. Lee's over the hump, over the small jump and onto the slippery section. Distinctive white and orange Tamiya TRF. Carl, car 8, a Kyosho. There goes Danny Conway's distinctive colours. But Craig continues to lead. 2 seconds the gap between Craig and Lee. Carl's third. Nathan's back up to fourth. Jamie's dropped down to fifth. It's all very tight at the top. But nobody's doing 15s like Mitch was doing in the previous heat. Yes, they are. Craig's done one. And another. I must have upset him. There goes Nathan up the main straight over the hump. Craig around the sweeper at the end of the track, over the hump. Small jump, slippery section. Big jump in front of the rostrum. Lee continues to be second. Carl Marsden now moved up to third. So 1, 4, 8, 5 and 3 is your top 5. One second covers the top 5. It's close. We knew it was going to be. Craig, Lee, Carl, Nathan, Jamie. 1 minute 20 drivers to go. Craig continues to lead. Now putting in the 15s on a regular basis. 18453 is your top 5. Carl's moved up to second. That's Carl 8. See if we can find Carl. Going on to the straight now. Around the sweeper at the end. He's in traffic. Let the faster guys go through, please. Give them some room. Lee hooks up on the corner there. There's Nathan. There's Jamie. There's Carl. Inside the final minute, and it's Craig, Carl, Nathan, Jamie. Lee is your top 5. Danny is 6. Then it's Philip, Matthew, Stewart, and Marcus. 30 seconds to go, drivers. Craig continues to lead. Regular 15-second laps now. The top 4 are all doing them. Craig, Carl, Nathan, Jamie, Lee is your top 5. 1, 8, 5, 3 and 4. Race leader coming through the centre of track over the small hump out onto the straightaway, and I'll hand you over to race control. Right, race over, straight out to Marshall, please. 1 minute turnaround. Straight out to Marshall to your cars on the table. 1 minute to heat 10, which is the first heat of the next age group. Nathan Rules, are you coming back to commentate? Good man, because I've got to put RR down. Thank you.
Heat 10 up and running. 50 seconds in, going to be Tom Scarlett to the point coming through from the back of the field. So we'll see if we can pick him up then. Rob Jones, Mike Agar, Rick Greenwood, Dave Laycock, Alan Burton, or Brunton, sorry, Ross O'Connell and Clayton Andrews. So we're going to wait for our leads to come through. A couple of cars not sounding healthy. Just wait for him. There goes Martin Richards leading us down the main straight. So he's coming up behind that white and blue. Thank you very much. And Martin now in clear track. Heads onto the second slippery section over the doubles. He's being chased around by Sven and then by Greenwood. So Greenwood now up to the 3. All these guys in clear track. Our leader is over, needs a marshal. So I think that's going to promote Rick Greenwood to second or first. So we'll pick up with the Greenwood Mobile as it comes past. There goes Sven. There goes Greenwood. The gap is not much at all. 1.2 seconds in Greenwood's favour. So Greenwood, just keep closing down on the car ahead of you. And white and orange, I know you're currently running in third, Martin. Just realise that is the leader ahead of you. So give him some space and work with him. So our leader over the corner, over the big tabletop, into the doubles. Take the car off the track before you fix it, please. And down the main straight, still in clear track, trying to close down on Sven, but Sven started to stretch his legs. As I say, that little moment from Greenwood is going to release Martin Richards. Rick Greenwood, just tag on to that car ahead of you and you'll be doing the right thing. So car at the end of the straight on the hump, white and blue, you got two of them, thank you very much. And next up will be the white and pink Cougar 2000. That is your two leaders coming. Pick up with our now new leader is Sven from Greenwood by 0.6 of a second. So pink and white, please. That's first and second with you. Thank you. And a guard. Oh, sorry, Chris Wiz. Sorry, my bad. No, it was a car. My bad. So white, black and green. Thank you. So our leader now over the big tabletop. Got the Matt Francis colours on the car. Comes into the doubles. Over the roller and heads towards race control to start lap number 13 with 1.5 minutes on the clock. 16.3 as a best lap. Rick Green, would you done a 16.6? Or you lot work together? Come on, guys. So white, black and green, that's third place with you when he gets there. Thank you. And that's going to release Rick Greenwood again. But he's now got about 3 seconds to close in. So our leader now is in lap traffic. So on the straight, that is your leader coming. Please be aware. Thank you very much. Looking for Greenwood. There he goes. Now back behind the Richards mobile. So that's going to give Sven about a 4-second lead with 40 seconds on the clock. Rick Greenwood just needs to get back into his rhythm. Tag onto that car in front. Car on the straight. Go tight. Go tight. Track is clear. And as I say that, Martin Richards then makes a mistake. So that's going to release Rick again. Looks like none of those guys want second place. But our leader at the end of the straight. So pink and white, please. You have your lead car with you. Thank you. And then blue and pink with no wing. You've got your lead car with you. And the crashing car. Thank you very much, guys. And you guys got 5 seconds on the clock. So listen for your numbers. Rick Greenwood, keep going, keep going. Rick just squeaking through by 4/10 on the extra lap. Make it a good one. There goes Greenwood, just waiting on Klein to finish. Track is still live. Foley down. Thank you. Get out of the way. Trace was still running. God. Anybody would think he owns the place. Cheers, Foley. So that's heat 10 over. So cars straight on that table, please. And out to Marshall, guys. Next up, the big dogs of the 98 class. No outlaps, guys. No outlaps. Cars straight on the line. Steve Davis, can you take a bib to Rick Greenwood, please? It's on his pit bag. Is that going to fit okay? Looks a bit like Rick. So Rick Greenwood supports modelling the new high-vis catsuit. Thank you, Steve. So everybody starts apart from Chris Slater, who's still not very well, I'm told. Thank you very much to Steve Davis. And you've got some quick guys coming through from the back, so please be aware of the white, yellow and blue car on the main straight. He is your leader after one. So cars on the slippery, your lead car is with you. Oh, and Foxy fox it up. So Rob Fox was leading us after one. He's not now. He's back down in six. So all that work to do. Back up to the point now is Richmond Rogers and Nick Goodall. Gap 1/10 between them on the stagger. So one of the oldest battles on track is about to go off. Associated versus Losi. You got Goodall with a B3 and Richmond Rogers with a Associated double XCR. Take it off the track, please. Take it off the track. At the moment, it's in Goodall's favour by 0.6 of a second. So Rogers with a little bit of pushing to do if he wants this. That gap now extending. Goodall takes another 2/10 with the best lap of the race so far. 15.75. And these two currently in clear track, but they're going to be catching up with the gaggle soon. The pace that they are rattling round at. Richmond there a little bit skew F coming onto the straight. Going to lose another 10th because of it. So let's go back to where Goodall is. So white and blue, matte white colours going down the main straight now. You have your two leaders approaching. Manny Panesar, you got first place coming. Cheers, Manny. And you'll have second with you soon, mate, okay? Thank you, Silver, white and blue. Again, you'll have second place for you guys soon. So your lead car, white, orange, and green. Your second place, white, pink, and blue. So just be aware. So, Manny, you've got second place coming. Goodall already through the traffic and off to attack. Thank you, white and blue. So just white, orange, and blue to go for Richmond Rogers, but he has a little sideways moment. That gap, though, only 1.5 seconds in it with 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. I think this could be another Danny Manny show of Rogers and Goodall. Might call the Nick and Rick show. So stay with our leader as he comes off the slippery onto the doubles. Richmond looking a little bit close. This time, caution on the straight. Go tight, tight, super tight. Track is clear. Great driving by Richmond and Nick. So that gap, though, 1.3 seconds, although it doesn't look that now on track. Richmond getting ever so closer. We'll see what it is. 1.1 now. So Richmond started to come good in the latter half of this race. So white, orange and blue, you have your leaders approaching. Coming over the doubles now. And round past commentary corner to start lap number 14 with 1.5 minutes on the clock. It's going to be Nick Goodall still leading us down to 1.09 seconds now. So Richmond just chiseling away and into it that little bit. Thank you, white, orange and blue. And you'll have second place with you shortly. And a little bit of a squiffy lap is going to close that down to 0.8. So Nick Goodall now started to feel the pressure. And he cracks a little, has a bit of a champion's roll, gets away with it, but that's going to cost us some time. Thank you, white, orange and blue. And I think that might be enough for Richmond Rogers to pick it up, and it isn't. Still half a second on the stagger. Richmond's still got work to do with 45 on the clock. And Richmond going to blink first. So that's going to cost him a boatload of time. And that's going to allow, with 40 seconds on the clock, Nick Goodall to cruise round and pick up this round. So car on the slippery, that's your leader with you. Thank you. And we'll stay with our leader as he comes over the doubles. A bit of a bent wing on that from his little moment, but got away with it. Comes over the roller at the end of the straight, coming through to the slippery. So car just gone sideways. That's your leader with you. Thank you. And you guys, 10 seconds on the clock. So silver, white and blue on the straight. You've got second place coming. Gap currently 1.84 seconds, and you guys are out of time. So you are racing to the line. Listen for your numbers. Everybody keep going apart from Nick Goodall. So just Sharp, Charnock, Panesart and Powney left to go. And there they all are, race over drivers. So cars on the table, straight out to Marshall. Nick Goodall going to take that by 1.3 seconds over Richmond Rogers, Richard Sharp, Manny Panesart to the 4. Then Powney, Charnock, Malcolm McClarnican, James Wiley and the broken Rob Fox. Best lap for bragging rights is going to go to Nick Goodall, 15.66. So guys, straight out to Marshall, please. No mothers meetings. I haven't got time. And no outlaps for my Heat 12ers. And all cars away, seen and counting. Heat number 12. All tidy it up, white and yellow. I do not want to see that again. I will call you to stop next time you do that. So this is all the mid-motors, Frankensteins and hybrid cars from back in the eras. Come on guys, tidy it up. And off they are running. We get these guys settling for a couple, but it's looking like Andreas coming through from the back of the field. Oh, there's cars everywhere. And again, please, buddy. Great job, Marshall. Great job. And again. And again. Made you look. So the Marshall is, there's a little car graveyard over there. And all that going on. We'll see what happens. But I think that's now Ben Henderson back to the point. And we will pick him up on track next time he comes past. Marshall in the doubles. Oh, double trouble in the double doubles. It's all right, buddy. Nobody saw it. So as Richard Sharp does his best rendition of Swan Lake and Trip Over whilst holding and trying to marshal two cars, the race carries on. I feel sorry for the drivers and for Richard having watched that. Good job. As I say, nobody saw it, buddy. You're only right in front of the live camera. So with all that going on, Ben Henderson is definitely leading us around. And there he goes down the main straight. I believe he is grey and yellow with the pink wing. So be aware, guys. And Ross Bartlett up to 2, going to be coming into traffic. So guys on the main straight, not much between him and the leader. So you two that have just been lapped, so white and black, you'll be next to second place. And Cougar, the car that you are fighting with, is the race leader. Please be aware. One way of doing it, sir. Right, guys, we're going to try this one again. So, red and white, that's your race leader with you. Thank you very much. Black and white, that's your race leader with you. Down the main straight. And Thomas Peter, you've got 2 of them coming through. Yeah, that one that you just caught, yeah, that's the race leader, or was. So, Peter Thomas, thank you. So Ross Bartlett going to take it up, comes over the doubles. He is the yellow and pink car coming out onto the main straight. We're going to see the recovering Ben Henderson. I will try again, Ben, for you when we get back to them. So Thomas Peter, please. Black and white, please. Thank you. Guys, once they've lapped you, give them some space, please. Not that difficult. So our leader now in clear track, being followed around by the red and white Cougar. And our leader coming over the roller, around past race control, down the straight once again. I think the next person you will see will be the white associated car with yellow and pink wheels. When he gets to you. So Chris Wilkinson, that's the leader. Thank you. And again, brilliant job, sir. You didn't even have to move it, did you? So you guys got 30 seconds on the clock. So white RC10, please. Thank you. Bartlett is through. And again, oh, Ben Henderson, massively unlucky there. But sometimes that is racing. So Marshall in the middle, please. Manny's on it. Manny. So Manny dons his genie pants and runs for the track. Our leader, though, is now disappearing off into the distance. Got about an 8-second lead with 4 seconds on the clock. Car at end of straight. Track is clear. So Bartlett through for the extra lap. Everybody keep going and listen for your numbers. So race over drivers, cars to the table and straight out to Marshall, please. Ben Henderson, I really have to feel for you on that one, buddy, and we did our best. The rest of you need to listen when I'm calling racers through. I'm calling you by your car colours. It's not great to see back markers wiping out leaders and then hitting them again. Back to the racing, and it's heat number 1 lining up. No outlaps, guys. So your start order will be Mark Maney, Andreas in the 2, Richard in the 3, Lars in the 4, Matthew in the 5, Martin in the 6, Gary in the 7, Paul Rutledge in the 8, Ady Parks in the 9, and Peter Lewis in the 10. 10 seconds to the start, drivers. Marshall should already be on your points. All cars away, seen and counting. Mark Maney going to lead us off with probably what is the quietest vintage car I think I've ever heard. Is that thing powered by sort of I don't know, fairy farts or something? So you guys, so as you know, your lead cars will be white and blue and pink and green. So it looks like Andrea's going to be picking it up, working hard with Mark Maney. Looks to be quicker. Maney's going to let him go. And tag on behind. So Beetle, please. Thank you. First and second coming over the tabletop, heading towards the second slippery section. Yellow and orange rolling. That's your 2 leaders. Unlucky there to Andreas to catch him. Come on, Marshalls. Go, go, go. Andreas going to lose a boatload of time with that. So second place now on the straight into clear track. But that is going to hand Mark Maney a huge lead as he comes over the doubles. I think that lap must have cost Andreas about 7 seconds. So Andreas with some real work to do now. So black and green Beetle, you will have first place coming. And I must be doing good if Michael Ball is hand delivering drinks for me. once again, as always, thank you to MB Models and the MB Models Raceway for a lovely venue for us to race on. First time I've done some down at Slough, but first big event I have done on EOS carpet with a vintage car. And I think that's the same for a lot of people. That's good to see. So you two Beetles on the straight, you've got second place coming. Thank you very much, guys. And white car on the tabletop, that's second place with you. So Andrea's slowly chewing into the Maney lead. Has got fastest bragging rights, taking about half a second to a second out of him a lap on clear running, but having a few little champions rolls and keeps dropping back. So Mark Maney, keep doing what you ask. You're nice and consistent. So car coming round on by race control. That's your leader coming onto the straight. Maney through. Black and green Beetle, please. White and blue Beetle, please. Cars on the slippery. Green and white. Great job, guys. And it looks like Andreas has been caught out again. Sorry, I can't look three ways. I will do my best. Maney now into clear track. So, black and green Beetle, you have second place approaching. And white and blue on the straights. Thank you. So, yellow and white Beetle, you are next for our leader. And car on the slippery, black and white. Great driving, guys. Thank you very much. So next for our second placer will be green and white, coming around by race control. And you guys are in clean track again, and I can breathe and have a mouthful of drink. So with 1.5 minutes to go, it's still Mark Maney. Last time by was 3.5 seconds. Now what is it? 3.2. So Andreas now with clear track. Going to set about trying to close down on the Maney lead. So blue and white, please. Thank you. Sorry for the late warnings on some of these, but Maney and Andreas are in another league in raw pace. So two Beetles, that's your second place coming. Great job, guys. And who have we got next? Black and green Beetle, please. Thank you. Then green and white, you are next for our leader when he gets to you. On the main straight. Caution at end of straight. Go tight, go tight. Great driving, guys. Track is clear. So orange and yellow. Great job, buddy. So black and white, you got the leader coming. And green and black Beetle, you got second place coming. Next up will be green and white. Thank you, guys. And you guys got 20 seconds on the clock. Maney still continues to lead, but now only 1.5 seconds in it. Andreas getting closer. So green and black and white, please. Oh, unlucky for Andreas. All that hard work undone. With 3 seconds on the clock, I think that's going to be all she wrote. Andreas going to get through for the extra lap just. But drivers, listen for your numbers. So heat number 2 up, heat number 1, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall. And heat number 2, no outlaps.
Okay, guys, marshals, can you guys spread yourselves out? Gonna go over the race order. So, your race order for this one is 218, 59, 476, 476, 10, 3. So Rich will be leading away from Duncan, Scott, Tommy, David, Max, Lance, Carl, John, and Jiffy. car at the end of the straight, guys. Watch out. Watch out, guys. Clear. So, Duncan, you lead away from Tommy. Then it's Scott. Duncan, you have a 3-second lead over Tommy. And Tommy's got another second back to Scott. So, your leader coming into some traffic. The white car with red on the back going over a big jump. Coming over the doubles now. And down and round into the straight is your leader. Over the tabletop, green car, your leader's next. Thank you. And down the straight goes your leader. 13.5 seconds is the gap at the top. Duncan, then David, Lance, Scott, Tommy, Max, Richard, Carl and John. So, the battle here looks to be for second. David, Scott and Tommy, all you guys split by 2 seconds. Let's try pick a few of you up on the track. Okay, so Scott, David and Tommy all together on the track. I think one of them's just gone over there. There goes your leader. So, Scott and David, 1/2 second is the gap. Another 2 seconds back is Tommy. We have 1.5 minutes to go in this one, guys. 1.5 minutes to go. So, Richard making his way back up the pack now. Sitting in 5th, second behind 4th. Richard does have the fastest lap of his heat so far, 17.8. Okay, so in this one, Danny, you're going to lead away from Andy, Stephen, Chris, Stuart, Robert, Richard, Mike, Andy, and Terry. So 1, 5, 2, 3, 4, 10, 7, 9, 8, 6 is your starting order, guys. Okay, so that's your 1 and 2 down the straight there. Onto the big jump. Over the doubles. We're coming round onto the straight. So 1.2 seconds is the gap between these two, even though they're neck and neck on the track. Coming over the doubles are your leaders. Down and round onto the straight. 1.8 seconds was the gap this time. Andy pulling away a little bit. Round they come and down the straight they go. Andy and Danny, 1.3 seconds is the gap. And Stephen Lander, 0.9 seconds back from these two. He's catching up that gap. So, Stephen Lander takes the lead there. Andy down to second, Danny in third. So that's your leader down the straight, second and then third. Through onto the big jump, round over the hump, and onto the doubles is your leader. Two and a half seconds is the gap at the front. Stephen, you lead from Andy. Andy, you have another second back to Danny. That is your 1, 2, 3 with 2 minutes to go in this one. So, Stephen extending his lead now. 4.4 seconds is the lead at the front. The battle here is for second. Andy and Danny, 0.3 seconds split these two. Bit of a tumble there. That was from Danny, I believe. Yep, so Stephen, you have 3 seconds back to Andy. Andy, another 3 seconds back to Danny with 1 minute to go, guys.
Ashel in the middle, please.
Car on the straight, guys. Going inside. Thank you. So, race order for this one. Paul, you're going to lead away from Nathan. Then it's Ben, Edward, Chris, Dan, Ian, Peter, Richard, and Hattie. 7, 6, 4, 1, 5, 10, 2, 3, 9, 8. Okay, so Edward, you lead from Nathan. Then it's Ben, Paul, Chris, Dan, Richard, Hattie, Peter, and Ian. Just going to have a look at the gaps here. Last time round, Edward, you led from Nathan by points. Ooh, it's Nathan now leads from Ben. 0.2 seconds is the gap. Waiting for Edward to come through there. So Nathan from Ben, 0.2 seconds is the gap. Another few seconds back to Edward. So bit of a mistake there for Ben, nopsing back a bit, gives Nathan a bit of a lead there. There goes Nathan down the straight. Bright yellow card, I believe.
We approach 2 minutes 15 down. Nathan Wilson leading us down the main straight. See if we can pick him up next time he comes by, but I think he might be the yellow Cougar. Not 100%. And indeed, our yellow Cougar going down the main straight is your lead car. Heading on to the slippery section. A little bit sideways, trying to get the power down on it. Needs to just tickle it a little bit more in there. Comes around past us to start lap number 10. We're just on 2 minutes left on the clock, drivers. 2 minutes left. Heat 5 needs to be getting ready. So Steve Davis, you should be over there if you're not already. And everything running smoothly, so all good. Race starting to hot up a bit, and small gap between Nathan Wilson and Ben Reedy. Only about 0.4 of a second. Our leader, though, is over. There's absolute carnage down there, so I think that is going to change things around. We'll pick them up this time as they come past. So first and second going down the straight. Now, though, 2.6 seconds in Ben Reedy's favour. So Ben, the white cougar with the black wing, going over the tabletop. Being chased hard by Nathan Wilson all the way. Oh, you two tidy it up. So Nathan there going to tag him. Suggest you let him go again, Nathan. Just to be polite if you've done that to him. Personally, I buy him dinner before you do that anyway. So with all that going on, looks like Edward Healy's going to start to join this party. Oh, problem for our second placer. Ground to a halt in the middle, and problem for our third placer as well. He's lost to Camberlink. So that's going to allow Ben Reedy to cruise to a comfy victory with 15 seconds on the clock. Yeah, it ain't going to go around a corner like that with no Camberlink on it. So we'll pick up our leader, white with black wing, coming up behind the white, purple and pink car. That is your race leader with you. Yeah, that one. So that's going to cost him a bit of time, but he is in his final lap, and he is the only one on it. There we go. So listen for your numbers, drivers. And pull them up round by 0.3, please. Just waiting for... And I'll call that race over, drivers. Cars on the table, straight out to Marshall, please. And the collection of stuff that Race Control Bros. Got an aerial tube. Random shank screw. Looks like possibly for a caster block on a kingpin screw. For an old Tamiya, thank you very much. Flange bearing. And a stack of weights.
So, 813-74-910-526 is your order. Stephen, you live away from Jazz, John, Simon, Mark, Wayne, Christopher, Pete, JJ and Scott.
Marshall in the middle. Oh, track is clear. Track is clear. And our leader's over. Needs a Marshall. I think that's going to drop him back down the order a couple of places, but Steve just needs to get back into his rhythm and drive. under the ever watchful eye of Rick Greenwood. So we'll see what happens, and that is going to drop Steve down a few places. It's only about 1.9 off the lead, so just needs to settle down and drive and not crack. So Steve will put his precious wheel nuts to use and start to battle back up and through. Back to the racing, and it is Wayne Ash to the point. So you two on the slippery, tidy it up. And we'll wait for Wayne to come past race control. There he goes down the main straight. So Wayne, I believe, driving the purple Cougar 2. Came together a minute ago with John Barry. So you two work together next time. So you guys going down the main straight, you got the leaders coming. And another complete gaggle of as well. So just be aware. Great job, guys. And you three leaders work together. Always let the faster cars go. Remember, you're only racing yourself and the clock. The joys of a stagger start. So John and Wayne getting close on track. So silver and blue, you got the two leaders coming. In fact, you got three leaders coming. Thank you very much, sir. Next up will be Chris Wiz. You got first, second, and then a small gap back to third, buddy, when they get to you. So Wayne Ash continues to lead, now starting to push John around the track. So John going to have to start thinking about moving, and instead decides to roll over. So he's going to need a ball joint popped on, so that's going to release Wayne Ash out onto track. So Blue Cougar, thank you. And next up will be the Orange and Checkers Cougar. With the Sammy the Seal Edition diff. And our leader now into clear track, coming over the tabletop in the centre, heading towards second slippery section. The best lap of 17:44. Best lap. Oh, in fact, he then takes the fastest lap of the heat last time by 17:33. So we'll stay with our leader. And all flirts with the track markings, but gets away with it just about. Just lose a little bit of time. Currently got a 9-second lead over Simon Goulding. So I can drop it into cruise mode, bring her home for qualifying. Steve Davis continues to recover back up the field. Currently sitting about a lap off the lead, but only a second off the next person up the road. Well, there's Marshall's running in the middle. And that's going to start to move Steve up to the 4 spot now. So with 40 seconds on the clock, Steve Davis having a good recovery. He is closing up with Jazz, and that is for position when he gets there. So you two work together. Our leader, though, still in clear track at the moment. Coming round to start lap number 16. With 20 seconds on the clock. Takes it over the roller off the end of the straight onto the slippery bit. Gets away with it this time. Cases the tabletop ever so slightly, but gets away with it as well. 10 seconds on the clock. So he can do this lap, and then he will be on his in lap. And time is expiring, so drivers, listen for your number. So Wayne Ash going to take that from Simon Goulding. Steve Davis recovering up to the 3. Then Jazz, John, Mark, Pete, Chris Wiz, Scott and JJ. Remember, guys, cars on the table. Straight out to Marshall, please. Yeah, I saw you, Pete. Keep it over there. And you guys going up, no outlets. 40 seconds to the start, drivers. 40 seconds. Seconds to the start. Your start order will be Ben Henderson, Philip Scholler, Gulliam, Richard Morris, Barry Parker on the 5, then Graham Stocks, Darren Stancer, Gary Goddenham, Jamie Belcher, and Aaron. All cars away, seen and counting. So we're just going to keep an eye out for these guys. Ben Henderson led us off. Back to the race, and Ben Henderson leading us around, going down the main straight now. So silver and blue. Thank you very much. And Gulliam as well, already out the way. So Ben Henderson looks like Tamir Astute. Probably a Broadhurst edition car. Absolutely immaculately prepped once again, and out onto the main straight, starting on lap number 7. Nice bit of clear track, got about a 5-second lead over Philip Scholler. So Phil just coming up behind. So red and white Cobra, that's second place for you, thank you. End of the rollers, please, onto the slippery section. Silver and orange, that's your race leader. Yeah, that one. And our leader now in clear track again. He might catch up with that TRX3 by the end of the lap. Especially if you're doing that, buddy. It's all right, nobody saw it. And our leader again, clear track down the straight. 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. So white and blue, that's second place with you. Thank you. Start calling him through. See, both of our guys are in traffic. So red and white Cobra, please. Thank you. Great job, white and black. Philip starting to close down on the RC10 of Graham Stocks. Thank you, Graham. That's one way of getting out of the way, maybe. Now I've just got to pick up our leader on the straight clear track at the moment. You guys got 1 minute 20 to go. So end of the straight, please. Thank you. And Graham Stocks, you got the leader with you. Great job, guys. Trying to learn all your names, but trying to get 120 plus of them is a little bit difficult today. So, Blue Cougar, you got second place coming when he gets to you, and you guys got 40 seconds left. It's 40 seconds. And Ben's starting to check out a little bit at the front of this heat. Almost coming round to lap second place at this rate. 20 seconds to go, drivers. 20 seconds. Ben, you are the luckiest chicken going, getting through that. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't have saw it, and our leader's over. Gonna need a bit of marshal. So PT Roofer there using banana power just to help get him going back on track. So Pete, I think doing the concourse this morning for us all. Very much appreciated, sir. And you guys are into finishing times, listen for your numbers. Race over, drivers. So cars straight on that table and straight out to Marshall, please. Up next, heat number 7.
Okay, guys, so Heat 7. Paul, you're going to lead away from Dave Bell. Then it's John, Paul Kirkham, Brendan, Richard, James, Dan, Greg, and Andy. So that is 7, 10, 6, 8, 2, 9, 5, 3, 4, 1. That is your race order, guys. So let's try to pick up where the leaders are on this track. So Dave's down the straight there. There goes John. The gap between these guys is just short of a second. So, Paul Edwards, you've got Dave right behind you there. About 1.3 seconds now is the gap at the front. That's Dave to John. Brendan sat back in third, only another half a second back. Ooh, so a bit of a mistake there on that last lap for Dave. That allows John, Brendan and Paul Kirkham through. Nothing splitting these top 4 guys. Again, that time round 1.8 seconds splits your 1, 2, 3, 4. Last time round it was John, Brendan, Paul Kirkham, then Dave. Two seconds is a gap this time round. John, Brendan, Paul Kirkham, then Dave. So, absolutely nothing in this one still. Or less than 2 minutes to go and 0.1 seconds is the gap. Brendan, Dave, you two are out front. We've got Paul a couple seconds back. So, into his final minute. That last time round, Dave's extended his lead to about 3.5 seconds. Coming round for this next lap, 3.3.5 seconds is still the gap. So, Dave, in your red, white and blue car, going over the slippies, over big jump. Coming into the doubles. Down and onto the straight. So, into his last few laps now. Dave's pulled his lead up to about 5 seconds. The battle here seems to be for second. Paul and Brendan, 1.5 seconds is a split between you two guys. One second is a gap. This will be your last lap, guys. Alright, so, Mitch, you're going to lead away from Sven. Then it's Chris Ely, Craig Mawson, Mike, Michael, Christopher Mitchell, Alex, Mickey and Jimmy. So, 8, 9, 3, 5, 1, 6, 4, 10, 7, 2 is your order.
Okay, drivers, heat 8 off and running. Mitch led us away. Craig Mawson leads early doors. Mitch takes it back with a 15-second lap. So 5, 8, 3, Chris Ely's up there. Sven's up there, car number 1. Mike Penfold's up there. But Craig and Mitch are very close. Swapping the lead, lap after lap, 1 minute down, 4 to go. Mitch takes it back again. Craig takes it back again. It's changing that quickly. Both turning 15-second laps now. And 3.5 minutes still to go, drivers. Caution in the centre of the track, drivers. Give yourself some room there, please.
So, your leader over the tabletop coming into some traffic.
There, by her car on the straight. Straight's clear. As always, guys, if a faster car approaches, let them through, please. But 2 minutes down, and Craig leads from Mitch, then Sven, then Chris, then Mike. Here's your top 5. Approaching half race distance now. There goes Mitch's car, over 2, jumps in the centre of the track, just coming in front of race control. But he's still in second place. Car 5, Craig Mawson continues to lead. Gap is 2 seconds between them. And you're just over half race distance, drivers. Mike Penfold's familiar. Schumacher goes up the straight and across the slippery. Over the big jump in the centre of the track. Craig continues to lead from Mitch, then Sven. Mike's up to full. Two minutes to go, drivers. Craig continues to lead. Regular 15-second laps now. It's very close at the front though. Craig's been through, waiting for Mitch. Sven is third, Mike Penfold's up to 4. 1.5 minutes to go, drivers. Caution in the centre of the track. On that marshal, please. Thank you. He's still there. Give him some space. Thank you. Craig continues to lead. Just over a minute still to go, drivers. Car 5 from Mitch in second, then Sven, then Mike Penfold, then Christopher. Approaching the minute mark. Craig continues to lead. 7 seconds the gap now between Craig and Mitch. Both turning 15-second laps. Sven's up to third, Mike's up to fourth. Car in the centre of the track, guys. Car in the centre of the track. Caution, marshal out there. Thank you. So 30 seconds to go, drivers. Craig has led this from the start and continues to lead. 10 seconds the gap now. Craig to Mitch. Mike Penfold moves up to the third spot. So it's 5, 8, 1, 4 and 9 is your top 5. 10 seconds to go, drivers. Craig leading into the last stages. Mitch is second, Mike Penfold's third. Time's approaching up. Listen up for your numbers, drivers. Right, okay. Heat 8, straight out to Marshall, please. 1 minute turnaround. Heat 9's coming to the line. Top heat in this age group. So cars to the table, straight out to marshalling, and I'll hand you over to race control.
Okay, guys, so Craig, you're going to lead away from Nathan. Then it's Carl, Lee, Jamie, Danny, Philip, Matthew, Stuart, and Marcus. So 1, 5, 8, 4, 3, 2, 6, 10, 7, 9 is your race order. This is Heat 9.
John Weston to race control, please. John Weston to race control, thank you. So Heat 9. Heat 9's off and running. Change at the top. So approaching the first minute mark, and it's settling down. Carl Marsden takes us the early lead. Craig Drescher's second, Nathan Rules third, Danny Conway's fourth, Jamie Booth five. So let's see if we can pick up Cole. Oh, he got caught up there in the centre of the track over the two little jumps. That's probably going to change the lead. Craig assumes the lead now. That's the distinctive red, white and blue RC10 going over the double jump in the centre of the track and sweeping out onto the main straight. Here's our leader, Danny Conway's making a move up to second. So Danny Conway, distinctive car. Looks like he had a bobble at the end of the straight and another one over the hump after the straight. So Craig continues to lead. Danny's going to drop away. Nathan assumes the second spot. Nathan top 7 drivers are split by 5 seconds. This is tight. And it's 2 minutes down. It's Craig, Jamie now up to the second spot. Nathan, Carl, Philip Barlow, Danny Conway. 3 minutes to go, drivers. All churning in the 15-second laps now. Not bad for cars of this age. Equally not bad for drivers of this age. Half race distance, guys, and Craig continues to lead. Jamie second, Nathan third. It's all very tight at the top. Carl's fourth, Philip Marlowe 5. Two minutes to go, drivers. Craig continues to lead. Jamie second, Nathan third. Sorry, we're just having to amend some laps here at race control. So whilst John does sterling job in race control, let's see if we can pick up our leader. There goes Craig across the slippery stuff and over the big jump. Small hump in the middle, little jump, double jump, and sweeping around in front of race control to put on another lap. So let's see if we can find Jamie's car, distinctive white and yellow Tamiya. There it is, centre of the track, over the slippery stuff, double jump. That's Jamie Booth's Tamiya, goes up the straightaway now for another lap. Apologies, drivers, I can't see live race timing at the moment. There's John making some amendments to some lap times. But carry on until we say otherwise. There comes Nathan across the double jump and in front of race control. Craig comes in front of race control, red, white and blue RC10. So approaching the 5-minute mark, driver, you've got 10 seconds to go, and it's Craig, Jamie, Nathan, Carl, Danny. Is your race order? We're approaching the 5-minute mark. Listen up for your number. Okay, drivers, straight out to Marshall. Cars at the table, straight out to Marshall, please. Heat 10 will be going up to the rostrum, and Nathan will be coming back to commentary.
So, heat number 10. Sven, you'll lead away from Rick. Then it's Martin, Rob, David, Mike, Ross, Alan, Tom, and Claim. That's 1, 4, 3, 5, 2, 9, 6, 7, 8, 10.
Heat 10 up and running. 1 minute 30 down. 3.5 to go. And Sven going to be leading this round. So we'll pick him up. If I remember rightly, he had the Matt Francis colours. But we'll check next time he comes through. He is leading from Greenwood. So Greenwood trying to get his way through back markers, just getting tangled up. Sorry, Rick, didn't get a chance to call for you. So we'll see what that does to it all. I think that's going to drop Rick down to the 3. Yes, it does. So Rick with some work to do. So let's see if we can pick up Rick. Rick now in clean track. Just waiting for our leaders to come through. There's second place going down the main straight. Martin Richards. And Rick now starting to try and close that gap down. Indeed, he takes a couple of tenths out of him that lap. So Rick just needs to get back into his rhythm. So white and blue double X, you'll be next for our third placer. Let's see if we can pick up our leader. I think he's coming here to race control. Yes, he is. So our leader on the main straight. So white and green, black and green. Thank you. Our leader in clear track. Second place on the main straight. Rick now on the main straight. So pink and white, that's second place. Thank you. And next up, blue and pink car will be your leader. Or one of your leaders coming when he gets to your end of the straight. Thank you. And then white, yellow and pink, please. Thank you very much. And you guys will be doing it all again in a minute when Rick gets to you. With all that going on, Rick also has the race leader closing in down. You guys got just under 2 minutes to go. Pick up our leader as he comes over the roller onto the slippery, chasing down the Greenwood car. So white RC10, you have first and third coming. Please do not be a factor. Let him go, Rick. Close. Rick Greenwood going to get tangled up. So unlucky there for Rick. So pink and white, you've got the leader coming. White RC10, you've got third place coming. Thank you very much. And that car looks done. No, it's okay. So car on the slippery, that is third place coming when he gets to you. Thank you guys, much appreciated. And next up for our second place will be pink and white when he gets to you, please. Yeah, that one. So pink and blue, please. Thank you very much, guys. Great driving, guys. So Rick Greenwood again on his way, only lost in time, no parts at least. And he'll be closing down on that cartwheeling orange car. Yeah, that one. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of clean track. You guys got 5 seconds on the clock, so I'm going to hand over to the computer to call you in. Race over drivers, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall. So I will do a verbal reminder, please guys, listen for those I'm calling through. Don't just pull and stop in the middle of the track. Actually just go wide on a corner, far easier. Cars on the table, please, and straight out to Marshall. Thank you. And you guys, 40 seconds to the start, no outlaps. And your start order will be Nick Goodall on the 1, Richard Rogers on the 2, Richard Sharp on the 3, Manny Panesar on the 4, Nathan Powney 5, Ian Charnock, then Malcolm McClarnacan, James Wiley, Rob Fox, and Chris Slater, who appears to be very broken. Up we go, we let these guys settle down for one, but fastest of the outlaps, Nick Goodall, 16.08. So car on the straight, you have your lead 2 coming, that's one way of getting out of their way. So your order as we come round for 2 is Goodall, Rogers, Sharp, Fox, Powney, Charnock, Panesar, Wiley and McClarnacan. And we'll pick up on our leaders. So white, orange and green is our lead car. And he is leading round Richmond Rogers. Gap currently 0.76 of a second. And only another... In fact, the top 6 cars are within 6 seconds. And I hear cheering. So let's pick up on our leader as he comes out onto the main straight. And you will also have second and third coming, so please be aware. So our lead car going through and into the second slippery. Nice little handbrake on it. White, orange and green coming out onto the main straight. The last time by one of his best laps of the race, 15.7. Richmond Rogers answering with a 15.93. Richard Sharp answering with a 16.04. Rob Fox answering with a 15.91. And on those guys, there is only 2.8 seconds covering the top 4 cars. So we'll pick up with our leader. He's over the tabletop, seconds over the tabletop, thirds over the tabletop, and you guys are into traffic. So you lot, be aware. This lot are coming through like a freight train. So I think the person who need help is Richard Sharp. No, he's already through. So next up will be Manny Panesar for the lead car. When he gets to you, buddy, you know what to do. Oh, and our leader's over. Nick Goodall blinks. He's going to drop 2, 3, 4, maybe more. And he's going back on his wheels. That mistake was about 4.5 seconds. And it looks like Richard Sharp is over as well. So this is all playing into the hands of Rob Fox as he hears his name and steps up into the 2 spot. And he's coming through these back markers. So pink and yellow coming onto the straight. That's second place with you. Please do not be a factor. Thank you very much. And next person for our second place will be, I think it's going to be Sharpie. So just be aware when he gets to you, Rich. Our leader, though, through. Doing well. Comes up and past the cartwheeling Panesar, as does Nick Goodall. So Nick Goodall now recovering up to the 3 spot. Hearing his name, coughs again. And white, orange and blue, you got the race leader coming. Caution in the double doubles. Great job, white, orange and blue. Thank you. I saw the check up there. And Manny Panesar, you'll have 2 with you soon. So all this going on is now Richmond Rogers with a 0.35 second lead. And as I say that, it's not anymore. It was dead heat to Rob Fox. And Richmond Rogers has blinked. So that's going to put Nick Goodall either to the point or the Foxy himself. And indeed it is by 4 seconds. Rob Fox with 1 minute on the clock. Rob Fox now going to pick it up. And these 3 all coming into back markers. Nick Goodall is through. So pink and yellow, you've got second and third coming. Please do not be a factor. Thank you. Next up will be Manny Panesar for the leader. Thank you. And next up will be orange, white, orange and blue. And all the while, Rob Fox chasing through all this as the race leader as well. So your lead car, yellow and blue, coming on to the main straight. So yellow and pink, you got, oh, sorry. So Manny Panesar, you have the race leader with you when he gets there. You guys have got 20 seconds on the clock. And as much as everybody's telling me, don't call him through, I have to. So you're lucky, Foxy. So orange and blue, please. Thank you very much. And Foxy got about a 4.6 second lead, chasing hard behind Richmond Rogers' car. So the real battle is on for second here. 1.1 seconds between Nick Goodall and Richmond Rogers. And you guys are probably on your in-lap. So listen for your numbers. And a very relieved Rob Fox turns the talent on in front of his mates to look good. Takes the heat by 3 seconds from Nick Goodall. And then Richmond Rogers, Richard Sharp, Lee Charnock, Manny Panesar, James Wiley, Nathan Powney, Malcolm Carnican, and the non-starting Chris Slater. So that's heat 11. Heat 12 should be lining up, no outlaps. And I need heat 11 cars on the table straight out to Marshall. Steve Davis, can you please sort me out with a marshalling bib for Manny, please? Thank you, Steve. What, he wasn't going to wear your precious one, or you wouldn't allow him? 12 seconds, or 5 seconds to the start, drivers. Bartlett going to lead us on. And heat 12 off and running. Let these guys settle in just for the 2. Looks like Ross Bartlett going to pick it up. So coming down the main straight, so please be aware. So black and silver, that is one of your lead cars with you. And pink wing, that's one of your lead cars with you. And your leader coming through the doubles, yellow, pink and white. White wing going down the main straight. Currently got about a 3-second lead over the rest of them. Now extending that. So Stu Carling going to step up into the 2. These guys, best lap out there is your leader, Ross Bartlett, 17.04. Backs up with a 17.62 last time by. Stu Carling now joins him on the 17-second lap. So the 17.82 last time through is his best lap. And 17.36 being the best, or next to only other 17s I've seen. Which I think is the Henderson. Oh, I can see cars being picked up. Looks a little bit wonky, Manny. So Manny Panesar going to start popping on the myriad of ball joints that car will need. Good job, Manny. So your lead car coming out onto the main straight. So mid-motor RC10 just going sideways. That's your leader with you. So white, red and blue, please. So white, red and blue on the straight. That's your lead car with you. Thank you. And our lead car in clear track once again. And our leader coming round past race control once again. Ooh, best lap of the race for Ben Henderson. Starting to take it up. 16.79. Now that is faster than anyone's booked. And that is Chris Wilkinson doing that. So we'll pick up Chris. And he hears his name and cream exit. My bad, Chris. So Chris Wilkinson coming across the doubles, but it was very tight at the top. So I think it's now going to be Stu Carling. So Ben Henderson going to take it up. And we'll pick him up. Tamiya mid-motor. Or I believe it's Tamiya anyway. Comes over the doubles. Actually, I think that might be a Schumacher. Yeah, and I get a nod from Ben, so concentrate on your racing, buddy. Henderson leading us around over the big roller at the end of the straight, onto the slippery. Here's Pink Wheels. Got a 2-second gap between the top 3 cars, so it is anyone's. So Wilkinson now to the 2. Stu Carling to the 3. So we'll pick up, so white RC10, you've got second place coming down the main straight. I'll lead it in clear track. I've just got to see where Stu Carling is when he comes through. And I believe Stu Carling is the blue, red and white. So I'll do my best with you guys. So you guys mainly in clear track at the moment. And you've got about 5 seconds on the clock. So I'm going to hand over to race control. Listen for your numbers.
So, last lap for Ben and Chris. 0.5 seconds is the split this time round. We'll see who takes it as they come round. So, Ben comes through. And 0.8 seconds was the gap. Ben, then Chris, Stu, Ross, Stuart Lee, Luke, Andreas, Jake, Tommy and Alex.
"30 seconds to the start. Your start order: Mark Maney, Andreas, Gary, Lars, Richard in the 5, then Matthew, Martin, Paul, Adrian and Peter. All cars away, seen and counting. I was going to say Mark Maney leads us off, but he's not leading now. A little bit of a moment on the slippery, and that is going to hand it over to Andreas on the opening lap. There he goes, off and down the straight, pink and the green. Caution after the double-double. Yeah, that one. And I've lost my computer, so I am going to stay with Andreas for the moment. Sorry for the lack of calling, guys. So Andreas over the big tabletop, not quite to the downslope this time. And some awesome double bounce out of that old car. Comes out onto the main straight, closing down on the black and green Beetle. Get your headlights out of the way, but they're going to get tangled this time. Andreas, wait for the marshals. That's well tangled. So Andreas back on his way, but he's got a comfy lead over the rest. He did have about a 10-second lead, so he's only going to have lost about 4 or 5 of that. Marshall did a good job. So yellow Beetle, please. And next up for our leader will be orange and yellow. Great job, guys. And you guys will have second place with you shortly. And your full order as we approach 1 minute 45 down is Andreas, Mark, Richard, Gary, Lars, Matthew, Martin, Paul, Adrian and Peter. So heat 2 should be queuing up. As we're 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Still Andreas continues to lead by about 5 seconds from the main mobile. So green and white, please. Thank you. Caution after the big lip, Maney. Great job. So yellow Beetle, you've got second place coming. Thank you. That's one way of getting out of his way. It's all right, nobody saw it. And our lead are going to be closing down on the blue and white Beetle in a minute. So just be aware. Oh, and Adie's starting to get a little bit of a wobbly wheel there. So Adie, that's the leader, thank you. And the gap seems to be staying pretty status quo. Staying around about the 5 seconds, so mainly at least now on the same lap pace. Andreas has the fastest lap though. Bangs in another one just for good measure. So Andreas does his fastest lap of the race, 17.88. Mark only has an 18 to call for it. So that's going to take it down to a 6-second gap. So black and green Beetle, please. Thank you very much. You guys have got 50 seconds on the clock. Andreas continues to lead. Oh, as I look, Mark Maney gets tagged. That's going to open up what was a 6-second gap. Up a little bit more. And Maney doing well to avoid everything. Yeah, them little white bits in the track there, AD. You're meant to drive around them. One job, one job. So Maney continues to chase hard on the Andreas mobile. But Andreas now long and gone, 10 seconds of lead. So white and blue, please, thank you. Marshall in the middle, please. You got 2 of them there. Oh, that one's only 80s, it's fine. Oh. Slow car on the straight, slow car on the straight. I'm going to get you yellow flashy light on that one, AD. Some kind of bleacher beacon. Slow moving vehicle. And you guys are all done. So cars on the table, please. And straight out to Marshall. That's cars on the table and straight out to Marshall, please. Heat number 2 up next. Chris Wilkinson, I will try not to say your name in future, because every time I do, you bin it. Like he who shall not be named. The worst part is that you were on camera at the time and everybody saw you bin it, you know. And all cars away, seen and counting. And do my eyes deceive me? Or is Jiffy actually now alive? I appear to be very broken, Jiffy Giles. I'm told he might have indulged in a little bit of jungle juice last night. From the rest of your team, Delens, I am told that it might have gotten a little messy. So I will leave that one there and let you concentrate on your run, Jiffs. So as a consolation, you're already up to 7th and finding your way through the field. I say that Jiffy now up to the 2. So we'll call him through as best as we can, give him his run. So red car on the slippery, that is 2nd place with you. I know you can see 3 of them, Jiffy, but just do your best. You guys might have to give them a little bit more love and the gap than normal. So 2nd place on the main straight. And your 2 leaders doing battle down the straight. So blue, red and checkers, please. Thank you. And Jiffy now in clear track. So you guys got 2 leaders coming, joking aside. They're coming up fast. So orange on the straight. You've got first and second coming. Thank you. Green frog, 1, 2 coming through. Thank you. Jiffy for first and second. Thank you. And again, please, Jiffs, when they get to you. So first, second and third are now all together going down the main straight. So red car, you've got 3 of them coming through. Thank you very much. Let them go, Jiffs. Great job, buddy. Tag on best you can. So currently it is Ishii from Duncan. Only about 1.5 seconds in it, thanks to the stagger. Although Richard now starting to stretch his legs a little bit at the front, so it's now 2.6. So a pick up on Ishii as he comes over the tabletop. Oh, second place going to tag a marker. That's going to cost him a boatload of time. So that's going to let Jiffy get a little bit closer to them. But he's only about 11 seconds back, so not too major. With 2.5 minutes to go. So orange car, please. Thank you. Yeah, that one. So orange car, good job. You've just tagged the leader. And that'll be the best £3 that Duncan Wood has ever spent to get Richard Isherwood taken out. And our leaders come through. It's still Ishii from Woody. And then Jiffy Giles in the 3. Jiffy now only about 7-8 seconds back. So if these 2 keep getting tagged up, Jiffy could get in on this party. He comes out onto the main straight. That Kyosho car looking very good. I think that is an old Broadhurst mobile. Caution coming off the slippery. So blue and checkers, that's your 3rd place coming. When he gets to you. Oh, and Jiffy gets it 7 shades of wrong. So that's first and second coming through, Jiff. Work with them. You're already good. Oh, no. And the Jiffy Mobile is done. So Jiffy going to live to fight another day. Looks like it dropped a drive shaft. But back at the front, your battle is still going on with Ishii and Wood coming onto the main straight. Nothing in it on track. So, thank you very much, white and pink. Next car will be Red Tomahawk on the... I think it's Tomahawk. Coming onto the main straight, you've got the 2 leaders closing in at Walk back to Isherwood. Thank you very much. First and second on nose to tail on track. Isherwood's got it on stagger and on position, so he does not have to move unless he sees fit. Thank you very much, Grasshopper. And these 2 going battle down the main straight with 25 seconds on the clock. Which one of them is gonna blink? And Woody is the first one to have a little sniffle. And jumps off the side of the jump. Has to get over the track markings. That's going to give Ishii a bit more time. Thank you, Green. And once again, please, Green, when they get to you. Brilliant driving, sir. So Ishii now on his in-lap. And you guys, listen for your numbers. So that's heat 2 over. So cars on the table, drivers, straight out to Marshall. That's cars on the table, straight out to Marshall. And heat 3 should be ready. So 50 seconds to the start, drivers. When we get to 30, I'll give you your starting order. 30 seconds to the start. Your start order is Steve Lander, Andy Bulmer, Danny Conway, Chris Wilkinson, Stu Carling, Rob Rand, Rich Colbert, Mike Bradley, Andy Halliwell and Terry Creswell, the big dogs of the 85-87 class. I shan't say you by name, Chris. And they're all the way seen and counting apart from Terry Creswell. And Lander's going to lead us off, opening up with the best outlap, 17:44. So Landers, Conway, he who should not be named, Rob Rand, Andy Bulmer, Mike Bradley standing in there as well. Then Rich Colbert, Stu Carling and Andy Halliwell. Let's pick up with our leader. It is Chimera Edition Ultima coming through the big tabletop. Heading up towards the white Ultima that's flirting with the track markers. Thank you. And out onto the main straight. Thank you very much. So these guys all know who everybody is and who the quick guys are. Hardly any work now for me to do other than to pre-warn. So green RC10, you've got a leader coming. See somebody's over, but it's not one of the top dogs. So all is good. So Andy Bulmer now starting to recover after a bad first lap. Steps up into fourth, but only just behind he who should not be named. Conway started to stretch his legs a little, see what he can do. Last time by, still has the quickest lap of the race, and only about 1 second off of the Landermobile. So not much in it, and that car looking nicely improved from last round. Landers starting to really stretch this time. 17:08 last time by for Landers. But 16:67 takes that gap down to 0.6 of a second. So you guys realise Conway is coming. So let's pick up our leader. Oh, and just as I say that, he gets caught up with a back marker. So back marker, you have second place coming as well. Landers has another little champion's roll. But first and second are now nearly together on track. Only about a second in it. It's going to be tight on that stagger. 0.6 of a second lead now for Danny Conway. So Landers now with it all to do. Still got to start to stretch out. And from the front, that's always a difficult thing to do. So let's keep an eye. Pick up our leader. Familiar colours of Danny Conway. Orange and pink. Oh, sorry, yellow and pink going down the main straight. Comes onto the slippery section running a Cat XL two-wheel drive. Chasing down on the Ultima of Landers, and these guys are coming into back markers. So you guys on the straight, you've got first and second coming. Do not be a factor. That's one of them through. You got the other coming yet. Get that car off the track. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yellow as well. Thank you. And then you guys have got second place coming. So red Ultima. Next up will be Andy Bulmer and then the yellow Cat. Oh no, and as I say that, Conway gets it wrong, tags the marker. He's going to pop a ball joint. That's going to cost him a boatload of time. So Landers now with a comfy lead after having it been down to less than 2/10 between them. See what the damage is as Conway comes back. Conway is now on track, but he's lost about 3/4 of a lap. Still going to be in second, but 9 seconds back with 1 minute on the clock. So Landers on his way to Tesco's, and a last corner crash is not going to save him this time from TQ. He goes through the slippery section over the tabletop. Almost too big over that, but gets away with it. Over the doubles. Comes past us in race control with 45 on the clock. And Landers has not lifted up. Does one of his best laps of the race, 16:96. With a best of 16:62. Conway, though, still has bragging rights with a 1661. So let's see what you guys are like in traffic. Thank you very much, white and yellow. So red Ultima, please. Thank you. And Lander's only about 20 feet back on track from putting a lap on the Conway Mobile. And I think he'll probably get through for the extra 1 on Conway this time, but a 2 is still a 2 for Conway. Yellow Cat, you have second place coming. Caution on the straight. Track is clear. And listen for your numbers. Conway, you're done. The other car isn't done. Marshal it. And as I look at the thing, fastest bragging rights actually is going to go to Landers with a 16:33 on his in lap. So from cream egg in the last round to winner chicken dinner in the second round, Steve Landers. So guys, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall. Next up, Eaton number 4.
So, Paul, you're going to lead away from Nathan. Then it's Ben, Edward, Chris, Richard, Dan, Ian, Peter, and Hattie. So that's 7, 6, 4, 1, 5, 9, 10, 2, 3, and 8 is your race order, guys. So, a minute in. Ben, you're leading from Edward. Then it's Paul, Nathan, Chris, Richard, Dan, Peter, Hattie, and Ian. Take a look at the gap now at the top. So, Ben, you've got a second back to Edward. Let's have a look at the gap as I come round again. So, extended your lead there. 2 seconds back to Edward. Edward, you've got another half a second back to Paul. So, quite tight at the front now. So, your leader in the white and black car going over the slippy, coming over to the big jump. And over the doubles he goes. Let's have a look at the gap as Edward comes round. It was 3 seconds last time. 3.5 seconds this time. So, Ben coming up with some traffic through the slippies, catches a back marker. Over the big jump he goes. Through onto the doubles, the white and black car. Down round and onto the straight he goes. Picking up in second, Edward, only a second behind now after a bit of a wobbly lap from Ben. Matt. A second this time round as well. So your black and white car over the big jump is your leader. Through to the doubles. And down onto the straight is your leader. Let's pick up on second as he comes through. So Edward now down the straight. 1.5 seconds is the gap. 1 minute to go. Edward, I believe, coming up into some traffic. Black, white and green car is your second. So that's your 1 and 2 down the straight now. Ben and Edward both down the straight. So, half a second splits these two guys. "30 seconds left, guys. So, down the straight we go. Ben, then Edwards. It's Edward leading this time by 0.8 of a second now. Car on the straight, guys. Watch out. Car on the straight. Thank you. Hold on, marshals. We've still got 3 cars to finish. Right, Wayne, you're going to lead away from Stephen. And it's Jazz, Simon, John, Mark, Peter, Christopher, JJ and Scott. That's 9, 8, 1, 7, 3, 4, 5, 10, 2, 6 is your race order. This is Heat 5. So, all cars off and running in this one.
Wayne Ash going to lead us off. And we'll pick him up. I think he is the Purple Cougar, and as I look around, has a little moment, gets away with it just. I'll let that one go, Mr. Ash. But I can see a 3 wheels on my wagon, and for once it isn't Stephen Davis's car. And we'll look And your full order at 45 seconds. Wayne Ash, Chris Weirs, Simon Goulding, Steve Davis, JJ, Pete Drury. So Chris Weirs coming through from the back of the field. So we'll pick him up, black and green. Know his colours from a million miles away. Professionally sprayed. Not by Juan. He's paid by 2, Cam Wonder. And my bad, Chris. Chris back on his way, so we'll help him start calling him through. So I think that might be one of the leaders with you, Chris, so just work with him. And we'll see what's going on with all that happening. Steve Davis now up to the 2. And only 1 second off the leader. So Simon Goulding with a little bit of pressure on him. And we'll pick him up, see where he is. There he goes down the main straight. Not actually far behind Steve. So Steve can just lead away from that and get back in his rhythm. And we'll see they come onto the straight. Yep, literally together. So 0.9 of a second between first and second place, but it does look like Goulding is slowly closing in on the Davis mobile. So Chris Weirs and the Blue Cougar, you've got first and second coming. Chris Weirs now running in the 5 spot at the moment, Chris. So work together with these guys. Tag on the back of the 2 leaders if you can, Chris. Yeah, that was a leader. Cheers, Chris. So Blue and Silver Cougar, you're next up for second place or first place. And next up will be, and our leader's over, so that's going to hand it over to Steve Davis. Thank you very much, white and blue. That might promote Chris Weirs up to about the 4 or 5 spot. As I look, yes, currently in 5th. So Chris Weirs having a far better run this time. And currently in clear track, so we'll leave him to it. But you guys, so silver and blue, you've got 3rd place coming. Thank you. And next up, Chris Weirs, you've got 3rd place coming. So just tag onto the back of it. And as I look up, our leader is over, but he's got a 5-second lead, so it shouldn't be a problem. So Steve Davis just needs to drop into his rhythm. Come out round onto the main straight again. That last lap cost him 3 seconds, so not too bad. And the gap's going to close down once Simon comes around. Notice Simon's had a bad lap as well and lost even more time. So that's going to give Steve a 5-second lead in this race with 1 minute 20 to go. So Steve Davis, your leader, yellow and turquoisey blue, going over the roller onto the slippery section. It is a factory team style Ultima. I can tell you that much because I helped him build it. So it's got full Fiberlight towers, chassis, Riri gearbox, Riri shocks, and his front arms 3D printed from James Hodgson. And JC Racing wheels. Absolutely immaculately built. It's only done a couple of meetings. And Steve really already settling into this car well. Goes down the straight with 45 on the clock. Started to close down on some of the back markers. So white and blue, your leader is approaching. Thank you very much. Next up, Blue Cougar that was just stopped. Thank you. Silver and blue, and then orange and checkers. Your leader is coming. Great driving, guys. Thank you very much. Carry on. And your leader already off the slippery. Only 20 seconds on the clock. Last time by, one of his better laps, 17.7 with a 17.1 best. Comes past us one more time. Probably starting his in lap now with 10 seconds on the clock. Coming through. Hangs the long left-hander over the slippery, over the tabletop. Does the kicker. Goes big. Sticks the landing. Doubled around and aims for the line. And is done. So that's heat number 5 done. Heat number 6 coming up. You guys need to put your cars straight on the table, straight out to Marshall. Chris Wiz did a good one in that one, coming in 6th with a 16 in 15. So much better run from the Wizmeister. And I've been practicing it. It's Chris Wizbianski. Getting close, getting closer. I need to get more of a ski on it. So 15 seconds to the start. It's going to be Ben Henderson, Phil Stroller, Rich Morris, Gulliam in the 4, Graham in the 5, Arian in the 6, Darren, Barry, Gary, and Jamie. 6 seconds to the start. And off we all go. 30 seconds already in, letting all these guys under 3 for 1. Looks like Henderson, though, going to pick up fastest outlap. And he opens up with a 17.6. Although a slower second lap is going to put Phil Scholler to the point. So we'll see if we can pick these guys up on track. And looks like Henderson coming out onto the main straight. Now Scholler. And it's back advantage Henderson, already into back marker. So red and white, you've got first and second coming. And then blue and rainbow, that's first place with you, going big. And you got second place is the orange and white car when he gets to you. Great job, carry on, sir. First and second coming out onto the main straight. So white, pink and black, you have your 2 leaders approaching. There's one, and you got second place coming as well. Thank you very much. Next up, silver and blue. Yep, that one. Great job, guys. Oh, and second place is over. Has his own mistake. Going to lose a bunch of time. So, silver and orange. Thank you. And our leader now with the astute. Looks like a Broadhurst edition. Coming over towards race control. Out to start. Lap number 7. With just under 2 minutes gone. Done one of his better laps of the race, 17.6 last time by. Best lap so far of a 16.9. Now has a huge lead after a couple of bad laps from Phil. So checking out with already 10 seconds to the good. With only 2:10 on the clock. That's almost Tesco's worthy. So stay with our leader. He comes through the slippery second section. Silver, blue and yellow. Pink wheels. He is not afraid of those pinks, is he? As he comes round onto the slippery section. So, blue and rainbow, please. Oh, and our leader's over. He's going to need a marshal. Gets away with it. So, silver and blue, please. Thank you very much. And our leader's still in clear track. Looks like he's already starting to catch up with Philip now to put a lap on him. So, Phil, you will be next to the leader. And that's one way of getting out or into his way. And out onto the main straight once again. So our leader now a full lap up on the rest of the field. Having an absolute stormer with 3 down, 2 to go. So red and white, please. Thank you. And red and white again, please. Thank you. It's always one of those where you don't know which way to go at that point. Back to the point, and our leader now already opening up even more of a gap. He is in the groove with this car and absolutely throwing it at the track. Comes past last time by. Very good lap, 16.96 with a 16.78 best. That puts him over a second ahead of the next fastest car in that heat. So Henderson really settling in now, blowing through with 1 minute 10 on the clock. So TRX3, please. Thank you. And next up will be pink and black. when he gets to you, mate. Coming out onto the straight right now. 4 minute 10 on the clock. Silver and blue will be next for our leader. Thank you, guys. Great driving. And next up will be the Silver Triumph. And our leader off and away. So Gulliam's up next. Brilliant job, guys. Brilliant job. Our leader through and going. 4.5 minutes down. 30 seconds to go. Oh, and our leader's over. He's going to need a marshal. This isn't going to hurt him in this heat, but it is going to hurt him in the overalls. And with 10 seconds on the clock, he will be starting his final lap. Caution off the slippery. Nowhere for me to call you there at that point. So good patience. I don't think he's going to get to the TRX, but just be aware. And you guys are into finishing time, so listen for your numbers. Henderson, you're done. Great driving, buddy. And race over drivers. Cars on that table and straight out to Marshall, please. Don't worry, James, you had not triggered the loop, so just start as if you had already started, buddy. But that's one way of doing it. So it looks like John Crone leading us round. But we'll let these guys all settle in for a couple. So John might have led us off, but he's not now. I think it's going to be Paul Edwards. Fastest lap last time by, 17:42. And we'll see if we can pick him up on track next time he comes past us. But I think, if I remember right, he's white and yellow. There he goes down the main straight. So, James Hodgson, that's your leader with you. Great driving, sir. And if I remember rightly, there's a Schumacher car. We'll see which type. Looks like a Cougar, so I can see some upright shocks. Nice short shocks on the front of that as well. So, going nice and period. And making it all work. With that going on though, there's virtually nothing between Dave Bell and Paul Edwards, with Dave Bell now to the point. So Paul with some work to go. There goes Dave, 17.2 last time by. Paul Edwards with a 17.6. That gap going to open up, 1.6 seconds. Thank you very much. And you'll have second with you soon as well. Okay, white and red and blue. And our two leaders out in clear track nearly. Battling away, but only 0.7 in it. So it looks like Paul Edwards had a much better last lap. See what it does this time now that he's clear of traffic. Gap was 0.7. It's now 0.48. So now we have a race on with Paul Edwards trying to close down Dave Bell. So Richard Lowe, you've got first and second. You're already first come past you. You've got second coming when he gets there. And first place closing down on that Cougar at end of straight, which is Dan Edwards. Or Dan Ferguson even, sorry, so my bad, but you've already got them both through. So our leader on the second slippery section. So what, silver, blue and yellow, that's one of your leaders. Please be aware of them. I know he'd already made his mistake. That's one way of getting out of the way. So James Hodgson, you'll be next for our leader. You guys got just under 2 minutes to go. Lead car though coming out onto the main straight. Lovely Cougar. Red, silver and blue. Going to get tagged very slightly by James. James had nowhere to go at that point. Just one of those. Our leader already about 3 seconds to the good over Edwards after a couple of scruffy laps by Edwards. And we'll see what we can do. So, Lowy, when you get going again, which you now are, you've got second place closing you down. Thank you. And next up for second will be James Hodgson. So just be aware, James, when he gets to you. Our leader, though, end of the main straight. Gap now down to 1.6 seconds with 1 minute and 20 on the clock. So Edwards still with it all to do, but grinding into it as best as he can. And I think this will be a good battle right the way to the end. So there goes our leader. Here comes through second. The gap was 1.6. It's now 1.4. So just taking out another couple of tenths, starting to apply the pressure as best as he can. Lowy, that's the leader. And you'll have second with you shortly. For 1.48 last time by. What is it this time? 1.34. Another tenth gone. That stake avoiding accident of the Lomobile at the end of the straight. So that's going to cost him a tenth. But having said that, he still looks closer. So Paul Edwards starting to really throw everything at it with 30 seconds to go. He wants this heat. Length of the straight in it and only 0.32 of a second. You guys have got this lap and one more. Edwards absolutely on it going through the slippery section. Really starting to close down now on the Bell car. These two really going for it. Hammer and tongs coming out onto the main straight together. The gap was 0.3. It's now 0.17 in Edwards' favour. So Edwards now still trying to close down, and Bell's going to, oh, he blinks, and that's going to be run done for him. But here comes Edwards going for his better run of the day. Coming round and past us on the clock, and I think that is you done, sir, but keep going till you hear your number. And indeed you are done, Paul. You are done. Thank you. Wasn't sure, but it's gone colour. So listen for your numbers. Still Andy and Richard to finish. There goes Andy. There goes Rich. So race over drivers. Cars on that table and straight out to Marshall, please. It's all right, James. Nobody saw you ignoring the one way. So that's heat 7 done. Heat 8 up next. I'm going to ask for Steve Brook if you are free. I'm free. To race control, take over on the microphone so I can go and get my car ready.
So, Craig, you're going to lead away from Mitch, Sven, Chris, Eli, Mike, Christopher, Michael, Mickey, Alex and Jimmy. That's 5, 8, 9, 3, 1, 4, 6, 7, 10, 2.
So here we go, heat 8. Round 3 of 3. These guys last shot at qualifying. Craig Mawson leads us away. Mitch Fiddling second, then Sven, Chris Ely, Mike Penfold. Same as previous rounds, pretty much. Craig already into the 15-second laps. So see if we can pick up our leader. That is car number 5. So Craig, Mitch, Chris, Sven and Mike. 5, 8, 3. Now it's changing in the lower positions, but it's still Craig from Mitch. Here comes Mike Penfold's car onto the straightaway. So last round of qualifying, guys, please keep each other room. If a faster car approaches, let them pass. You know how it is. So we've got Mike Penfold and Mitch Fiddling in the centre of the track there, just coming in front of race control. Craig still continues to lead. Right, there I was just trying to identify Craig's car, and it was upside down in front of us. So, car in the centre of the track with one wheel off its... So that car is out. And it's now Mitch Fiddling who's our leader. That's the purple Cougar. See if we can pick that up. Drivers, you're approaching half race distance. Yep. Right, here comes Craig up the straightaway. It's Mitch that leads from Craig and Chris.
Craig Mawson, Chris Eli and Sven all split by less than a second, battling for second, third and fourth. Mitch has got about a 4-second gap on these three guys.
And we're approaching the 3-minute mark. Car over in the centre of the track. It recovers back on its wheels. There goes Mitch through the doubles in the centre. Onto the slippery stuff. Here he comes. Onto the straight is your race leader. So it's Mitch from Craig, from Sven, from Chris and Mike. We're approaching the 1.5 minute to go, drivers. Car's pretty well spaced out. Car in the centre of the track on its roof. Recovers. And approaching, we've got 1 minute 10 drivers. Mitch continues to lead from Craig, Chris. Sven is in fourth, then it's Mike Penfold, so very close at the top. Oh, that was your race leader, the orange and white car that you had over. So when the faster car approaches, please give them room. We do appreciate mixed abilities within these heats of vintage racing, so just give everybody room. Inside your final minute, drivers. And Craig's gone back into the lead because of that tumble by Mitch. We have a car out in front of us in race control, and it's approaching the 30-second mark. So it's Craig from Mitch, from Chris, from Sven, and Mike Penfold. They've pretty much stayed much like this for most of the race. So approaching 10 seconds, drivers, and it's Craig, Mitch, Chris, Sven and Mike, and I'll hand you over to race control. Listen up for your numbers. Caution in the centre of the track as that car recovers. Listen up for your numbers. Okay, race over. Cars to the table. Straight out to Marshall, please. 1 minute to heat 9. Round 3 of 3. Top 8 in this year group.
So, Craig, you're going to lead away from Jamie. Then it's Nathan, Carl, Lee, Danny, Philip, Matthew, Stu, and Marcus. So that's 1, 3, 5, 8, 4, 2, 6, 10, 7, 9. Heat number 9.
So, heat 9 up and running. Early doors, and Mr. Rules takes the lead. So, your commentator for the weekend, Nathan Rules, leads them out, and then it's Craig, then Carl, then Danny, then Lee, Matthew, Philip, Stuart. Carl takes the lead now. That'll be the purple, pink and white Kyosho in the centre of the track. Here comes your current race leader. So, yeah, Carl continues to lead from Nathan Rules. Craig Drescher in third. Danny Conway up to 4. 1 minute down, drivers. So, Nathan and Carl. Craig assumes the lead. Nathan assumes the lead. Carl assumes the lead. It's that close. Top 8 split by 4 seconds. This was always going to be close. Right, so be aware, drivers. Fast cars coming through. Carl continues to lead. Craig's now moved up to second. So Craig is coming up to pink car at the end of the straight. That's second place man. Now it's now leading. So race leader is coming onto the slippery stuff. The blue, pink and white car, that is the race leader behind you. Coming onto the main straight about now. So Craig leads from Nathan, Carl's third, Danny Conway's 4. It's very close, it's very tight at the top here. 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Craig leads, Nathan second. Our race leader is over the big jump. Nathan's after, Carl follows him. There's Danny. Craig leads exactly half race distance. Craig, Nathan, Carl, Danny, Lee Broadhurst, Jamie Booth recovering up the field. That's the white and green, fluo yellow, Tamiya. Race leader, 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. Craig Drescher continues to lead. Nathan Rules second. Carl is third. Danny Conway fourth. Race leader over the big jump. Small hump in the centre section. Over the double jump comes Craig Drescher and his RC10. Continues to lead. 3:15 down. 1:45 to go. Craig, Nathan, Carl, Danny, Lee Broadhurst is your top 5. So the white and pink car in the centre of the track. You've got third place with you right now. Give him some space, please, as he comes in front of race control. Thank you. In in the centre of the track as well. Nathan's on his own. He's got clear track. So Craig leads. Nathan second. Carl's third. Here comes Carl. There's Danny as well, approaching back markers. Be careful in the centre of the track. Craig made his way through the back markers there. 1 minute to go, drivers. 1 minute. White and pink car in the centre of the track. You've got Danny coming up behind you, very distinctive colours. Let the faster Danny's moved up to third, so please give him room when he gets close to you. That is third place coming over the big jump now. So it's Craig, Nathan, Danny Conway up to third. Changing places with Carl. 30 seconds to go, drivers. Jamie's over and on his roof. Marshall recovers him. Carl makes a mistake in the centre of the track. He's on his roof. So it's Craig and Nathan. Approaching 10 seconds, drivers. Your race leader is on the slippery stuff. Now, over the double jump and coming in from the race control. Listen up for your numbers, drivers. Okay, drivers, cars to the table. Straight out to Marshall, please. Heat 10 to the rostrum. Thank you.
Okay, so heat number 10. Sven, you're going to lead away from Martin. Then it's going to be Rick, Rob, David, Ross, Mike, Tom, Alan, and Clayne. So that is 1, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6, 9, 8, 7, 10.
And up and running, 1:15 down, 3:45 to go. That is Sven leading us round from Rick Greenwood. So we'll pick up Sven, I believe, going down the main straight now. There goes Martin Richards and Rick Greenwood. So nothing between the three of them. Only point, well, 2 seconds between the top four, I'm being told. Sven the first to blink. The marshals are running. That's going to hand it over to Martin Richards. He is now going to have Rick Greenwood for company and only 0.5 of a second in it. So black and green, that is your second place coming. Get that one. Tag on to that one, Rick. And all three cars on the main straight together of your top three. I've got to wait until I get my screen back to see what I've got between them. And here we go. So it is Martin Richards from Rick Greenwood from Sven, and only 2 seconds between the three of them. Sven going to blink again. So that's going to release, I think, Rick, which indeed it does. So we'll see if we can pick these guys up on track. Our leader onto the second slippery. Rick onto the second slippery. Our leader coming onto the main straight. So Schumacher at end of main straight. That's your leader with you when he gets there. Thank you. And you guys got Rick coming through as well. So black and pink and whites. That is your lead car with you. Thank you very much. So Rick through as well. This gap less than a second the entire way through. So you two are going to do battle no matter what. And as I say that, a little bit of a slower lap from Rick. It's going to open it up slightly in Martin's favour. So Rick needs to get back into his rhythm. Martin's coming up on the white associated, coming onto the straight. Thank you very much, sir. And the gap coming back down very slightly. Rick putting in one of his best laps of the race, 16.8. Takes a couple of tenths out of Martin Richard that time by. So it needs to keep doing what he's doing. Our leader now in clear track. Rick coming up on it. So pink and white, you have second place approaching. When he gets to you, please. Thank you very much. And next up for our second place will be the white associated when he gets there. So just be aware he is coming. Our leader, though, out onto the straight, starting to check out just a little bit. Rick's getting through traffic. Gap starting to open up, but nothing we can do about that. Our leader now in traffic as well, but they've all seen him coming and let him go. So white associated, great driving. Thank you very much, sir. And blue and silver end of straights. That's your leader. Well, second place with you. Somebody's over. It's our leader. It's a whole new day now with Rick Greenwood. We're jumping on the back of him to get dragged on and round for a better time. So that gap was 4.18. It is now the other way, 0.08 in Rick Greenwood's favour. So Rick just needs to keep doing exactly what he's doing. Hang around there. This should all be good. These guys have got Sven closing them down. But with only 25 on the clock, I don't think Sven's going to quite get there. And as I say that, Martin Richard picks it back up. 0.03. So black and pink, please. You've got two of them. And again, please. Thank you. These guys coming round to start their final lap on the final qualifier. And it is 0.3 of a second in Richards' favour. But Rick already looking closer. These two going into the slippery second section. Blue and pink, be aware. Two of them are coming if they get to you. They're racing to the line. Who's going to pick it up? And by 0.4 of a second, Martin Richards going to take it from Rick Greenwood. So you two are done. Great racing between the pair of you. And good to see that on the rostrum. So you guys just waiting on Klein, and there it is. So race over drivers, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall.
Okay, Heat 11. Rob, you're going to lead away from Nick here. But it's Richmond, Richard, Lee, Manny, Nathan, Malcolm, James and Chris. So that is 10-3-4-9-1-7-8-6-5-2. This is heat number 11. Okay, so off the first lap, it's Rob Fox, Nick Goodall, and Manny.
And to it, so thank you very much to John. And like we say, Goodall, Fox, Rogers, Sharp, Charnock, Panesar, Powney, Wiley, McClarnacan, and only 4 seconds covering all of you. So the question will be, who's going to be first to blink? I've just seen Panesar need a marshal, just as I look up. So be aware, silver and blue, thank you. Goodall started to climb back at the Fox car, and indeed ahead of it on the stagger by 0.49. So we've got some real legends in this race. We've got Richard Rogers, we've got Nick Goodall, we've got Rob Fox, Manny Panesar, Lee Charnock, loads of them. The big dogs at the 94-98 class, and they are going to do battle in the last round. And it's all about that. Back to the racing. It's still Goodall from Foxy. The gap, though, only 0.2 of a second. So car coming onto the straight, you've got first and second coming. Be aware. Yeah, that one. And again, when he gets there, please. So Foxy and Goodall clean over, and somebody is done. Pink and yellow, thank you. Great driving, sir. I know you had to check up. Much appreciated. That was James Wiley. So brilliant driving, matey. But now that gap is down to 0. So Goodall now really starting to turn up the pressure on the Foxmobile. White, yellow and blue coming onto the straight. You got first and second coming. Please be aware. They're coming in at walk factor Fox. And they are fast. And there's 2 of them. Thank you. And there is only 0.7 of a second. The first top 3 cars, only a second in it. So Rogers not out of this yet, and he is trying to get back and join this party. Puts in his fastest lap of the race, 15:51. Takes about 3-4 tenths out of all of them. And as I look up, Goodall has blinked. So that's going to be him dropping that little bit. See what that does to the times. So now it's Rob Fox, Nick Goodall, Richmond Rogers, and still only 1.3 seconds covering that top 3, which is absolutely 0. So white, yellow and blue, you've got third place with you. White and blue, you've got second place with you. Coming on to the straight, and you'll shortly have third place with you. It's all carrying on. Only two 100ths between Richmond Rogers and Nick Goodall. So absolutely 0, and Rogers looking closer, so I think he's going to pick up the 2 now. And indeed he is by 0.018 of a second. So nothing between Rogers and Goodall. And these 2 are dropping back very slightly from the Foxmobile. About a 2-second gap to him. We'll see what they do this time as they're coming through. Still 1.95. Everybody now in clear track apart from Goodall. So Panesar, please. Let 1 go. Thank you. And white, orange and blue, let 1 go when he gets to you, please. That's the one. Thank you. Rest of it's for position, guys. You 3 work together. And you 3 will shortly have second and third coming. Gap coming down, though, to 1.7 seconds now between Goodall and Fox. So it looks like Richmond had a little bit of a squiffy lap, and indeed he did when I look at the times. So Richmond back to the 3, but now only 1.2 between Goodall and Fox. So white, orange and blue, that's second place when he gets to you. Please be aware. Thank you. And next up for second will be Manny Panesar. You know what to do. And white, orange and blue, you'll have third place with you shortly. You guys have got 30 seconds on the clock. That gap only 1.4 seconds last time by. What is it now? 1.1. So Goodall starting to eat into it. So white, orange and blue, please. Thank you. And Manny Panesar. Oh, and Goodall gets it 7 shades of wrong. Manages to escape the marshal, but that's going to cost him a chunk of time. There goes Rob Fox. 1.4 now the gap with 5 seconds on the clock. You guys probably on your in lap, so listen for your numbers. So Fox, Rogers, Goodall, you are done. Marshall in the middle. Track is still live. Just waiting on Nathan Powney. There he goes. So race over on heat 11. So Heat 12 up next, no outlaps. And Heat 11, cars on table, straight out to Marshall. Rob Fox going to take that 19 in 1. From Richmond Rogers, Nick Goodall, Richard Sharp, Lee Charnock, Nathan Powney, Manny Panesar, James Wiley, Malcolm McClarnockan, and Chris Slater finally joining us. How's the head, Chris? Chris Slater, are you still feeling delicate? When I hear the words carried to the hotel, I know it was a messy night. All cars away, seen and counting. John Weston, can I have you to race control, please, John Weston? Yeah. Ben Henderson going to lead us off, but he's not going to lead us after one. Looks like Bartlett's going to have the quickest outlap, and as I say that, Jake Burr does it. 17:36. So 1 minute 45 down. Jake Burr to the point. R8. So we're going to pick him up on track next time he crosses race control. So Jake Burr going down Main Straight. I believe I'm told he's upside down, so my bad. We'll double check with the microphone and with the lap timer as they all come past. So there goes Ben Henderson at the 1. And indeed, Jake Burr going to drop back down the order to 2nd. Only about 0.4 back, so not too bad, but still got to now fight his way back through. So Bartlett, be aware. I think that's 2nd place with you. Thank you very much. And Burr coming up to race control. There he goes. And that time is dead even between Ben Henderson and Jake Burr, as Jake Burr threw in a 16:78. So let's call Jake Burr through. Chris Wilkinson, thank you. Coming out onto the main straight now. And indeed, Jake Burr picks it up by 0.8 of a second. So white RC10, please. Pink wheels. Thank you. Next up for our leader will be yellow and white. Pink wheels, pink wing. RC10 coming onto the main straight now. You've got your leader approaching. Well weighted, well weighted. Didn't see the moment, but I appreciate the gentlemanliness. Our leader over the corner to the big tabletop. Coming round over the 2nd slippery. Goes for the doubles. A little bit skew-iff on the front of that at the moment, but seems to be getting away with it. Coming down the main straight. Last on the back markers. Closing down on green and pink with the pink wheels. That is your race leader. Green and pink, please. Thank you. So, Andreas, that is your leader ahead of you. Oh, and Jake Berg going to blink. He's got a 1.9 second lead, so he's just got to get back through the field again. And gets tangled up with he who shall not be named. So that's going to cost him. So get back in your rhythm, Jake. You've got 45 seconds on the clock. And we'll see what that does. That opens it up now for Ben Henderson in the lead, with 30 seconds now on the clock. Try and pick him up. There he is. Middle of the track, Schumacher. Almost looks like a Fabix. It's coming round out onto the main straight. Round long sweeper, closing down on the white RC10 with pink wheels with 10 seconds on the clock. So might just squeak through for one, but not sure. 3, 2, 1, 0. Here he comes. And he has squeaked through, so keep going. Keep going. So Ben Henderson through for a 17-lapper. And we'll pick him up. He's coming up on the Thomas Peter car. But you guys are already into finishing time, so just have patience. And race over, drivers. So bring yourselves up. What I would really like is all the two-wheel drive racers, please. Mid-motor, everything. All of you up and in front of the rostrum or on the rostrum, please. Everybody that is racing today, we want to do a group picture of everyone. So if we can have you all over with your cars, please, to the rostrum and in front of it. That is all racers today to the rostrum with your cars. If mine needs a body shell on it, Steve, can you sort it out, please? So I want a picture of all the racers together, please, today. So all of you, chuck a shell on your cars, get yourselves out towards the rostrum. Either want you on it or in front of it. And Bawley can take a race day picture, as can John Weston. And then we will be doing a draw. So once you guys have done that, we'll have you all over or carrying on in that area whilst we do a draw for the day, where Kyosho Europe have been very nice indeed. And they have donated a Kyosho Ultima. And every racer today is in a raffle for it, whether known or unknown. So Kyosho Europe, thanks to Carl Marsden and the guys there. So I think that will be Mick Craddock, Carl Marsden. Thank you very much to you guys for the support on the day. There will be a Kyosho Ultima being raffled off. As soon as I've got my picture taken, I'll be back over to help draw that. And we will go from there. So if I can have all of you, please, over to the rostrum with your cars.
So guys, you've got to start organising yourselves a bit. Spread out across the rostrum, all the way to the far side. Budge it up a bit, guys. Let's fill up that far side of the rostrum a bit more. Come on, guys. Let's speed this up a bit. Everyone out onto the rostrum, please. If we're taking photos, guys, I'd probably take the high visors off. Yeah, high visors off for doing photos. Right, is this everyone now? Think we're all good, Mike? So we're going to draw for this ultimate car. Kyosho.
As we say, guys, Kyosho Europe, thanks to Carl Marsden and Mick Braddock. Very much thank you. Have donated a Kyosho Ultima to today. One of the legendary cars, which mine's actually based on, but that's not saying too much. And Carl's now going to draw from the list of racers here today. And one of you lucky people is going to go home with it. You can't pick it individually. So he's going to pick the heat from 1 to 12. So the winner will be from heat number. Pick a heat, any heat. What heat we got? So from heat number 7. Everybody else goes, oh. So heat number 7. And your winner is car number 1, heat 7. That's go and get the list. Come on, give me a name. Give me a name. Come on, Bally, one job. Got it here. Heat 7, car number 1, 2-wheel drive. Andy Luxford is your winner. Well done, sir. I demand a recount. I demand a recount. I bet you're happy with that heat adjustment now. So well done to Andy Luxford. Comes home. Take his high vis off. Andy, take the high vis off. Carlos, get him to take the high vis off. Hang on, it says associated. Give me a spoon, I'll stir some more. We say thank you to you all for coming out there, getting all this picture done, guys. It is much appreciated. It'd be great for social media and for the rest to see how much vintage is loved. And your finals listing is on the board. So your first final will be on the board at 2:05, drivers. 2:05 for your first final. minutes to the start of your A final. 77 to 91, and that will be Mark Maney on pole. Andreas Esselborn on second, Gary Goddenham on 3, Richard Colbert on 4, Lars Wham on 5, Matthew Richardson on the 6, Martin June on the 7, Paul Ruckledge on the 8, Adrian Parks on the 9, and Peter Lewis on the 10. You got 8 minutes until the start. Michael Ball to race control, please. Ball leads for race control. Michael Ball to race control, please. That ball leads for race control. So, Michael Ball to race control, please. Rick Greenwood, if you are free, can you come to race control, please? .445 to the start of the A final, 77. My marshals need to start getting ready. That's going to be Ben Henderson, Ross Bartlett on the 2, Jake Burr on the 3, Chris Wilkinson on the 4, Stu Carling on the 5, Stu Lees on the 6, Luke Drennan on the 8, Alex Tudor Hart on the 9. Alex Tudor Hart on the 9 and Tommy Peter on the 10, although Tommy Peter, I will get you to cover point number 7 for me, please, Thomas. that case, then, can I have a volunteer, please, on point number 7? Need a volunteer, Marshall, on point number 7 for me, please. Michael Ball to race control, please. Thank you very much, Dan. If you can cover 7 for me, please. My, what a big bag you've got. Ben Henderson, can I have you on point 1, please? Voldemort. Looks like we're good, Dan, unless there's a spare on this end. Just waiting for Ben Henderson on point 1, please. Thank you. Much appreciated. So you guys got 1 minute to the start, drivers. 1 minute. Thirty seconds to the start of your A main. 77 to 81. Mark Maney on the pole. I wouldn't mind, the car on pole is probably only about a year older than me. And off they all thunder into the first corner. Oh, it's total bedlam at the end, the back end of the grid. But the 2 leaders through the first corner and away. Although, as I say that, Andreas going to get it 7 shades of wrong. Drop back to the 5. So that's going to release Mark Maney. And there's no letting through now. This is the position. Oh, we have it done quite cleanly, please, Andreas. Can you wait? Car at end of straight. Go tight. Go tight. So, Andreas, next time the move will be done cleanly, please. Next leg, I will make you wait if you do that. Marshall in the middle. It is bedlam out there. Anybody would think it was a final. All that going on. Mark Maney is off and gone. Last time by had a 7-second lead over Richard Colbert. This time by has an 8.5-second lead over Andreas. So Andreas with a lot of work to do. Mark Maney with some work just to keep his head clean. 1 minute 15 gone, 3:45 to go. And let's pick up with our leader as he comes over the big tabletop. Already started some lap back markers. And that Bowlink looking every bit good. I had a look at it in my go live yesterday, and it's got some upgraded Schumacher sort of C-car style rear suspension on it. All pods and God knows what, like a 12 car would have. So a real work of art of a car that's leading us round. And I think he's about to put a lap on Andreas. In fact, Andreas has dropped down a place. But your leader going over the spike jump onto the second slippery. And now putting an entire lap on the whole field, I believe. Oh, no, he's still got Rob Colbert to the... No, he's done the entire field already. So 2.5 minutes in, and Mark Maney is well past his way to Tesco's. He's already got his shop and he's checked out and he's halfway home looking forward to a cup of tea. So our leader already on the straight, lap ahead of Andreas. So Andreas is going to have to sit there unless Mark lets him go. Which Mark does, only for Andreas just to cartwheel straight out the way again. So Andreas getting it 7 shades of wrong on that one. And Mark Maney through once again to disappear off into the distance and close out this final. Oh, even I know that hurt. I'm going to quote, clean up on aisle 5, or I was about to, but it's all good. So Andreas back on his way, losing nothing but time. I was expecting there to be dustpan and brush from that one. You guys got 1 minute 40 to go. Your lead car coming up towards race control and coming out onto the straight. He's lapped the entire field once. Now he's trying to do it a second time. Mark Maney is on an absolute mission. Considering this is a 1970s car, he is running it round in 19 point... Well, he's just done his fastest lap of the final. 19.1 seconds. Considering the fastest laps I've seen today is only 15s. That's not bad at all for the age and style of that car. "45 seconds to go, drivers. 45 seconds. And you're full order with 30 seconds to go. Mark Maney, Andreas, Gary, Richard, Lars, Matthew, Martin, Paul, Adrian and Peter. "15 seconds on the clock. I do believe Maney's going to get through for one more lap. 8 seconds as he crosses the line. This is the final lap for the Maney Mobile. I think the only person he hasn't lapped twice is Andreas, and he's only about 20 feet away from doing that. Such is the dominance that he's put in this final. So I will have a big round of applause for your leg one winner, Mark Maney. So drivers, same as before, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall, please. Full rundown: Mark Maney, Andreas, Gary, Richard, Lars, Matthew, Martin, Paul, Adrian and Peter. Just slowly round to the grid, guys. Should have Ishii on pole, Duncan Wood on 2, Scott Smith on the 3, Thomas Peter on the 4, Dave Saville on the 5, Lance Walker on the 6, Max Gardner on the 7, Carl Taylor on the 8, John Hamilton on the 9, and the Jiff Meister himself bringing up the back. I should probably call you the bubble man, but that probably sounds a bit wrong. And Updale Thunder. Oh, and she cracks on the first corner. He goes from hero to 0. Drops back behind Jiffy. And now got a long old bit of work to do to drag that back up and through. So that's going to promote Duncan Wood to the point, and he's already got about a 2-second lead. As I say that it was 0.7, but this time it is definitely increasing. And there's a good battle going on for second. Jiffy up to the 4. Richard recovering up to about the 7. And indeed he is. So your full order after a couple of laps is Duncan Wood, Thomas Peter, Scott Smith, Jiffy Giles, 10 to 4 in the first 2 laps. Dave Saville in the 5, Max Gardner in the 6, Ishii in the 7. John Hamilton in the 8, Lance Walker in the 9, and Cole Taylor in the 10. Oh, and our leader's over. That's going to have a big old change around at the front. And it looks like some bedlam has been happening. There goes Woody, still leading us. Got about a 2-second lead over Thomas. And it looks like actually it's Ishii that's having the mare at the moment. So he's going to come back stronger in leg 2. But you still need to recover and get some places in this one, Ishii. So head down, get on with it. Oh, and Jiffy goes for a cartwheel, just about gets away with it. Champions roll back onto his wheels. And that is actually the big battle on track at the moment. It's the 3rd overall. And Jiffy goes for a move around the outside. Looks like 3rd place. Scott Smith has had problems. Car end straight, track clear. Thank you. And Ishii's starting to listen, starting to get himself back up. He's gone from last up to 8th. So just needs to stay in that rhythm. Jiffy has dropped back or up to the 3 now. So he is trying to close down on Peter's car. We'll see what that gap is. Last time by it was 2.2 seconds. And it's staying equal to that at the moment. So Jiffy not a million miles back. Looks like Duncan Wood's got to cut the 3-second lead at the front. And looks like Ishii recovering well, starting to move back up and through the order. That should be him now up to the 6. So not too bad at all, Ishii. Jiffy still solid in the 3. And has got a lap on Ishii. So if it gets to you, Jiff Meister, you know you can let him go without worrying. You're running in a solid 3rd, you'll lap up on him in the 5. And we'll see if we can pick up our 2nd place. It is Thomas Peter. I am looking for him. I do believe he's blue and checkers in the Thule colours. And there he goes down the main straight. Jiffy not a million miles back. Only about 1.9 seconds in it. So we'll see if we can pick up on Jiffy as he comes over the big tabletop. Only one section of track between them. So Jiffy, if you want it, now is the time to push with 1.5 to go. And Jiffy now only about a couple of seconds back on him. So that gap staying static this time by. Jiffy a little bit of a squiffy lap, losing everything that he gained, but getting away with it. So you got 3 of them coming, Red Tomahawk. Oh, and 2nd place is over, needs a marshal. Here comes Jiffy. It's a whole new day. Jiffy goes for an inside move and runs out Talon in the middle. Stop pointing, start running. God. So that's going to cost Jiffy a boatload of time. Marshals, don't ever point at it, just run. God. One job, boys. One job. So that's going to cost Jiffy a load. But with all that going on, it looks like Thomas Peter has had a small mistake, but Jiffy's given him another sympathy crash. So let's see if we can pick up with Jiffy. I don't know if he's still going to be in the 3 now. We shall see as they come up, or as he comes up round and through towards race control. And there he is, still in the 3 spot, coming past back markers. So green and white, or sorry, green frog, that's second place with you. Thank you, or third even, sorry, my bad. And Jiffy, a big chunk and a day short of second place. And you guys are racing to the line. And I think he's already at it, but I'll have a big round of applause for your winner of leg 1, Duncan Wood. Race over, drivers, race over. Cars to the table, straight out to Marshall, please. Next up, your A final, 85 to 87. So just slowly onto the straight and grid them straight up, please, guys. And I've got Steve Lander on the 1, the Conway on 2. Andy Bulmer on the 3, Chris Wilkinson, who shall not be named, on the 4. Stu Carling on the 5, Richard Colbert on the 6, Mike Bradley on the 7. Rob Rand on the 8 and Andy Halliwell on the 9. And you guys have got 30 seconds to the start. So I need my marshals on their points, please. And if you're down that end, can you make sure you are clear of the rostrum so they can all see, please? 15 seconds, clear the grid, please. Marshals on your points. And off they all thunder. Bedlam at the back, loads of wheeling cars. 2 cars needing marshalling. One's got away with it. And that's going to cost those guys a boatload of time. Marshall in the middle, please. I also need a marshal on point 9. Jiffy Giles to point 9, please. Point 9 here, please, sir. Thank you, buddy. It's all right, take your time, take your time. Don't want you hurting yourself, but I do need you around it. If you can cover that one on the next final for me, please, Jiff Meister. So with all that going on, Landers has checked out. Whole length of the straight and the sweeper ahead of everyone. So Conway now got to tow that back. Got about a 4-second lead. So Conway with some real work to do now. We'll pick this one up. Last time by it's 4.0 seconds. This time 3.44. So Conway pulled a half a second back in that lap. So not too bad, and a long way to go with only 1 minute down, 4 to go. Marshall in the middle, put it on the other side, please, other side. Thank you, great job, Tommy. 1 minute 15 down, so Stephen Landers from Danny Conway, Rob Rance, He Who Shall Not Be Named, then Stu Carling in the 5, Andy Bulmer, Andy Halliwell, the Battle of the Andes. Mike Bradley in the 7, in the 8, and Richard Colbert in the 9. And we'll pick up our leader because he's coming up towards back markers soon. He's coming out onto the main straight. Chimera Spec Ultima looking every bit low, sort of just super out there. Comes over the big tabletop, white and red. He's closing down on the yellow and white car, pink wheels. So please be aware. Plus Andy Bulmer's yellow car, that's leader with you. Thank you. And yellow and white, please. Thank you, guys. So our leader through the back markers started to clear a bit of traffic. Gap down to 2.8 seconds. So Danny's heading in the right direction. Marshall in the middle, please. Great scene there, Rich. Need a long way to run. You lot in the middle. Eyes awake, please. So now that Richard Isherwood is a spent force, I'll probably need a volunteer to help him on 2. And off we go, back to the racing. Looks like Danny Conway, bit of a slower lap. Gap has opened up to 4.35 seconds with 2 minutes 15 on the clock. We'll pick up our leader as he comes round onto the main straight. And here comes Conway chasing him down. Was 4.3, now 3.07. So, Danny, you just need to do a few more of those, please. So, Chris Wilkinson, you've got second place coming. Good job. See, I can call your name for that one. Just when you're going well, but I can't say your name. And our leaders now both just about on the main straight together. Gap last time by 2.68. So Conway now starting to chew into the Landers lead. So White Ultima, you have the leader coming. That's one way of getting out of the way. And White and Yellow Cat. That's the lead, one of the leaders coming. Great driving. Gap stepped up just a little bit in Landers' favour, 3.4. So it looks like he's managing the gap with 1.5 minutes to go. Both guys in clear track at the moment. Let's see what these lap paces are this time by. 17.1 from Landers, 16.6 from Conway. So Landers still has the fastest lap of the final. Gap though now 2.9 seconds. Just over a minute to go. Conway really got to start pushing this one. And you're just over the length of the straight behind him, Danny. So gap down to 2.4. Danny going to take another 3/4 or half a second out of him. And Landers gets it wrong on the slippery section. Conway started to apply the pressure now. That gap now down this time to 2.3 seconds, so another couple of tenths out. Landers already through the traffic. My bad for not shouting. So White Ultima, you have second place coming. And white, yellow and pink, please be careful, you have second place coming. Gap was 2.3 last time by. It's 2.0 this time. So the two of them absolutely going hammer and tongs. Landers a little bit sideways on the slippery, and it's all these little gaps that make a thing. And these guys will be starting their final lap this time by. So Red Ultima, you have second place coming. And clear track for the pair of them on the way home. These guys are on racing to the line. So Andy Bulmer, you got second place. When he gets there, you are in between them. About 2 seconds in between them as they come round, racing to the line. And it's going to be Landers taking it. Conway picking up 2. Wilkinson picking up a 3. I purposely left you alone, sir. Andy Bulmer in the 4. Stu Carling in the 5. Rich Colbert in the 6. Mike Bradley in the 7. Andy Halliwell in the 8. And Rob Rand in the 9. Around the tabletop, please. I didn't really want to notice it. Do you need to borrow mine? So guys, cards on the table, straight to your marshal points, please. And Jiffy Giles, are you looking for your marbles that you've lost? So, Jiffy's going to sort the grid. Should have Andy Luxford on pole. Barry Parker on the 2. Gary Goddenham on the 3. Dan Reed on the 4. Ian Greenfield on the 5. Greg Billingham in the 6. Jamie Belcher in the 7. Scott Arnold in the 8. Peter Holm Moss on the 9. And Hattie in the 10. Thank you, Jiffy. Hold your cards, please. Sorry, computer hasn't gone off from the start. One minute to the start. Sorry about that, drivers. Computer coughed. So listen for the start, drivers. 1 minute to the start. And I'm going to shorten that down to 10 seconds, drivers. So listen for the start time. And off they all thunder into the first corner. Slight delay on the start from our side, so I apologise. Oh, all bar one. Make sure you switched it on. Bring it back here, switch it on. Oh, he's got steering. Have a look at it, please, Chris. Marshall, cover your point, please. Give it an on-off. Go with the IT support. Give it an on-off. It's alive. No, it's not. I'd say sensor problem. Is it a hobby wing? We're going to try pulling the sensor wire out of it. Right, try that, please. There you go. It's alive. You've just got no turbo now. I want to say you can still win it, but Chris is taking that long, you probably can't. You know? Oh, yeah, that's fast now. Hope you can hold on to it. So, back to the racing, and it is Andy Luxford to the point. Got about a 2.5 second lead over Greg Billingham, and then Dan Reed a further 3 seconds back. So, we'll see if we can pick up our leader once he comes past race control. Changed from the lead, and it is now Greg Billingham to the point. Pick them up as they go over the big tabletop, heading up towards the slippery section. Oh, do you mind my jump? There goes Greg down the main straight, I believe yellow and white. So be aware, drivers, he is coming through and lapping you. Thank you very much, guys. And that looks an absolutely stunning Cougar 2 or 1.5, depending on the front arms. Coming round onto the straight to start lap number 8. And he's got about a 5 second lead over the rest of the field, so doing well. Trying to check out just a little bit, but nobody's going to beat what Mark Maney did, so he's going to get the Tesco's checkout award for the day. And you guys got 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Your full order: Greg Billingham, Dan Reed, Barry Parker, Pete Moss, Ian Greenfield, Andy Luxford, Gary Goddenham. As I say that, Gary up now to the 5. So then Scott Arnold, Ian Greenfield down to the 7, Andy Luxford in the 8, Hattie up to the 9, and James Belcher down to the 10. So Hattie, the big mover and shaker in this one. I think she's running a Cobra, but I'm not quite sure. We'll have a look. Might be a Cougar, I'm not sure. We'll see when that clears out between those two, 'cause they're a bit too close for me to work out. So let's pick up our leader, Greg Billingham. I think that's him coming now, coming out onto the main straight. Indeed, catching up with second place, Dan Reed, to put a lap on him. So this is a good checkout. I will give it that. Still got to get to 2 laps though, because that's where Mark Maney was. He was only about 3 seconds off of getting the second lap on the field. And at that point, you too can pick up a Sandbagger award. Please take that car off the track if you are fixing it. So one of my big heroes from the revival revival race is Hattie de Beniagar. Coming round with her Cougar. Goes big onto the slippery sections. Currently gone from 10th up to 6th in this final. meaning a very proud dad moment for Mike. And driving absolutely fantastic. It's great to see the juniors at these types of events and the support they are given at them as well. Nothing better than seeing these juniors. So Hattie going to continue. She comes round over the doubles. She's going to catch the marker but have a little champion's roll and not worry about it. Come back onto the straight, back into her rhythm. Just calming herself down a little bit. Get back into her race. And we're going to see where our leader is. It was Greg Billingham. It still is with into finishing times. So as we are crossing the lines, guys, I will have a big round of applause for your winner of the F final, Greg Billingham. So, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall, please, guys and girls. And we're last orders for food, so if you're still hungry, get yourself out there. Slow onto the straight, please. 30 seconds to the start, drivers. Get yourself around there. Should have James Hodgson on pole, Marcus Lungley on the 2, Big Drury on the 3, Richard Lowe on the 4, Graham Stocks on the 5, Richard Blake on the 6, Alex Tudor Hart on the 7, Arian Fleury on the 8, Chris Packett on the 9, and Darren Stancer on the 10. 10 seconds to the start, drivers. Going back to 30 seconds, drivers. So Richard Blake should be on the 6, lovely. 20 seconds to the start. Listen for the tone. And James Hodgson round the third corner cleanly. Marcus Lungley trying to apply some pressure. Not quite getting away with it yet. Looking a bit left and right. Goes for an inside move. Can't quite make it stick. So still James in the lead from Marcus. But James is wearing Marcus like a backpack as they come round over the roller at the end of the straight. Goes for an inside move. Definitely makes it stick this time. So that's going to be James down to the 2. Marcus to the 1. The king of the sandbaggers in the E final. So Marcus Lungley down the main straight. And even if you do put 2 laps on them, you're not getting check out of the day today, Marcus. I reckon we should take his motor out and put a 380 in it. Caution on straight, track is clear. So your leader, Mr. Pucker Parts himself, Marcus Lungley, down the main straight. Already opening up a big old lead on the rest of the field. And it's Surrey, Mr. Surrey Enhance RC himself. Alex Tudor Hart now to the 2. Oh, I'm going to start calling this sandbagger finals. You boys should be in at least a B final. I think some man-up pills may be in order for you guys. So Lungley continues to lead. 6 seconds last time by. And opening up all the time. Got about half a second to a second a lap over the rest of the field. Then it's Alex Tudor Hart. Then the real E finalist, James Hodgson. Leading in third place from Richard Blake, Pete Drury, Rich Lowe. Car on the straight, go tight, track clear. Graham Stocks in the 7, Darren Stancer in the 8, Chris Packer in the 9, Arian Fleury in the 10. We're going to pick up our leader as he comes round onto the main straight. White, orange and blue. Oh, and the Tesco Carrier Bag of Talent runs out on the Lungley Mobile as he roofs it. So he does have an 8-second lead, so it's not going to be such a problem. He's just got to work his way back through the back markers again. So pink and black, if you would be so kind, please. And I know you two are fighting for position. So white, pink and black RC10, please. That is your leader with you. Thank you very much. Next person's for position. All that going on, Alex Tudor Hart has closed that gap down to 3.78. Thank you very much, white and blue. So we pick up on the Alex Tudor Hart, the person that's almost sandbagging his bag at Marcus Lungley. So he goes down the main straight. He doesn't grip roll at the end of it. Comes round onto the slippery section. Yellow, orange and a black going over the big tabletop. Nice Cougar 2 or even possibly a 1.5. I can't see the front wishbones from here. That comes round to start on lap number 10. About a 4-second deficit to Marcus Lungley. And Marcus, a good chunk up the road now, started to really stretch his legs with that Cougar. As I say, full pucker parts edition, and although I've taken the mickey out of him, I know Marcus has not had the best of days for his ability or for that car's ability. So he is now making it work, showing us what it should be doing, and that he should be up in the A final with the rest of us. Comes round onto the main straight. Last time by 17.8. So a little bit more pace to find in that one, Marcus. But still opening up over Alex Tudor Hart and James Hodgson, all the same. Everything else going on. Tudor Hart about 6 seconds back. James Hodgson keeping him honest. Only 4 seconds back from that. So Alex can't afford to lose too much. So let's have a look and see. So our second place, Ender Straight. Third place coming around past us in race control now. It's not a million miles in it, only 4.7 seconds. So Tudor Hart can't really afford the crash. And as he's a sandbagger, I'm going to try and push him into one. As he comes round onto the straight with 1 minute to go. And here comes James Hodgson. That gap extending a small touch, but not too major. Still only 5.7 seconds. So Alex can almost afford a crash. No pressure. 30 seconds on the clock. And next up will be your D final, race number 6. So should have Nathan Wilson, Jimmy Drennan, Rich Morris, Dan Ferguson, Edward Heatley, Paul Gary, Mark Nascimento, JJ, Gulliam and Chris Wiz up next. You guys got 10 seconds on the clock. I'm going to pick up with Marcus Lungley, who is driving ever so well, coming out onto the main straight. Oh, in fact, I'm going to ignore that because the real battle is on for third. And I am told it is, Hodgson, who promptly blinks before I even said his name. So it can't be my fault. And Pete Drury that were racing to the line. So Hodgson going to lose a boatload of time in that last lap. I didn't even get as far as saying you cracked. You'd already done it before I called your name, buddy. So Pete Drury going to pick up the 3, Hodgson the 4, Blakey the 5. But a big round of applause for your sandbagger winner, Marcus Lungley. Next up, your D final. Less than a minute to the start, drivers. So slow out onto the straight, please. And I need Nathan Wilson on pole, Jimmy Drennan on the 2, Rich Morris on the 3, Dan Ferguson on the 4, Edward Heatley on the 5, Paul Gary on the 6, Mark Nascimento on the 7, JJ on the 8, Gulliam on the 9, and Chris Wiz on the 10. And I need my marshals straight out and on your points, guys. 20 seconds to the start. No. And Gulliam goes for the best skateboarding rail slide I have ever seen off the start line. Fantastic start there. You might not be winning the final, but you have just won the style points of the day, sir. Back to the sharp end of it. And Wilson leading us round after 1 from Jimmy Drennan. Gap 0.7 of a second. We're going to pick these guys up as they come round. And it is now Jimmy Drennan to the point from Nathan Wilson. So we'll pick these guys up. And Jimmy Drennan, car on the straight. Go wide, track clear. Jimmy Drennan in the silver and orange. Nathan Wilson in the yellow. They come past us in commentary corner one more time. Just on a minute on the clock. These guys already hammering round down into the 17.9s. So they're already faster than the sandbagger that is Marcus. One job, buddy. One job. Car on the straight. Car on the straight needs marshalling. Or you will have missed a lap. Whoever that is, we will try and pick it up next time. So with all this going on, Nathan Wilson now to the point. He's got a big old lead over JJ. So not quite sure what's happened to Jimmy, but looks like he's had a bit of a mare or has missed a lap. So we will double check that when you next come past. So with all this going on, I'm not quite sure where Jimmy is sitting in this. So just bear with us, Jimmy. We will be adding you at the end of this once we've done it, Jimmy. So just bear with us. Keep racing as if you are. And with all that going on, I'm going to call Nathan Wilson as the leader as I'm still trying to work out what's happened to Jimmy. He can come and speak to us at the end. So I'm told that Jimmy has had an issue and lost a couple of laps. So apologies, Jimmy. Carry on as you are, matey. So back to the racing with 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. It's Wilson to the point. And we're going to wait for him to come past race control so I can pick him up. There he goes down the main straight. I believe he is Yellow Cougar. And over the big tabletop. Just casing the landing very slightly, but gets away with it this time. It's past the slippery section. Around to start lap number 10. Sorry, 11 even, with 2 minutes on the clock. So Gulliam, after his awesome stunt tactics, is making his way back up to the 7th position. So not doing too bad. But Nathan Wilson with a 6.9 second lead last time by. See what that does this time. And opens up a couple of tenths. So Nathan heading in the right direction. Just under 1.5 minutes to go on the clock. Comes out onto the straight, start lap number 13. Unlucky for some, so he's coming up behind the blue, light blue and white Cougar. Your lead car, Dayglow Yellow, as sprayed by that Spanish sprayer who looks after all the pros, Juan Can Wonder. Out onto the straight with 1 minute to go on the clock. Looking to try and wrap up this D final. Now currently has a 7.3 second lead. As I say that, Rich Morris goes through and it's now 8.5 seconds. Come on guys, watch your points please. And we're going to see what's going on here. So your full order with 30 seconds to go. Nathan Wilson, Rich Morris, Chris JJ, Chris Wiz. As I say that, Dan Ferguson up to the 4, Chris Wiz down to the 5, Mark Nascimento down to the 6, Gulliam in the 7, Paul Gary in the 8, Jimmy Drennan in the 9, and Edward Heatley in the 10. You guys got 10 seconds on the clock. We'll pick up our leader, the Yellow Cougar, coming through the doubles. Round past race control one last time with about 2 seconds on the clock. And as I say that, he gets caught by the clock. So you are done, Nathan. Nathan, you're done. Thank you. And so all of you are racing to the line. And I'm going to ask Steve Brook if he is free to come over and take over the microphone so I can go and get my car ready. And I will hand you over to the dulcet tones of Mr. Brook once he gets past all the back of the crowd.
All right, guys, so we should have Wayne on 1, Christopher on 2, Paul on 3, Michael, you're on 4, Jazz 5. 6 is Simon, 7 is Phil, 8 is John, 9 is Mickey, and 10 is Ben. All right, guys, 10 seconds.
And they're away. So 88 to 92 C final. Just let them come round for one lap. Oh, mistake there in the centre of the track by the leader. He's caught up at those. Marshals, come on, one of you. Like Nathan said, stop the pointing, start the running. Oh, the leader's over again. So, Poleman had a nightmare there. Car on the straight. Clear now. So, we'll let them settle down. And it's car 2. Christopher that's leading from 3, which is Paul. So, where's our leader? I think it's him coming around now. There goes the leader down the main straight. Got clear track in front and clear track behind. Opening up a gap already, and we're just 1 minute down as he goes over the big jump in front of the rostrum. Second and third are close. Fourth's not far behind. So there goes our race leader, 1 minute down. That is Christopher. And it's Michael in 2, closely followed by Jazz in 3. Our race leader, blue and yellow car, goes up the main straight into the sweeper and over the hump. There's second and third. Oh, second has a barrel roll at the end of the straight. Ends up in the wall and looks to be out. That is Terminal, I'm afraid, from our second place driver. That was Michael, so that means Jazz will be up to second. 1:44 down, 3:15 to go. Christopher continues to lead. Caution in the centre of the track. Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. 2 more legs still to go, don't forget. So our race leader comes over the little doubles and round in front of race control. So the orange and white car, you will be the first person that the leader catches on the slippery. Just be aware. Leader is approaching. Second place not far behind him. Huge gap now from second to third. Okay, my apologies. I've just been informed 2 leg finals for everybody. So you have got to get your fingers out. So half race distance. And it's Christopher from Jazz. Simon Golding up to third. Then it's Mickey, Paul, Philip, Ben, John, Michael and Wayne. So race leader in amongst the traffic coming up to that orange and white Cougar. Please give them space. Thank you. Good driving. Well done. Race leader over the hump and on to the slippery stuff. Touching on the straights. Clear now. Thank you. So here comes our race leader over the double in the centre of the track. And in front of race control for another lap. 3:15 down. 1:45 to go. Leader gets past another back marker through the slippery stuff and over the big jump. .330 down, 1:30 still to go. C final, 88 to 92. Race leader is still Chris. Chris leads from Jazz. Here he comes in front of race control. So another back marker at the sweeper at the end of the straight. Be aware that is the race leader approaching on the slippery stuff. The blue, orange and yellow, that looks to be RC10. Over the double. Blue car, race leader right behind you. Give him space. Thank you. Good driving. Inside your final minute, drivers. Less than 1 to go. Christopher still leads from Jazz, then Simon in third. 258 is your race order. Race leader's got clear track now, owned the slippery stuff over the big jump. Clear track in front, clear track behind. Chris, Jazz, Simon is your top three. Here comes Chris. Over the hump and in front of race control. Going to just sneak through from one more victory lap. Time is up, drivers. Listen for your number. So, victory there for Chris Mitchell. C final winner, leg one. So, B final to the rostrum. C finalist straight out to Marshall, please. Less than 1 minute to your Marshall point. Cars on the table straight out, just as it was in qualifying. Thank you.
So, Phil, you're going to be on number 1. Number 2 is going to be Matthew. Then it's Mike, Paul, Ben, Stuart, Dave, Stephen, Brendan and John. Ten seconds, guys.
And we're off. 88 to 92, B final. Caution on the slippery stuff. Just give it other space. It's difficult to recover, we know. So, across the line for the first time. And it's Philip Barlow that leads. Matthew Tunk second, then Paul Edwards third. Thank you, John. Old pair of eyes here. So, long way to go, just 30 seconds in, 1 lap down. Caution in the centre, guys, give each other room. Thank you. Long way to go, first leg of 2, as I've been told. Caution after the hump at the end of the straight. Track's clear, thank you. So, Philip Barlow leads car number 1 from 2, 4, 8 and 7.
Car on the straight, guys.
Inside, straight clear, thank you. So waiting for our leaders to come round, 1 minute down. There he goes up the straight around the sweeper. So it's Philip from Paul, from Dave, Mike Penfold in 4. Caution in the centre. Thank you, clear. So looking for our race leader to come round again. There he goes up the straight. Car number 1, Philip Barlow leads. 3 seconds in front of Paul Edwards, then it's Dave Bell, Mike Penfold. 2 minutes down, drivers. 1, 4, 7, 8 and 3 is your top 5, which is Philip, Paul, Dave, Stuart and Mike. Caution drivers in the centre of that gaggle of 5 cars. Be careful, please. Take the car off, Marshall. Take the car off. Okay. Right, half race distance. Philip Barlow continues to lead. And it's Paul Edwards, Dave Bell, Mike Penfold, Stuart Dyatt. These your top 5. 1, 4, 7, 3 and 6. Let's pick out our race leader. There he goes, up the straight, into the sweeper at the far end and over the hump. On the slippery stuff and over the big jump. Got clear track in front now, clear track behind. And 2 minutes to go. So still, Philip, Paul, Dave, Mike and Stuart Dye is your top 5. Approaching 1.5 minutes to go, drivers. There goes our race leader up the straight again. And over the hump at the far end of the track and on to the slippery stuff. Clear track in front of him, clear track behind. Second place is Paul Edwards. 6 seconds is the gap between 1 and 2. 1, 4, 7, 3 and 6 is your top 5. Philip, Paul, Dave, Mike and Stuart, and you are into your final minute, drivers. You've got less than a minute to go. Leg 1 of 2. Philip continues to lead. Out on his own. Less than 30 seconds, drivers. 4 cars in the centre. Caution. Tidy it up, guys. Wait for the marshal, and tidy up for driving, please. Approaching 5 minutes. You're over again, marshals. Thank you. All changed on the last lap. Listen up for your number. B final, Philip Barlow. Thank you. Cars on the table, straight out to Marshall. A finalist to the rostrum, please. So, 88 of the 92. Cars, no warm-up, please, no warm-up. Cars to the grid, 30 seconds less than to go. And I'll hand you over to race control.
All right, guys, so about 20 seconds to go. Craig Drescher, then Craig Mawson, Nathan, Mitch, Carl, Jamie, Danny, Sven, Lee and Chris. That is your order. 10 seconds, guys.
And they are away. A final leg 1 of this year group. Craig Drescher leads them away from Craig Mawson, then Nathan Rawls, Carl Marsden, Jamie's in there. Here comes Craig, a little bit of go. Carl's got through, second. So it's Craig, Carl, Nathan. Is your race order. That's Craig, and then Nathan, and then Carl. Even gaps between these guys. Craig Drescher looks to be gapping. Nathan's chasing Carl Marsden down hard. Here comes your race leader. Craig Drescher in front of race control now. Followed by Carl Marsden. And then Nathan Rawls. No, it's the other Craig, sorry. 2 Craigs, 1 and 2. Then Nathan. Carl Marsden has a roll on his roof. Marshalled, and then there's another Marshall's in the middle. Marshall's in the middle. you. So here comes our race leader onto the slippery stuff before the double jump. Craig Drescher leads. Craig Mawson second. Nathan Rawls chasing hard in third. Those three gapping the rest of the field. It's Craig, from Nathan, in the centre of the track. There goes Craig, and there goes Nathan. Very evenly gapped, but we're only 1:45 into this first leg of two. Craig Drescher leads from Craig Mawson, from Nathan Rawls. Then Jamie's up to fourth. Danny Conway, Lee Broadhurst, Sven, Chris Ely, Carl Marsden, and Mitch Fidlin is the rest of your top 10. But here comes our race leader, Craig Drescher, Craig Mawson, then Nathan Rawls. So race leader is on the slippery stuff and approaching back markers. So be aware the red, white and blue RC10 is your race leader. Thank you guys, give them room. Then you've got Craig Mawson, then you've got Nathan Rawls. So here comes Craig. He's got past Craig Mawson, works his way through. He's on the double jumps in the centre of the track. That's you, Lee. Yeah, you're supposed to. That was the one. You got him. So it's Craig from Nathan. Nathan should be approaching traffic now. So that's the blue and yellow car on the slippery stuff over the big jump. Second place is there. 3 minutes are up. 2 to go. Craig Drescher leads and gets away from the traffic. Clear track in front, clear track behind. Yellow and blue car in the centre is third place. Give them space, please. Let him go. Thank you. So Craig Drescher leads. Clear track in front. He's on the double jump. Clear track behind. Craig Mawson is being chased by Nathan Rawls for second and third. Jamie is in fourth, then it's Danny Conway, Lee Broadhurst, Sven, Mitch, Chris, and Carl. Craig is over. Craig Mawson, that was second place. Bobbled over the big jump, and now Nathan Rawls assumes second place. Just over a minute to go. Craig Drescher leads over the double jump, over the hump, and in front of race control for another lap. Just over a minute to go. Nathan is second. Craig Mawson recovered and is still in third. Then it's Jamie. Then Danny. So Nathan's got clear track. Craig Mawson is in amongst traffic. That's the purple and pink car. Just coming in front of race control now. Jamie's moved up to third now. So that'll be the white and fluo yellow car in the centre of the track. He's got past Craig Mawson, that is. Craig Drescher leads over the hump and in front of race control. You're approaching, you're 15 seconds to go, so it'll be this'll maybe one more lap. So approaching 5 minutes now, drivers. So listen up for your number. And the winner of leg one of that A final, Craig Drescher. Nathan Rawls was second, Jamie Booth third. Cars on the table, guys, straight out to Marshall, please. Thank you. Right, so the A final has just finished. So car number 10, to Marshall point 3, please. So I believe that to be Chris Ely to Marshall point. Good man, Chris. Thank you very much. Nathan loves you.
Just put it back to 10 to give a Marshall some time to spread out. There's no Marshall up in this far corner, guys. Who's meant to be over here?
Point number 9 is Lee, I believe. Here he comes. He's here.
Okay, so after lap 1, your order is 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 10, 8, 6, 7, 9. Let's have a look how this plays out as they come round. So we have James about a 3-second lead. Then it's Malcolm, Rob, David, Chris, Ross, Mike, Alan, Tom, and Clay. So, James extending his gap there, 3.7 seconds now. So, coming up to traffic at the end of a straight and over the hump is your leader in the pink, green and white car. Is it? So, over the little doubles, over the ramp. And down the straight is your leader. Chris Slate pulling some time out there. Brought that gap down to 2.5 seconds. So James, Chris, Malcolm, David, Mike, Rob, Tom, Alan, Ross and Clay is your order.
And as I get my heartbeat back down below 200 per minute, trying to close down on Craig Drescher whilst watching him disappear down the road. The next final is up and running. So James Wiley leading us round. And somebody just lost the wing. You guys hitting 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. And we've collected a wing in race control. Good skills. Thank you, sir. Sir Crackalot himself, the Broadhurst of Lee. Doing a good job. So 2.5 down, 2.5 to go, and it's now Chris Slater to the point. So we're going to see if we can pick him up out on track. So Slater down the straight. Looks like the Marlboro orange colours. Thankfully Broadhurst is with it. I'm told he's still a little bit delicate, so I best not shout too loud on the microphone as he threads his way through all the crashed cars out onto the straight. Sandbagging his B final from last place. I'll teach you to go out in the town last night. And goes on and round. So he's over the doubles. Looks like an associated B3. Out onto the main straight, starting on lap number 13. 1.5 minutes on the clock. And the prompt hearing one, he's only got a last 1.5 minutes. He runs out of talent. But has a 6-second lead, so I don't think it's really going to bother him too much. Just think, if you had got out of bed 2 hours early, you might have made an A final. Oh, my head. So Slater continues to lead from Malcolm McClarnacan. Now has an 8-second lead. Ross O'Connell in the 3. Dave Laycock in the 4. Micah Carr in the 5. Rob Jones, Tom Scarlett, Alan Burton, Clayton Andrews and James Wiley. And you guys have got just under a minute to go. Picking up our leader as he comes over the doubles. Around past race control, starting lap number 16. Now got about a 9.5 second lead. So checking out a little bit at the sharp end. Unsurprisingly so for a man of his ability. And comes round, starting again, lap number 17 as he comes past us one more time. 25 seconds on the clock. So pink and white, you have the race leader coming when he gets to you. Thank you very much. Oh, and he's going to need a marshal, but that's not the leader. So he's got it up to 11.5-second lead now. And he's starting his final lap with 10 seconds on the clock. 16.2 is his best lap. 17.1, oh no, sorry, there's 16.79 in the final as well. Courtesy of Ross O'Connell. And racing to the line driver. So I'll have a big round of applause for your hungover race leader, Chris Slater. And whoever it was that lost their wing, look for Lee Broadhurst, because he'll be flapping it. Next up, your A final, the big dogs of the 94 to 98 class. Pole man today, Rob Fox. No outlaps, guys. Get it straight down onto the grid. We are tight on time. So Rob Fox on pole, Nick Goodall on second, Richmond Rogers on the 3, Rich Sharp on the 4, Sven on the 5, Lee Charnock on the 6, Kenny Manassar on the 7, Martin Richards on the 8, Nathan Powney on the 9, and my absolute hero of a bubble boy, Rick Greenwood on the 10. You've got him to thank for most of this track. So it's only good that he's put it in the big show. Got to be in it to win it, Rick. And you guys, 20 seconds to the start. I need my marshals on their points. Looks like I've got them all. So drivers, listen for the time. And off they all thunder. Rob Fox makes a clean getaway. Although has Nick Goodall like a backpack as they come over the first sets of jumps. So Fox from Goodall from Rogers as they come round on to lap number 1. Opening up with 14.99, but obviously that's a bit cheeky. So we'll see what the fastest laps are after this. Rob Fox almost getting it wrong. Now he's got them queuing up behind him. That is never a good place to be. I'm going to start calling him the Fox train as he's got Nick Goodall on one side of him and Richmond Rogers looking on the other. Little ways back, Sven is now trying to get back onto this group and join the party. These are your top 10 of the 94-98 class. And this should be a great showdown. Car on the straight, go wide, track clear. Manny Panesar, they're going for a tumble, back to the racing. Goodall now started to really apply the pressure, looking left and right at the Foxmobile as they come round onto the main straight. Great old battle here of Losi versus Associated. Caution on the straight, go tight, go tight. Track is clear. Back to the racing, Foxy still leading it. Goodall trying everything he can, looking each side. Richmond getting slightly hung up on a hose, gets away with it, loses a little bit of a gap. Down to about 1.4 seconds back. So 2 seconds covers the top 3 as they come round. 1.5 minutes down, 3.5 to go. Goodall still looking left and right, trying to put Fox under as much pressure as he can. You've got to realise in this race there are multiple European and national A finalists chasing down Rob Fox and trying to do what they know best. Coming out onto the straight. So coming down the straight, that is your leaders coming. You've got 3 of them, so just be careful. Oh, and Nick Goodall gets just caught up on a hose, manages to carry on, but loses about 20 feet. So that's going to change everything up because now Nick Goodall's got to look over his shoulder. So all this going on. All this going on, sorry. Rob Fox continues to lead from Nick Goodall. And we'll watch it on track. Goodall now about 2 seconds back. So white, orange and blue, you've got your leaders coming. Guys, I am so sorry to say this. We've had a computer crash. Pull them up, please. Pull them up. No more laps. No more laps. I apologise, guys, but we have lost the computer. Nothing we can do. We have tried. Now, the one time Rob Fox doesn't crack. And the computer does. Can I have just one car please drive over the line for me? There we go. Okay, stop. Stop, stop, stop. Can I have another car please drive over the line? There we go. Right, so that one's registered. And all cars stop. Are you guys going to need to recharge, or are you okay just to go again? You should be fine. Unless anybody's got any complaints, grid them back up, please. Rob Fox on pole, Nick Goodall on the 2, Richmond Rogers on the 3, Richard Sharp on the 4, Sven on the 5, Lee Charnock on the 6, Manny on the 7, Martin Richards on the 8, Nathan Powney on the 9, and Rick Greenwood on the 10. Car 10, can you do me a favour, please? Can you drive back, Rick Greenwood, can you drive back across the line, please? Just stay over there just for a minute. Nobody go, nobody go. Okay, Rick Greenwood, can you cross the line, please? Yep, thank you. Okay, so that's all good. We're going to go for a restart. And drivers, we are going to go straight into 10 seconds. So, best of luck and listen for the time. And off wheel thunder again. Big apologies for that one. Rob Fox going to lead us round from Goodall, from Richmond Rogers. Then looks like Richard Sharp. So some of you guys are going to get a duel from this, some of you ain't. Back to the racing. Foxy continues as he did at the front. And I'll say the gap's about the same where Nick Goodall was then, so it's not too bad. Richmond Rogers is the big gainer out of this because he's now back in the game. So Foxy continues to lead from Goodall. So Foxy this time stretching his legs a little bit at the front. Got about a 2-second lead over Nick Goodall. So Nick Goodall now going to start to work to close that back down. Richmond Rogers getting back into this one and trying to close down on the Goodallmobile as they carry on and round. Looks like Rob Foxo definitely got a bit between his teeth. In his rhythm already and going for it. Comes past us, starting lap number 7. Second place is over. I can hear the groans. And that's going to promote Richmond Rogers up to the 2. Looks like Andreas up to the 3. Oh, sorry, Sven up to the 3. My bad. But nobody is denying Rob Fox with a 3.5 second lead last time by. We'll see what it is this time. 3.1. So Richmond going to do his best to start to chisel into this lead of Rob Fox. See what he can do. It is Losi against Losi. And Sven driving a associated car. You guys have got just over or just under 3 minutes to go Foxy continues to lead. Gap staying static at 3 seconds. Carnage in the centre. Marshals are running. And you guys have got leaders coming around with you, so just be aware. So Rick Greenwood, you've got Sven coming. Be aware when he gets there. Rob Fox is in the middle of traffic. So white, orange and blue, please. That's your lead car when he gets to you. Coming on to the straight is the lead car. So white, yellow and blue. Thank you. Great driving. A new group. You'll also have Richmond coming through as well. So next up will be Sharpie. Just be aware. And let's see if we can pick up third. It is Sven, but it looks like he's dropped a shock. Front end of that Associated looks a little bit low. Seems to be getting away with it for the moment. So Rick Greenwood, that is third place with you. Just be careful. And let's pick up with our leader. He's at the end of the main straight. Richmond's coming through the traffic, so thank you very much, Red, Yellow and Blue. Next one up will be Sharpie. So Rich Sharp, when he gets to you, you know what to do. And looks like it was a 3-second lead. Let's see what it is this time by. With 1.5 minutes to go, 3.2. So Foxy just edging back out on Richmond just a little bit. So Richmond, if you want to make a move, now is the time. 1 minute or so to go. So Richard Sharp, that is second place with you, please. Do not be a factor when he gets there. Thank you very much. And Richmond unleashed now and off and after the Foxmobile. We took 2/10 out of him in that lap. So it is still doable with 1 minute on the clock. So Rick Greenwood, that's your leader. Thank you. And you'll have second place with you soon, Rick. And the gap last time by 3.19 seems to be staying just that little bit static with 50 seconds on the clock. What can Richmond Rogers do about this? This time by 2.4 seconds the gap. So chewing into it is the answer. So we've got 30 seconds on the clock, drivers. 30 seconds on the clock. Still continues to be Rob Fox. So white, orange and blue, your lead car is coming. But Richmond now really got the bit between his teeth and closing that gap down. It was 2.2, 1.75. You guys are starting your final lap. So white, orange and blue, do not be a factor if Richmond gets there. And your guys will be racing to the line with 2 seconds on the clock. I will have the biggest round of applause for winning leg one twice, Rob Fox. Great job, Rob. Great job. So, cars on the table, straight out to Marshall. We're going to have a very small gap before Heat 12, where we just triple check everything. We're going to do a restart on the computer, guys. So whilst we sort out the computer, can I have Ben Henderson on pole just round to the start line, please? Let's get them all gridded up so we're ready to go, drivers. I will have Ben Henderson on pole, Ross Bartlett on the 2, Jake Burr on the 3, Voldemort, or should I say Chris Wilkinson on the 4, Stu Carling on the 5, Stu Lees on the 6, Andreas Elsborn on the 7, Luke Drinnan on the 9, Alex Tudor Hart, Mr. Surrey and Hants on the 9. And Tommy Peter on the 10. We're going to be a slight delay whilst we restart the computer, guys. Now, I don't think that's a grid position for number 3, is it, Mr. Bartlett? One job. One job. It's all right, nobody saw it. Cheers, Manny. Alex Tudor Hart, can you do me a favour, please? Can you loop round and go that way for me? Nobody go, nobody start. It's a test start for the computer, not for you guys. Stay over that side, please, Alex. And so, Alex, can you come round across the grid, please, and grid it up? Yep, you're seen. Lovely. So, drivers, we're going to go straight into 10 seconds. And listen for the tone. Sorry guys, hold the line. Going into 10 seconds, drivers, listen for the tone. And off they all thunder into the first and second corners. Bit of carnage going on in the back, drivers. Tidy it up, please. Ben Henderson going to lead us round. And we're just going to make sure this is all counting. All cars are being seen. So all the while the computer is playing the game. Yes, it is. So here we are. Game on, drivers. So Ben Henderson leading us. And that was from Ross Bartlett. I think that's now from Jake Burr. Indeed it is. Gap of half a second. Game on. So Henderson from Burr. And it looks like they both got it wrong on the slippery. So now it's Jake Burr to the point. And Jake Burr starting to edge out very slightly on Ben Henderson. Gap of about 3/4 of a second. So we'll see what Henderson has got. See if he can close him back down. As they both come out onto the main straight. 1 minute 10 down. And it's Burr, Henderson, Lees, Bartlett, Andreas, Chris Wilkinson, Luke, Stewart, Alex Tudor Hart, Ross Bartlett, and Tommy Peter. Stay with our leaders. They head down the main straight. Started to close up on back markers already with only 1.5 minutes down. So let's see where they are. They're coming off the slippery onto the doubles, out onto the main straight. So you guys at the end of the main straight, be aware your leaders are coming. So pink wheels, pink wing, you have your leader coming when he gets to you, please. Thank you. And you'll have second place with you in a bit, although as I say that, it looks like it's a change of the guard. And everything's gone wrong. So we'll see now who's going to pick up the second place. Or third place even. And it is Stu Lees. Our leader though getting through those back markers. So is second place. So Bartlett, that's second with you. Thank you. Thomas Peter, that's second with you. I heard a thonk. Don't know if they all got through. Yes, they did. Although our leader tags a back marker. Can't get around him. Nothing he could do there. Can't overtake on that first corner. We all know that. And as if to sort of play even Stevens, who's taken out everybody. So my bad on the not calling. So I think that's going to put Jake Burr back to the point. From Stu Lees, from Ben Henderson. So you guys all work together. So pink and green, please. That is your leader. Thank you. But I'm going to see who that is of those three is in the second place. So guys, work together. You've got seconds and thirds with you in that lot. I'm trying to work out who they are. With all that going on, he who shall not be named. So Ross Bartley, you've got third place with you when he gets there. And I think you've got fourth, second and third with you, mate. That's him, Ross. And you've got third coming as well, mate. Oh, second place is over. Manny's running. So's first. So's everyone. So all this going on. Jake Burr just disappearing off into the distance. Although he might have had a little bit of love there from a marshal. Nobody saw it. So we'll see what is going on. Jake Burr with about an 8-second lead over the rest of the field. So you can drop it into a little bit of cruise mode, Jake. So Jake coming up behind Ross Bartlett when he gets there. A real battle though on second and third, and it is currently Stu Lees from He Who Shall Not Be Named. About 2.5 seconds in it, so Thomas Peter, that's third place with you when he gets there. Thank you. Speed bumps for your fun. And pink and green, you have second place approaching. You guys got 30 seconds on the clock. So Ben, that's second place with you. Thank you. Or first place with you. Thank you. So Jake Burr continues to lead with only 20 seconds on the clock. He might just get through for one more. So Thomas Peter, that's your leader coming. You can't follow him wide. He's having to put out the inside. So Jake Burr squeaks through with 5 seconds on the clock. 11-second lead. I think he'll be the only one on that lead lap. And you guys are racing to the line. So I will have a big round of applause for your leg one winner, Jake Burr. So next up, final one, your A final. Guys, I apologise. Due to the computer problems we're having, we're going to set up a second decoder. We're going to have a 5 to 10 minute break. Okay, apologies. Apologies, it's just been landed on us. But we want to give you the best chance of your racing. So there will be a small delay whilst we sort that out. No outlaps whilst we're doing it, please. If you guys can grid them up for me at least, you know where you're sitting. It's going to be a couple of minutes yet, but we're just sorting out the last few bits of it.
All right, guys. 10 seconds, and we're going to go. Can we have a marshal on number 9, please? That's over here. Just by race control. Marshal number 9. Number 1 missing as well.
94.98. Should still have you all out there. Should have Rob Fox, Nick Goodall, Richmond Rogers, Richard Sharp, Sven, Lee Charnock, Manny Panasar, Martin Richards, Nathan Pony, and only if needed, Leader Outs Marshall. Oh no, sorry, my bad. Sorry, guys. It's two-wheel drive modified A final. My bad. So it should be Ben Henderson, Ross Bartlett, Jake Burr, Chris Wilkinson, Stu Carlick, Stu Lees, Luke Drinnan, Alex Tudor-Hart, and Tommy Peter. And Thomas, if you can cover point number 7 for me. So I need a marshal for Thomas, who I think's now waving at me. Thank you. Cheers, Marcus. I'm still calling you a sandbagger, though. So drivers, best of luck, best of order. We're going straight into 10 seconds. And listen for time. And they all thunder into the first corner. Mark Maney absolutely checked out of leg 1. Let's see if Andreas can keep him a little bit more. Oh, and I've had a sound of that. I don't think he is. So Marshall in the middle, please. I think Andreas may be done. So that robs us of our leg 2 battle. So Mark Maney, you are free to check out. If you lose this now, you are going to get it on the microphone, okay, Mark? And upon hearing that, he probably spins out at the end of the main straight. But your lead car is white and blue. I'm not going to worry about calling you through, Mark. Just find your way and be sensible with it. Comes over the slippery section, comes out towards the main straight, already opening up on the rest of the field. This car, if Mark can give me a nod, is a Bolink Digger. And that has some modifications on the back of it. So Schumacher did an upgrade suspension set from parts from their C car. So it's more of a 12th scale pod. Caution to start the straight. Go wide. Go very wide. Marcus Lungley is there and he will not move. So track is clear. Getting back to the car and Mark Maney that's leading us. Bowling Digger has like a 12th scale suspension pod system on the back of them. 2 pods. And they're sandwiched between like sort of nylon sliders and springs. Just to give it some rear suspension. Very, very primitive from back in the day, but obviously on EOS carpet, that is not a problem. And this car just looks stunning. We got Andreas back, but it sounds like he's trying to murder a gerbil in the big gearbox of that car. I mean, I want to say that the RSPCA have been called for that, because it's definitely not right. Back to the racing, and Mark Maney continues to lead us round. He's in the centre section coming through, white and blue. I want to make a comment about the fact he's got black wheels on the front and whites on the rear, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down at the moment. So just be aware of him coming through, you guys. And with all that going on, the next battle on track, which I'm going to look at, is Lars and Richard Colvert, which is the battle for second place. So I'm just going to wait for Lars. There they go, down the main straight. Oh, they're swinging left and right. I'm nearly there. And at the moment, it is Lars from Richard. Not much in it. And we'll pick it up as they come round. It's the green car and the white and orange car. White and orange goes big. Jumps over the top. So manoeuvre of the day so far. Coming round, and that is going to be Richard Colvert. So we'll pick up the battle with these two as they come over the slippery section. Back to the racing, and it's still Mark Maney leading us round. Looks like Richard Colvert now trying to claim second place. Take that as his own. He got about a 2-second lead over Lars, but Lars can do everything he can to close him down. Length of the straight in it. And about 4 seconds with 30 seconds on the clock. So there's only a mistake in it. And I can assure you, driving these cars, a mistake is very easy to find. So that's the leader coming past. And first goes down the straight, second goes down the straight, and here comes third. Gap was 4 seconds, third place is over. So that's going to require some marshalling. He had pulled it down to 2.7 seconds, but now he's going to need a miracle because you guys are on your last lap. 3 seconds on the clock. I don't know if Mark Maney is going to quite get there. No, you are done, Mark. You are done. So I'll have a big round of applause for your leg 1 and leg 2 winner, Mark Maney. And you guys finishing as you cross the line, just Matthew Richardson to finish. Track is still live, guys. Track is still live. And there we go, race over drivers. Cars on the table, straight out to Marshall, please. So, final one is over. 1 minute to the start of final 2, which will be your A final. Yeah, Yeah, 82 to 95. 30 seconds to the start, drives. Grid them up. Marshals, I need you on your points, please. 20 seconds to the start. Oh, nearly bedlam at the start. Couple of wheelie-in cars. But Tom Speeder gets away with it, just. So big mover and shaker is Jiffy Giles. He's shaking off the hangover. Rolling back the years. And trying to get it up. So first, second, third. And this should be Jiffy up into the 4. And it is in 1 lap. So Jiffy Giles with absolutely heroic first lap. And he's hoping the leaders aren't too far gone by the time he gets up there. And that's not the way to do it. Marshals. So Jiffy Giles goes from hero to 0, drops back 2 or 3 places. And your leader at the moment, Richard Isherwood. Oh, leg 1 winner Duncan Wood goes for a tumble. And again, he's going to need a marshal. So that could cost them a couple of places. Indeed it does. So that's Scott Smith now up to the 2. Duncan Wood down to the 3. Max Gardner up to the 4. So we'll stay with our leader, Ishii. Many years of Kyosho stalwart. Known to like the odd bit of Associated as well. Comes over the big tabletop. Catching up with all the back markers. So red car in the doubles, thank you. And next up, Green Frog. As your lead car coming. Ishii through and gone. Trying to check out. 5.5 seconds last lap. Let's see what it is this lap. 7.2. The real battle though now on for third. Between Scott Smith and Duncan Wood. These two going up towards the tabletop. And as I'm looking, I can see Ishii is over. It's a whole new day on the race front. Only about a 2-second lead now for Richard Isherwood. Going down the main straight. Being chased hard by Smithy and Woody. So, white and orange Beetle, thank you very much. Great driving. Oh, Dunk goes for an inside move. Can't make it fit this time. But these two still staying status quo with Richard. Only about 1.5 seconds in it. It was 1.7. Let's see what it is this time. 2.0. So, next to nothing, but the battle is on for second. And Duncan Wood now starting to look left and right. I want it done cleanly, Duncan. These guys going over the centre spine, through the second slippery, over the doubles. This is allowing Richard Isherwood just to get away a little bit by about 3/4 of a second that lap. Duncan Wood definitely got some more horsepower in that car. Green Frog, you got second and third coming, and second is caught on the hoses. That's going to put Duncan Wood up to the 3, up to the 2. I think that's where he needs to be. So Scott Smith up to down to the 3. Jiffy Giles, so right there in the 4. So now the battle is on for third. So Jiffy going for a move, tries going around the outside, can't quite make it stick. Starts to try and put it out the inside. Another tag of the hose for Scott Smith. And that's going to drop him a place, and then he turns it turtle and needs marshalling. So the marshals are all running, but that's going to promote Jiffy up to the 3. So with that all going on, Jiffy goes for a rail slide, manages to get away with it. Got about just looking for the racers out there. So Duncan Wood in the 2. Duncan's got a 2.8 second lead over Jiffy Giles. So that's not too bad. As I look though, Duncan is now starting to close down on the Richard Isherwood car. That gap now is about 2.5 seconds. We'll pick it up as Richard Isherwood is coming over the tabletop. So is Duncan Wood. Richard Isherwood onto the second slippery. So Thomas Peter, that's second place with you, please. You guys got 45 seconds on the clock and only a 1.8 second gap. So by looks of it, Duncan Wood is attacking and he wants that win. He's not going to let this one lie. 40 seconds on the clock, so these guys will be crossing the line with about 30 seconds to go. They'll do this lap and one more. There they go down the main straight. That gap visibly smaller and now just on a second. And clearly with 2 corners, that is a lot less. So here comes Woody over the big tabletop. Starting to look left and right of the Isherwood RC10. They come round past race control, starting their last lap with 10 seconds on the clock. It's now or never, Woody. So if Woody wants this, he's going to have to make a move, and he needs to be a little bit closer to do that. He's sitting there. He knows second place is enough to win the event, but I'm sure he wants it. Goes for a maneuver, looks left and right, still can't quite make it stick. So your leg 2 winner is Richard Isherwood.
If any marshals find a drive shaft out on the track, please command it into race control. Thank you. So, A final, 85 to 87. Stephen, you're going to be at number 1. Danny, 2. Andy on 3. Chris on 4. Stuart, you're in 5. Richard, 6. Mike, 7. Rob, 8. Andy Halliwell, number 9. 10 seconds, guys. So, where we go, neck to neck at the front. Danny looking to make a move. 1, 2 and 3, absolutely well and truly clear of the rest of the pack. Yes, so your 1, 2, 3 split by less than half a second last time round. Same again this time round, half a second splits your 1, 2, 3. And then there's another 7 seconds back to everybody else. So, Richard, you're going to have your 3 leaders, your 1, 2, 3 with you any second now. So, we seem to have lost Andy that one. So, down the straight we go. Danny and Stephen, 1 and 2. 0.7 seconds was the split this time round. So, over the doubles. Over the little ramp. Down onto the straight. Neck and neck again. 0.4 seconds is a gap this time. Danny looking for a way around. I believe there was a little change in order there. We'll catch that as it come round. And we have Stephen Lander takes the lead. Danny another 4.5 seconds back. So, almost halfway through this one. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 7, 9, 6, 8 is your order. So, Danny, close this gap down now. 4 seconds is your gap. About 2 minutes left to go. So, Danny shed another half a second off there. 1 minute 30 to go, guys. Stephen, you have a 4-second lead over Danny. Then it's Andy, Chris, Stewart, Mike, Richard, Andy Halliwell, and then Robert Brand. So, coming to your final 30 seconds, it is Stephen Lander, Danny Conway, Andy Bulmer. And it's Chris, Stewart, Mike, Richard, and Andy Halliwell. Stephen running this one with about a 6.5-second lead, with 20 seconds to go, with no big mistakes. We should be taking this leg. Danny sitting very comfortably in second, a lap up the rest of the grid. There we have it. Stephen Lander is your winner of this leg of the A final. So it should be Andy, Barry, Garrett, Dan, Ian, Greg, Jamie, Scott, Peter, and Happy. This is your F final, 88 to 93.
And up they all thunder through the first corner. Andy Luxford going to lead us off. A little bit of to and froing out there. Marshall in the middle. Back to the racing. Greg Billingham to the point. If I remember rightly, he had a good leg one. Steve Davis, if you are about, can you try and find my phone and bring it over, please? And with all that going on, Gary Goodenham now to the point. And we will see if we can pick him up on track. There goes Andy Lunsford back to the strike, back to the point. So we'll pick him up as he comes off of the slippery over the big tabletop. Down the main straight. Oh, hello. He's heading to a marshal. Looks like he's popped a ball joint, so that might need a little bit of love. And that was your leg one winner. And that is going to promote Andy Luxford to the point. So we'll pick him up or look for him on track and wait for him to come past race control. But I think he might be the white, pink and blue. Not 100% until he gets there. There goes my hero for the day, Hattie. And she's currently running in the 4th. So fair play, Hattie. So let's pick up Andy Luxford. I'm still waiting for him. Obviously missed him going by. Got about a 16-second lead. There he goes down the main straight. Andy Luxford driving the white, orange, oh sorry, white, red and blue, I believe, with the moo cow on it. And he's coming up to some back markers. Thank you very much. And heading out onto the main straight one more time. Chasing down on the 2nd place. See if he can get a lap on him. You guys got 2 minutes to go. Here he comes round past one more time. Last time by 19.5. Got a best of an 18.1. And he's taking quite a chunk out of 2nd place. Barry Parker just got a lap on him. Fastest car out there is Greg Billingham with an 18.14. But Greg is trying to recover from earlier mistakes. And he's got about a minute and 20 to do this. All the while, Andy Luxford continues to lead. That RC10 looking absolutely pimped and preened out there. Not sure if it's a world or a team spec, but it definitely looks like a black tub. Oh, and our leader's caught up, but he's got a lap and a half on the rest of the field, so it's not really a problem. And he's got to have a ball joint pop back on as well. That might cause a problem. Although, as the marshal puts it back down, I did just see some shiny blue goodness. So obviously somebody's been at the anodizers this week. So your leader continues to come round. Here he is, much slower lap, but still got best part of 30 seconds on the field. We'll see how much that's closed down by when Barry Parker next comes round. You guys got 20 seconds to go. And that gap's come down to 18 seconds, so just on a lap. In fact, I think it is a lap. Because 1st and 2nd place are following each other around the track almost. About 2 seconds between them. And you guys are racing to the line, so I'll have a big round of applause for your leg 2 winner, Andy Luxford. Next up is your E-final. Yeah, if we can get them gridded up, please, guys. This is your F final. Oh, sorry, E final. should have James Hodgson on pole, then Marcus, Pete Drury, Richard Lowe, Graham Stocks, Rich Bake, Alex Tudor-Hart, Arian Fleury, Chris Packer and Darren Stancer. You guys have got 10 seconds to the start. Listen for the tone. Gary, did you lose a lap in that one? Popped the ball joint, yeah? Okay, no worries. We'll leave you because you got about a 40-second lap. So back to the racing. And oh, look who's at the front. Must be a pucker move to get there. But right, I'll stop trying to put off Marcus Lungley as he comes out round to lead us after 2. And makes his way round over the slippery section. Best lap so far, 18 dead, which was last time by. So we'll see if we can improve on that, Marcus, because I'm sure you're faster than that. And he answered with a 17.95. So that spine jump in the back middle, Marcus. Jump to the next jump for me. No, not like that. That's not the way to improve your times. And that's going to cost Marcus the lead, I believe. So with all that going on, it was Pete Drury in the second. And now it's Pete Drury to the point. So Marcus now has some work to do. As he closes him down, starts to apply some pressure. And watches the cracks appear. And puts it through for a perfectly timed manoeuvre. And off and running again. So Lungley now back to the point. Already got nearly a second lead. I'll say next jump, Marcus, go a bit bigger over it. Perfect. Just need to get to the bottom of that next upslope. Out onto the main straight. And that was straight away an 18.1. So even with the bobble, Marcus, that was quicker. That was rubbish as an attempt. Man up hills for the Lungley Mobile as he heads off and down the straight, approaching back Marcus. So inside, outside, you just scared him off the track, Marcus. That's how mean you are. So Lungley continues to lead, comes through the centre section, getting better. Hangs the left and the right out past us in commentary corner and out onto the straight with 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. Got that lead now to 4.4 seconds over Pete Drury. Alex Tudor-Hart up to the 3. Richard Lowe up to the 4. James Hodgson down to the 5. Down to the 6. Down to the 7 and 8. So Hodgson down to the 7. Darren Stancer up to the 5. Richard Blakey up to the 6. Stocks to the 8. Aaron Fleury to the 9. And Chris Packer in the 10. And we'll pick up with our leader again. He's down the end of the straight. Closed down on the Blakey Mobile. And past. So that's 1. And I'm not sure if he's had a mistake and it's behind Pete Drury. But there they go through, and that is because it's not Pete Drury. We've got 2 with similar colours. So silver and blue, please. That's your race leader. Thank you. That's where you need to be, Marcus. Just need to be about a foot further. And Mark Lungley out onto the main straight. Coming round, catching up with the white, red and blue Cougar. Thank you very much. That's better. That's about right, Marcus. Now get it online. And Lungley out onto the main straight. Last time by, one of his best laps of the run. 17.34. Perfect. So I don't know what the rest of the lap was like for Lungley, but once he come past it, 17.01. So Lungley still finding pace as he's running round with a little bit of coaching. And throwing it at the track. So going big is good. As he comes around and passes with 30 seconds on the clock, 17.4. So now you're consistent in the low 17s, Marcus. My bill's in the post, okay? So Lungley now has a 13-second lead with 15 seconds on the clock. Through for the extra lap. And again, 17.39 for the Lungley Mobile. 5 seconds on the clock. I don't think he's going to get through for another one. Just has an awkward bounce that time. But I'll have a big round of applause for your leg 2 and E-final winner, Marcus Lungley. Track is still live, marshals. Do not leave your posts. Grrr. And there we go, race over drivers. Cars on the table, straight out to Marshall, please. Straight onto the grid, please, drivers. 30 seconds to the start of your D final. Should be Nathan Wilson on pole. Jimmy Drennan is not starting on 2. Rich Morris on the 3. Dan Ferguson on the 4. You guys are already there ahead of me. Good skills. So, 15 seconds to the start, drivers. Best of luck and listen for the tone. And off they all thunder into the first corner. Nathan Wilson leading us round. And Nathan also won the first leg, so he's looking to try and wrap this up. But he has got that beautiful TRX3 for company, and he's wearing it like a backpack as they all come round for one. There he goes. So it's Wilson from Morris heading down the main straight. Morris now starting to apply the pressure, looking left and right. Goes for a move, can't quite make it stick this time. And first, second, third come round onto the straight as Dan Ferguson joins the party. Starts to try and apply pressure to the second place. He wants that if he possibly can and makes sure he can get a bit of a podium. So as all this is going on, JJ now starts to try and close the gap down to them all. Make this a four-way affair. So first, second, third, fourth, only 2.2 seconds between all of them. The question is, who's going to blink first? Wilson there going nice and smooth over the jumps. Looks like Morris going big, trying to emulate what Marcus Lungley was doing. Seems to be making it work and almost making it look better than Marcus did. No, he's done it more than one time, at least 2 or 3. Marcus showing his appreciation of the manoeuvre. Back to the racing. Oh, and it's all close on the straight, but it looks like Rich Morris has had a little bit of a moment. And that's going to put Ferguson up to the 2. And JJ from the SEMCC up to the 3. So your leader on the main straight. There goes Dan Ferguson. Only 2.3 seconds in it with just over 2 minutes gone. So plenty of time for Ferguson to close him down. And it is Top Cat versus Cougar. So Ferguson definitely on the back foot here. Definitely a David versus Goliath match. We'll see if he can close it down. It was 2.3. Currently heading in the wrong direction. So Dan Ferguson hoping that Nathan Wilson has a couple of small bobbles. So Gulliam, that is the leader with you. Thank you. And you will shortly have second and third. So Dan now got JJ for company. So your lead car, all yellow. Your second place is Union Jack, and third place, Orange and Checkers. All coming over the slippery section as we speak and into the big tabletop. Thank you, Gilliam. And one more when he gets there, please. Thank you very much, sir. These guys now on their way. Let battle commence. Gap is coming down now. Back towards Dan Ferguson. 2.1 this last time by. And our leader really gets it wrong on the slippery. So that gap now coming down even further. So Ferguson isn't even having to work for this. Nathan Wilson going to hand it to him on a silver platter and say, come and attack me. They go down the main straight. Gap now 1.3 seconds with 1.5 minutes to go. So Wilson now going to have to start to work at this. Ferguson going to throw everything at it. JJ just sat there waiting to pick up the pieces. Although it looks like he's going to try and attack Ferguson as they all come out onto the main straight together. Still only 1.5 seconds in it. JJ going for an inside move. Can't quite make it stick. Carry on, Ferguson. So nothing given in that. JJ went for a move that wasn't on. So Ferguson did start to wait, but not his problem, that one, I'm sorry to say. So that's given, though, that's given Nathan Wilson a 2.9 second lead with 1 minute on the clock. And here comes JJ again. So the real battle here on for second. Ferguson going to have to start to defend here. So yellow, white and black Cobra, that is second and third coming. Thank you already. And Ferguson starting to wear JJ like a backpack as they come through the slippery section over the big tabletop. Definitely an all Schumacher affair. Goes for an inside move. Can he make it stick? Not quite this time. Ferguson puts it round the outside. But they're going for it again. Drag race down the straight and JJ pulls a beautiful move round the outside and then runs out of talent completely with 15 seconds on the clock. He cracks. So JJ gonna get the Cream Egg Award for the day so far with 15 seconds on the clock. Gonna hand it to Ferguson as they go across the line with 3 seconds to go. Ferguson now just has to stroke her home in second place because I do not think he is gonna catch Wilson. So with all that going on, JJ now had another mistake and is gonna give Rich Morris a chance for the third. Rich Morris goes for an inside move. Beautiful. Makes it stick, then promptly catches the track mark. If Ferguson, JJ carry on. And there he goes across the line. So race over, drivers. Big round of applause for your winner, Nathan Wilson. And the great battle between Ferguson, Morris and JJ. So, grid them up, please, guys. And can I have Bully over to race control? So, the C final results are under investigation whilst we just quickly sort that out. And, sorry, D final even, or C final, 10 seconds. Marshals on your posts, please. Marshal 1 on your post, and I need somebody on 9. Even if it's a volunteer, please. I need somebody over here now. He's coming, yep, aim this way. And off they all thunder into the first corner. Thank you, sir. Merci. And Wayne Ash going to lead us off. From Big Ian himself, coming round. Chris Mitchell, my absolute hero. One of my Scottish counterparts, races or runs the Air RC Club up in Scotland. I should say southwest Scotland. And Chris going to start looking left and right of our leader, Wayne Ash, as they come round onto the straight. Gap going to open up just a little bit. Didn't see quite what happened there. But Chris Mitchell not a million mile back, and our leader's over. He's going to need a marshal, and the marshal can't get there. That's going to hurt. So that's going to promote Chris Mitchell, the big unit himself, to the point. And there he goes, and here comes second. So that's a 1.4 second lead for Chris. And on EOS carpet, that can be a lifetime. So Chris with the orange, oh sorry, yellow, orange and blue RC10. Yellow wheels comes out onto the main straight. He knows they're faster. And our leader's over at the end of the main straight. Runs out of talent and drives it back past the marshal. Costs himself even more time. Oh, second and third, tidy it up, please. So Chris now on the recovery. I don't know how far he dropped down. We'll have to see, but that's going to be Jazz up to the point. Chris to the 2. So let's see if we can pick up Jazz. I know he's got a white and red Cobra. Here he comes over the doubles. Got about a 1.5 to 2 second lead over Mitchell. So not too bad. Is close downable, especially the man of Mitchell's talents. And we'll see what he can do. And he's already taken about 2 or 3 tenths out of Yaz in that last lap. So white, yellow and orange RC10 coming past race control. You got second place with you when he gets there. Gap dropping down all the time, 1.4. So Chris Mitchell again taking a couple of tenths out of Jazz. And I reckon about another 2 or 3 laps and Chris will be there. So white, orange and blue. Thank you. And white and orange, you'll also have third place with you shortly. Here he comes. Thank you very much. So that's Michael Vollmer, today's concourse winner, running in the 3rd spot. An absolutely immaculate RDRP sponsored Ultima. Caution on the straights. Track is clear. 5 foot. Great job. So with all that going on, so White Cougar, Black Wing, that's second place with you, please. Thank you. And our 2 leaders on the straight together. So Chris Mitchell now on the back door of Jazz. Started to apply the pressure, see what he can get from it. See if he can force that Cobra into a mistake. Jazz already starting to look a little bit square as they come round onto the main straight. He's telling me he's got this. But with 1 minute 40 on the clock, it is anybody's guess. As these 2 come across the slippery section over the big tabletop. Coming through the doubles. And Chris trying to close down that last couple of feet sensibly and get on it. But these 2 now locked in battle point, 1/6 of a second. Chris with a better line. That gap's going to come down a little bit more. And these guys are absolutely going at it hammer and tongs. Chris doing everything he can to close it down. And Jazz just staying in his rhythm. Here it is. So Chris now on the back door of Jazz. Coming through into the first slippery. Chris a little bit more sideways. Going to lose that 2 foot that he needs. So Blue Cougar. That's first and second coming as you come across the line. Do not be a factor. And again, please, Blue. Thank you. Great driving, guys. Great driving. So Chris still trying to close down with 40 seconds on the clock. Not much longer to go now for Jazz. Chris with a better section. Going to close that gap that little bit more once again. And definitely looking closer this time by. So you guys got 34 on the clock. You will do this lap and one more. They go big over the spines. Chris now started to look left and right of Jazz's car. Goes for an inside move. Drag race. Still can't quite make it stick. 10 seconds on the clock. This is the final lap. So who's going to be bringing this one home? Chris goes big. Can't quite make it stick. Goes big again. Still can't make it stick. Goes for an inside move. And gets it. So yeah, it's going to crack like a cream egg. Runs out of talent. And a big round of applause for your leg 2 winner, Chris Mitchell. Great driving, Chris. And brilliant defense there from Jazz. Unlucky in the last corner. And guys, if I can have you round to the grid, please. But we're going to be a very small delay. So I need Phil Barlow on pole. Matthew Tunks on the 2. Penfold on the 3. Giggity. Paul Edwards on the 4, Ben Henderson on the 5, Stu Dye on the 6, Dave Bell on the 7, Stephen Davis, my little hero, on the 8, Brendan McNulty on the 9, John Crone on the 10, and I'm going to ask Steve Brook to head round towards race control if he's got time. Are you busy, Steve? Are you okay? So, marshals, I need you on your posts, please. And we just have a small delay whilst we quickly sort this. And I will hand over to the fantastic tones of Steve Brook. They're off. Oh, right. Marshall's at the end of the straight. Okay, guys, tidy up, please. So, B final, 88 to 93, leg 2 of 2. Waiting to cross the line for 1 lap. Waiting for a couple more, but it's Philip Barlow who leads. Car 1, the winner of leg 1. There he is in the centre of the track over the 2 doubles, coming in front of race control now. Clear track in front, clear track behind. He has Brendan McNulty in second. No, and Ben Henderson's up to second. Stuart Dye third. Paul Edwards 4. Mike Penfold, then Brendan, Dave, Steve. And it looks like Matthew Tunks and John Crone are already out. 1 minute down, drivers. 4 to go. Race leader has gone. So here he is coming over the hump in the centre of the track onto the slippery stuff. Then the small double. Oh, gets it a bit squirrely. And in front of race control for another lap. The gap is 6 seconds or thereabouts between first and second. Ben Henderson up to the 2 spot. Here comes our race leader. Philip goes. Clear track in front, clear track behind. Waiting for Ben. No, it's Stuart Dye up to second place now. 7 seconds behind Philip. Ben is third. Paul Edwards, Mike Penfold, Brendan McNulty. Then Dave Bell. Philip goes through for another lap. 2 minutes down, drivers. Tidy it up in the centre section, please, guys. That's the race leader over the 2 small jumps in the centre of the track. He got through the track brick there, more by luck than judgment. Around the sweeper, over the hump. The very distinctive pink, white and blue car over the big jump in the front of the rostrum. And approaching half race distance. Philip leads, Stuart Dye second, Mike Penfold up to third, Steve Davis up to fourth. So 3 minutes down, guys. Right, so just under 2 minutes, drivers, and Philip Barlow continues to lead. From Stuart Dye, Mike Penfold up to third, then Steve Davis fourth. Here comes our race leader in front of race control. Right now, up the straight. So the multicoloured car with red wheels, that is the race leader behind you. Give him space, please. Let him pass. Thank you very much. Good driving. So he's over the small doubles and in front of race control for 1 more lap. 3 minutes 45 down, 1:15 to go. Philip continues to lead. Then it's Stuart Dye, car 6 in the 2 spot, Mike Penfold third. Race leader is out on his own around the slippery stuff and over the big jump in front of the rostrum. Goes a bit wide there.
but he's got time on his hands. Over the double, over the hump, in front of race control. Inside your final minute, drivers. 40 seconds to go. It's Philip from Stuart, from Mike, from Stephen, from Dave Bell, Ben Henderson, Brendan, Paul. So inside 15 seconds, drivers. Our race leader is Philip Barlow. Goes up the straightaway and around the sweeper at the end of the straight. Clear track in front, clear track behind. And listen up for your number. That's it, race over and a win there for Philip Barlow. B final, 88 to 93. Cars on the table, straight out to Marshall, please. 1 minute turnaround to the A final. First leg was won by Craig Drescher. Cars to the grid, please. 25 seconds to go. And they're off. Leg 2, 88 to 93, A final. Craig Drescher from pole. And Craig Mawson. Nathan Rules in third. Just let them settle down. Caution on the straight, car in the middle straight. Go wide, go wide. Straight's clear. I think that was Craig Mawson. So there goes our race leg 1 winner, Craig Drescher, in 1. No, it was Carl. Very similar body shells. So it's Craig, from Nathan. That looks like Mitch up to fourth, Mitch fiddling fourth. Then it's Jamie Booth, Sven, Danny, Chris, Lee and Carl Marsden. Was that accident on the main straight on lap 1. So here comes our leaders, Craig, Nathan, Mitch, Jamie. It's your top 5. 1 minute down, 4 to go. Craig Mawson gets slightly hung up on the track marker there. Nathan gets close. Craig opens up a little bit of a gap over the hump at the end of the straight, onto the slippery stuff and then over the jump in front of the rostrum. But it's still Craig, Nathan, Mitch and Jamie. 2, 3, 4, 5, very close. Craig stretching a little bit of a gap on the slippery stuff. Then it's Craig Mawson, then Nathan, then Mitch fiddling. Jamie drops back a little bit. Mitch is having a look at Nathan. Nathan's having a look at Craig. That's 2, 3, 4. But here comes our race leader. So the gap is closer now. Craig squares that corner up a little bit. So it's still Craig from Craig, then Nathan, then Mitch, then Jamie. The gaps are opening up now, half race distance. Race leader is on the double jumps. So the white car just coming over the hump. You have second place coming to you on the slippery stuff. That's it. And you'll have third and fourth coming to you very quickly. There you go. Thank you very much. Good driving. Oh, Craig Mawson puts it on his roof. Catches a track marker. And we're going to have a change. But Craig Drescher continues to lead. Nathan second. Mitch Fiddlin is third. Looks like Jamie in fourth. Danny in five. Then the other Craig back in the sixth spot. 2 minutes to go, drivers. Craig, Nathan, Mitch, Jamie, Danny is your top five. Nathan gets caught up on the track marker. Looks like Mitch is through into second now. The gap is 3 seconds between Craig and Mitch. Craig is in the centre of the track. Mitch is just over the big jump. He slightly taps a hose. Craig leads on the main straight. 1:15 to go. Craig from Mitch, Nathan in third, Jamie up to 4, then Danny, Craig Mawson, Lee Broadhurst, Chris Ely, Sven and Carl is your 10. Here comes 2 and 3, there goes 4. Craig continues to lead. Over the double in the centre of the track, over the hump, round the corner and in front of race control. And they're into their final minute. Craig win leg one, looking to sew it up with leg 2. Coming up to Lee Broadhurst, I'm sure Lee will let him pass. Thank you. Final 30, guys, final 30. Craig, Mitch, Nathan, Jamie, Danny is your top 5. Craig's over the big jump in the centre of the track. Double jump. Marshall's, that's Mitch on his roof. Looks like Nathan's got past in the dying seconds. But they're going to think they're going to get through for one more lap. They are. 10 seconds, guys. So be careful at the top of the track there. You are on your final lap. Time is up. Race over, and the winner of the second leg, Craig Drescher. Well done, guys. Yeah, get on with all the handshakes now. Get out to Marshall. I would imagine Chris Ely on number 3 again, please.
All right, marshals, can we get out around the track, please? Thank you, guys. About 10 seconds. Okay, off we go. Fairly clean start to this one. Over the tabletop. So, real clean first lap there from our B final. James, you lead away from Ross, David, Malcolm, Rob, Mike, Chris, Tom, Alan and Clane.
This is your B final, 30 seconds in. James Wiley going to be leading us round. There we go, James leading us round after 2. So we'll pick him up. They go over the doubles. And first and second locked together in battle. Half a second was the gap last time by. 1 second this time. But your leader getting all squiffy at the end of the straight, so that's going to be back to 0. So your lead car is white and green going through the spine, over the second slippery, over the doubles, heading back round towards race control. Second place, the blue and the pink of Ross O'Connell. So this gap about 0.6 of a second. Ross now got the bit between his teeth. Gonna start to close right down, or try to at least. So white and blue double X, you got first and second coming. And Ross getting a little bit wrong. And that looks like the ever fast Chris Slater now up into the 3 spot and starting to close down on these two. So this is going to be a whole new type of race. Your Marlboro colours is the fastest car out there at the moment on track. And he's going to be setting about closing down on these two leaders. Hangover now starting to disappear. And as I say that, so does his chances as he gets it 7 shades of wrong at the end of the straight. And that's going to cost him 3, 4, maybe more whilst they put it all back together for him. So here comes our leaders once again. So Slater not quite a lap behind, but give or take actually is. So he's about to be lapped by second, so just be aware, Chris. I know you won't be a factor. And the car ahead of you is the leader at the moment. So white and green on the straight is your lead car. And the leader's over. So Slater gets tangled up with him, and that is going to let Ross O'Connell through into the lead. So Ross, the car behind you has been lapped. Oh, good. Slater just gets out the way and lets these two battle. So O'Connell gets it wrong. And I didn't see who ended up in the front with all of that, but these two now going left and right of each other. It is James Wiley to the point. And now he's wearing Ross like a backpack as they come round over the spine jump onto the slippery section. Ross trying to apply too much pressure. Gets it wrong himself, so he has now got about a second to try and catch back up with 2 minutes on the clock. These guys both going across the slippery section, both going across the tabletop. White and green is your lead car, pink and blue. Car on a straight. Got to be on the other side, got to be on the other side. Great job there by Lee Broadhurst. He is not playing games. Back to the racing with 1.5 minutes on the clock. It is still, oh, and as I look up, I was about to say it's still James Wiley and Ross O'Connell, but Ross got it 7 shades of wrong. It took a really bad landing, and that's going to have cost him a big chunk of time and 1 place. So now Ross got to recover and try and battle for second and reclaim what was his. With 1 minute and 15 on the clock, he's got about a second to close down, and crashing is not the way to do it. So Ross, with a load of work to do, has to try and catch up on Rob Jones. So James Wiley says, thanks boys, thanks for that 6-second lead, and I'm off to Tesco's to try and check out. So I will say, James, you may as well let the car behind you go, just sensibly, because it is Chris Slater and he is ballistic, only he ran out of talent, so there's no point whatsoever. So Chris Slater about to open up a new brand of creamless cream eggs, because his has definitely run out. So Slater, just so as you know, you are currently running in 8th. And both legs count, so no pressure. 20 seconds on the clock, drivers. Your lead car, which was James Wiley, continues to have about a 6.5 second lead. And we'll see if we can pick him up. There he is, coming round off the slippery. And a whole battle going on there for 3rd, 4th and 5th. So we'll see if we can start to pick that up. But there is no need, because you guys are racing to the line, and a big round of applause for your leg 2 winner, James Wiley. Chris Slater, 0-0. That was your B final. Next up, the big dogs of the 94 to 98 A final. Rob Fox on pole. All of you just slope round to the grid, please. Rob Fox on pole. Nick Goodall on the 2. Richmond Rogers on the 3, Rich Sharp on the 4. Sven on the 5, Lee Charnock on the 6, Panny Manasar on the 7, Martin Richards on the 8, Nathan Powney on the 9, and the hero of the day, the bubble boy himself, Rick Greenwood on the 10. And you guys are into about 15 seconds, so best of luck and listen for the tone. And off they all thunder into the first corner. Rob Fox leading us round. And he has got Nick Goodall and Richmond Rogers for company. Richmond already trying to put the Goodall mobile under pressure on the first lap. But a bit of status quo there. Goodall definitely more stable at the end of the straight than the other two. And remember, drivers, both legs count. So these guys, it is a freight train, first to third, going down the main straight together. Oh, Goodall almost up on 2 wheels, just about hangs on to it. Loses a little bit of time to Rob Fox. Adds a little bit of pressure from Richmond, but making it work. So these guys over the doubles, down the main straight one more time. Gap between the 3 of them is only 0.96, and Rob Fox exits stage right. So that's now going to put Goodall to the point. Fox down to the 3. Richmond Rogers hangs it up on a post when looking for an inside line. That's going to give Nick Goodall a nice, comfy 1.6 second lead at the point. So white, yellow and blue, you will be the first for our leaders, which I think is Nathan Powney. So just be aware they're going to be with you in the next lap or so. With all that going on, this has allowed Manny Panasar to step up and join this party at the front. And he is only a second behind third place. So Manny trying to get in and on this battle. I do know Manny won the 1994 Radio Race Car 2-wheel drive series. But the guys he is trying to close down have both either won nationals or made European A finals. And we've got Rob Fox. So with that going on, Nick Goodall continues to stretch his legs at the front. Gap coming down very slightly. That gap now down to 1.2 seconds. So still not too bad. Oh, Richmond going to get caught up on a back marker. Unlucky to him, back marker had nowhere to go at that point. But that is going to allow Manny Panasar to get a lot closer. Manny now only 1.3 back. So Manny, just keep doing what you are doing. Manny's got a 2.5 to 3 second gap over 5th, and I think that's just extended because it looks like Lee Charnock and Rich Sharp are now in battle after a mistake by Sharpie, or by Charnock, sorry. So Rick Greenwood, you will be next for our leaders, and all this going on. Rob Fox is now up to the 2 and starting to close down on the Goodall mobile. And in fact, as I look back up, he's into the lead potentially because I believe Nick Goodall is over. So that's going to put Fox to the point. Rogers to the 2. And Goodall's going to drop to the 3. And Manny Panasar lurking in the background, waiting to pick up any pieces should they cough again. So white, yellow and blue, that is 4th place that you are trying to overtake. So give him some room. And Rich Sharp, thanks very much. Next one's for position. So Rich Sharp, next one you can race with, or the guy in front of you can race with, mate. So who else we pick up? Let's see where we are. It is Foxy from Richmond Rogers, from Goodall, from Panasar. So many names from the past in this event, and it's great to see as they come off the slippery section. Only about 1.5 seconds covering first to third, with Manny about a further 2 to 3 back. Although Manny having a little moment there. Still got a gap over Powney though. So let's pick up our leader as he comes round onto the slippery section with 1 minute 10 on the clock. And Martin Richards got second and third. Great driving, sir. Thank you very much. These guys still only covered by 1.7 seconds after 4 minutes of racing. So next up, I think, is going to be Powney. So white, orange and blue, you've got the 3 lead cars approaching. Please do not be a factor. Richmond Rogers getting this slightly wrong off the second double. A little bit skewy. If that's going to allow Goodall to start to close him down and apply the pressure as they come through the slippery section. This is going to allow Rob Fox just to stretch his legs just that little bit. So white, orange and blue, you've got second and third right together coming down the main straight. Please do not be a factor when they get there. Great driving, sir. Thank you very much. And these guys now going hammer and tongs, all three of them in the same piece of track. Although Rob Fox just with a little bit of breathing room. And they cross the line with 13 seconds on the clock. So this will be the final lap. You're going to do it. It's now or never. And Goodall really started to turn up the pressure. Making shapes. He's looking for a move. Can he make it with 2 corners to go? He looks left. He looks right. Can he get a no? He cracks and gets the Moshman get it done. So a big round of applause for your leg 1 and leg 2 winner, Rob Fox. Mr. I don't crack when Nathan's on a mic. Ice cold. Next up, your mid-modified A final, Ben Henderson on the pole, followed by Ross Bartlett, Jake Burr, Chris Wilkinson, Stu Carling, Stu Lees, Andreas Elsborn, Luke Drennan, Alex Tudor-Hart, and Tommy Peter. And you guys, we are doing trophies at the end of that, so please hang around. So from what I'm told, first, second and third in all A finals get a trophy, and first place in all the other finals. So we will be doing the best we can with this and getting that pushed through. So please hang around to congratulate the winners. And you guys have got 25 seconds. So marshals, I need you on your posts. Rob Fox, you are my hero. You do realise you've left Galley very disappointed. And as this final launches off, Rob Fox says, I don't care about Galley. I didn't crack when Rulesy got on a mic. So Ben Henderson going to lead us off and leading us round, but he has got Jake Burr and Ross Bartlett all for company. Ross Bartlett already coughed once, I believe. So we'll see what happens as they all come round for one. And indeed it is Henderson from Burr, from Wilkinson, Carlin, Luke Drennan, and Stuart Lee. So Ben Henderson trying to stretch his legs. Didn't have a great leg 1. Jake Burr did take it off the track, please. Do not repair it there. Rich, take it off to the side, please. Guys, you've got to think of the other racers. They cannot see corners when you're doing that. So please always take it to the side. Back to the racing. And third place caught up on the hoses. Manny's running. I think that might have just cost Chris Wilkinson a couple of places. And indeed it has. So Wilkinson drops back down the order. Henderson, Burr, Carling, Drennan, Lees, and Wilkinson down to 6. Pick up our leader, end of the main straight. First person he will see in the next lap or so will be Alex Tudor-Hart. So just be aware, Al. The real battle here, I think, is on for third and fourth. And indeed, down the main straight. And it is Stu Lees looking left and right of the Drennan-mobile. Take the car off the track to fix it, please. Come on, guys. As I say, let's see what's happening here. So Drennan now up to the 3. Wilkinson recovering back up to the 4. Stu Lee's going to lose a place or 2. And we'll pick up the battle here as I think it goes on for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Not much in it. We'll see as they cross the line. And indeed, third, fourth, fifth, all together. You know who you are, guys. So, and I think it is Luke Drennan from Chris Wilkinson from Stu Lees. All nose astern going round that centre section. So, guys, so pink and green, that's the big leaders with you. There's 3 of them. Please do not be a factor. Yeah, that's one of them. Oh, and the second, third place, unlucky with that going on. So, pink and green, you are being a factor. Please do not. And someone's over in the middle. I'm going to have to see what happens now. So Jake Burr now leading us from Ben Henderson. Chris Wilkinson up to the 3. I can hear the U's and R's from the crowd. Bedlam in front of me, but I can't see it. So Jake Burr continues to lead. Let's see if we can pick him up. And there he goes, past someone. So Bartlett, you will be next for our leader. So just be aware when he gets to your lead car, white and red coming on to the main straight. And we're going to see how far back Ben Henderson is. There he goes, 4.6 seconds with 1 minute 40 on the clock. If I remember rightly, Burry won our first leg. And he is closing down now on the white and yellow with the pink wing. Going down the main straight, your lead car is getting with you. Yeah, that one. Oh, and our leader's over. Just about gets away with it, and not again. He gets tagged by a back marker. So, guys, that was your leader. Great marshalling, Manny. Let's see what that does. He did have a 5-second lead, and now it's all about Ben Henderson. With 1 minute on the clock, it's a whole new day. But Jake Burr is only about half a second behind him. So it's all going to be about the pressure. So, yellow and white with the pink wing and pink wheels. That's first and second behind you. There they go. Thank you very much. And first and second now right together. Burr starting to look left and right. So Bartlett, you've got first and second coming. Oh, goes for a move. Just about makes it stick. What's Henderson got? I can hear U's and R's, and Henderson's over. So that's going to let Jake Burr with 30 seconds on the clock. He is going to have a 2.5 second lead over Chris Wilkinson now. So let's pick up our leader. Our leader has had a moment. And now he's got to try and get back past Chris Wilkinson. So, Chris, that car is 4th position. So yellow and white, let 2 of them go. So they come down the main straight together. Burr has already made the move. What's Wilkinson got in answer for it? As he hangs a left and right, goes big over the tabletop. He's looking, and you guys are racing to the line. So here they come around the last 2 corners. Who's it going to be? Jake Burr going to take it. And you guys are all racing to the line. So no more cars on track, please. And can I have everybody over to the where the Kyosho kit is at the bottom of the pit? And we will commence with prize giving shortly. Guys and girls, can I have everybody over to the table down by the MB Models Cafe, where we'll be doing okay, John Weston, can you give Michael Ball a hand, please? So we're going to be about 3 or 4 minutes, guys, and we will be into trophies. We're just talking about having a slight shimmy of position to make it a lot easier for everybody. It's bringing the trophies round here for us. So can I have everybody out onto the track, please, guys and girls? So can I have all the racers out onto the track? Steve Davis, can you make sure my car has got a body shell on it, please? And Tommy, can I have you over here, please? It's Thomas.
Right then, drivers, if you can make your way onto the track, please, for the trophy presentation. So I'd like all drivers there, please. Thank you.
Come on, everyone. Let's have you all out on track, please, for trophy presentations. So everybody out on the track, please. Carl Marsden, can I have you over here, please? Carl Marsden over to commentary. Okay, so can I have everybody's attention, please? So obviously we've got a huge load of thank yous, which I'll be doing at the end. But the first one is this year, Kyosho are celebrating 60 years of making RC cars and models. They are supporting the Euromasters for the first time ever, so a big thank you to Kyosho Europe. They've even got Carl here supporting on the day as well. They've sent cars. Obviously, we've already given away a Kyosho Ultimate today. Tomorrow will be a nice Optima Mid. So can I have a big thank you to Kyosho. And after a lot of conversation about probably one of the prettiest cars in the pits, there's been some amazingly stunning things from our Concours winner, which was Michael Vollmer's Ultima, to probably the prettiest double X I think I've seen in ages, with Richmond Rogers, complete with paintwork and everything. But we do a Car of the Day award, and it has to be without fail Craig Mawson's Triumph, which is actually being driven by Carl himself today. So, big congratulations to Carl. I do need a picture of you with that car, because it was stunning and you put it around like you were stealing it. He even did his hair special. So, on to the finals. And we're going to start with the... Yes, I knock them all over. That one there, yes, please. Third? Yep. So, your two-wheel drive, 77 to 81 A final. In third place, Lars Wan. In second place, Richard Colbert. one of our revival regulars. And your winner, it was going to be close all day, but unfortunately Andreas had a lot of problems in the final. So your winner checked out to Tesco's, Mark Maney. Many would say that partying before a race event is not a good idea, but it doesn't seem to appeal to, or to apply to our third place in the 82 to 85 final. Your biggest hangover and third place driver goes to Jiffy Giles, the king of the Dellens. Up into second place was your pole man, Richard Isherwood. And your winner with a 1 and a 2, Duncan Wood. On to your A final, 85 to 87. In third place, he was tied with points with Chris Wilkinson. Exactly the same way and everything, but got a faster time. So third place, Andy Bulmer. In second place, Danny Conway. And your winner. Where's Conway? Oi, Conway. You've got a trophy. Okay, no worries. Sort it in a minute. And your winner, Steve Lander. Yeah, so he's defended, I'm told, he's defended the 85 to 87 trophy. So on to your two-wheel drive, 88 to 93 F final. And we're on to the winners of these. So your winner on it was Greg Billingham. Next up, your E final, Mr. Sam Baggery. I mean, a great friend of mine. Your winner, Marcus Lungley. Sam Bagger. Where you go, Marcus? Here he is. Mr. Pucker Parts himself. As much as I take the mickey, great range of products for vintage cars. Should be supported. On to your... Oh, no. So, onto your two-wheel drive. First place in the D final, apologies, Nathan Wilson. Next up. So, onto your C final. And your winner, big man from Scotland himself, Chris Mitchell. Onto your B final, Mr. Chimera himself, your winner, Phil Barlow. Onto your A final. And in third place, some random bloke called Nathan Rules. On to second. And it is Jamie Booth. Who? And he might have retired, but he hasn't forgotten how to win. Your winner, Craig Drescher. That's it, leave me hanging. With no love, no love. So just one moment, please. On to your B final, 94 to 98. And your winner, Malcolm McClarnacan. On to your A final. In third place. And this was a real good battle of the Titans out there today. I really enjoyed watching this. So unlucky in fourth was Manny Panesar, but up to third, Nick Goodall. In second place, Richmond Rogers. And your winner, absolute hero of the day, Rob Fox. Whoop, whoop. On to your mid-motored A final. And in third place, Stuart Lees. In second, he who shall not be named, Chris Wilkinson. Mr. Mardave himself driving his own product. What a great job, sir. And your winner, with what can only be described as an awesome drive in both legs, taking the win, Jake Burr. So whilst they have their pictures taken, I have a few thank yous to be giving, guys. So firstly to Kyosho for their support at this event. On to Thomas Peter, whose brainchild this all is, who's worked so hard running it at Limburg and Germany, and now finally to the UK. A big thank you, sir. Next up, I have to thank John Weston, Lee Broadhurst, and all the guys that have helped to organise behind the scenes. Then we got John behind race control all day. Thank you very much. Smoothly run, even when it all went belly up. And finally, the biggest thank you to Michael Ball and then his gang behind him of people like Rick Greenwood, Johnny Skidmore, and all the guys behind the scenes who built the track, apart from the slippery sections, Lee Broadhurst, and everything else, have run this event, have put on this amazing venue for us all. A huge thank you to you guys. And I think that just about wraps it up, guys. So I'm going to say thank you and see you all in the morning, ready for more fun and games. Doors will be open at 8 o'clock. So the track is closed until the morning.